Good evening, everybody. Hey, Megalas, what's that say up there on the top of the screen? What's that say?
If I'm not mistaken,
Is
it says BPL 6.
Is it BPL 6? Are we getting this going right now?
Yeah, don't know why they let us start this off, gonna be honest. Probably one of the foolishest moves you could make, but yeah, BPL 6 kicking off here. We've got some amazing matches for you throughout the night, starting off here in B League, and then, if I'm not mistaken, we'll go into the pre-show after the first match, Lodge.
Yeah, some BTS stuff, behind the scenes stuff going on after this. We're going to look at our schedule real quick. Certified Bangers, Lawbots up first in the B League. Then we'll move to the Backstage Pass week 1. I'm not personally sure what really that entails, but I guess y'all have to stick around to figure out what's going on there. And then Second City Suns versus Corvidae, Drunken Clucks versus Fire Guardians, and Sayonara versus... And, I mean, hey... It's the first day of BPL 6, and I'm excited, Megalas. It's a new season's here, and for some reason we're here.
Yeah, but it's going to be absolutely amazing here. We're just kicking off with it's sort of just like a seeding bracket that's going on here over the next few days. Everybody's pretty much playing just to figure out where the groups are going to be placed for the regular season here in BPL 6. So, not the highest stakes in the world on the line, but, it's bragging rights, saying that you won the first tournament. It's always a plus. But then again, getting good seeding, getting into a better group to maybe make yourself look better later on. It's just absolutely what you want to do. And, we have two teams here that you totally are going to know if you've been around BPL, right? You have Certified Bangers. It's the Josh and Friends squad. We all know them. We all love them. Josh and Seymour, Marlon, Gavin, Wylo, Ace-Aid, and then Storms rounding it out. But I mean, Lawbots on the other side, Fletch. I mean, this is, again, another notable squad.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some BPL veterans, Dawes, Manny, Dupiter there, and some newcomers as well. You know, Dragon, PJ, Surface, Agua. A lot of newcomers actually on this roster for Lawbots, so a little bit of an unknown quantity for that roster. And you know, like you said, certified bangers, bunch of friends. They know each other, they like each other. They're just here to have fun, right? And that's what a BPL is. We're all just having fun. We're all just here to have a good time, and you know, maybe watch some good Overwatch every now and then. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one. The team of friends versus the unknown quantity. I'm really interested to see how this match is going to shake out.
Yeah, especially if you consider where we're at with the game state right now, right? We just got into Season 11 here in Overwatch 2. Just absolutely, you know, some interesting changes across the board, right? But, you know, that core meta wasn't necessarily touched. So if these teams want to try to play the highest elo, you're expecting, a lot of Malga, a lot of Pharah, you know, a bit of Lucio in the mix. But, you know, there were some key changes that kind of came through that you have to highlight. One being Cassidy losing that magnetic grenade, but, you know, gaining back sort of a revised version of the old flashbang to help, you know, hinder those, you know, super mobile targets, as well as some Deadeye improvements that make it so he can just move a lot faster. I don't know if you've seen the clips at all, Fletch, or anybody
Speed
at home.
walking Deadeyes.
Yeah, you can do some crazy things with Deadeye now if you sync it up with your Lucio right, but we'll have to see what these teams have cooked up here.
Yeah, I don't expect much to be different if we see the meta. Obviously, that's not a guarantee all the time here. It's a lot of comfort picks, seeing what works for your team specifically. So I don't know that, you know, the hard Maga comp. As we get a look at our B League bracket here, you know, it's just the first round. You know, 4 teams have already, you know, gone on into that quarterfinal. So I don't really understand why that is, or like what happened. If it's still like the average SR.
So it was actually voting based off of the branding. So, you know, the BPL community at large got to have a hand. If your brand was liked, if you were voted upon, then congratulations, you get a nice little first round bye in this bracket. And, you know, again, it's single elim because it's not, you know, an end all be all bracket here. This is just for seeding at the end of the day here. But by the end of the day, both in the in pretty much all of our brackets, you're going to see at least 4 teams eliminated, if I'm not mistaken, and their seeding is going to be already determined. So it's just going to be a very interesting little weekend here that we have ahead. Just some fun Overwatch, some kind of first gauges, right? These teams, they've maybe scrimmed like once or twice, if that. Otherwise, they're just sort of showing up, ready to just kind of play whatever they're feeling, show us what they're made of.
Yeah. We do know what our first map is going to be for this series. It's going to be the same throughout the entire first round of this tournament. We're going to Oasis first, which, if we're being honest, probably going to be Maga, right? I mean, he's strong just in general, but with the exception of maybe like City Center, Rush is very, very strong on Oasis for the most part, and Maga is the best version of that at the moment. I'd expect to see Rush at the very least, if, you know, Maga, the mainstay.
Yeah, and, you know, it's absolutely interesting because, again, it's obviously, you know, Malga is this, you know, end-all, be-all, but the thing that makes Malga so powerful is the cardiac overdrive, right? Enabling the rest of the team when you're surrounded by the Malga, they're getting that damage reduction, that, you know, extra HP flowing when it needs to, just off of their raw damage, right? So it's been absolutely, you know, the reason that this hero has been so prevalent in the meta as of late. But, you know, Pharah didn't get any touches at all. She's still an absolutely amazing pick, as we saw with Cassidy. Very, very good, getting some nice buffs here as well. The one hero that was kind of like flipping in and out of the meta that you're probably not going to see a lot of is Sojourn, because Blizzard just
she might be 6 feet underground somewhere. Like,
yeah, I don't know what happened there, but they hated it. But one thing I don't hate, neither team is currently playing Malga. Certified Bangers are going to be rolling out on a Winston look here. Very interesting. Meanwhile, Lawbots, they're going to stick with what would be the Ramatra composition nowadays, but you're substituting Dawes onto the Ramatra instead of the Malga here. Maybe just sort of a gentleman's agreement, shaking hands, no Malga in play here, and it will be interesting to see how the dive, manages to find value against the Ramatra here.
Here we go. BPL 6 has started, everybody. We're on Oasis University, and PJ is dead first. Not the record you want to hold, but first death BPL 6, and Seymour's got the first 2 kills. The flashbang out, make that 3 for Seymour. Lilam and Gavin have gone down here, but it will be the first flip belonging to Certified Bangers.
Yeah, and PJ just a little bit overextended on that Tracer now, and that's all you need, right? We talked about it a little bit. Cassidy having this new, tool in the kit, not having to rely on Magnetic Grenade, hopefully connecting to a Tracer. You could just guarantee slow people down, but already Lawbots are back in looking for a flip.
All right, Dawes has already popped the Nemesis form at half HP. They forced out the Immortality Field. PJ able to get the better of the Tracer duel here, trying to find more and more damage as the fight continues. The trades are coming through, though. Certified Bangers are still well within this fight. Not if Gavin goes down here. The flip will belong to Lawbots, but Seymour rolling away. Fadeaway shot on a PJ. Gonna back out here. Flip belongs to Certified Banger, or Lawbots, rather.
Yeah, and they get a solid flip here, and, they make some key switches here that help enable them in this long fight, right? They're over to the Drunken Queen now, as well as the Kiriko, but already back in it. Seymour pulling the Deadeye.
Boss is dead. Yeah, and now rolling over to this Lucio, trying to take him down. Lilam good for 2 here in this fight. Seymour lost trying to take down Noct. Eventually does go down to the backhand of Gavin, but Certified Bangers rip it right back.
Yeah, and you're seeing, just sort of the space being played extremely well, right? Gavin is playing extremely far forward, forcing a lot of attention onto this Winston here, and it's allowing Seymour on the Cassidy in. I believe that's supposed to be Marlon on Tracer. I was going to say get value, but PJ wins that one.
Yep, here we go. First take for Lawbots Coalescence from Ace to try and keep the Winston healthy, but doing a lot, actually. Gavin able to stay alive for a lot longer than they probably should have. PJ in this back line trying to continue the work that they've been doing all around, and they're able to get the job done here. Lawbots will take it back. 79% though for Certified Bangers.
Yeah, and that's nothing to sneeze at. They definitely had to invest some ultimates to get there, and now you're seeing Ace switch over to the Kiriko for themselves. Just absolutely what you need in this situation, right? The Moira can only get value for so long, especially against this Junker Queen comp, but Lawbots, they're in a good position to win this next fight. They have pretty much every tool but the Pulse Bomb to their name, so really they can just sort of dedicate whatever they want, and as long as they don't, mess it up, they're able to find value, then it really should be their fight to lose.
Certified Bangers rolling all the way to the side of the Lawbots, and the dive comes through from Gavin. Pulse Bomb comes out, and Dragon is going to pop this Deadeye. Sound Barrier from Lilam to try and keep this fight healthy, but 2 for Dragon! Pops the Deadeye, make that 3 for the Cassidy. 4! Dragon destroys the entire Certified Bangers roster, and Lawbots are going to take the lead here.
Yeah, and I mean, again, just the dive being punished in such a crucial way there. You saw how much, again, just the Cassidy hero can do right now, especially onto these super mobile targets. You throw the flashbang down, you stun them, make it so they can't move. Now it's going to be Seymour trying to engage.
Okay, a great cleanse from Agua there to keep the fight rolling. No kills for Seymour here. Kitsune Rush out from Agua to put this fight in gear for Lawbots, and with Gavin going down, there's really no shot that Certified Bangers can win this fight, but 90% on this point for Lawbots means that Certified Bangers, they've got to do something uncomfortable here. PJ throws out the Pulse Bomb, but no target going to be found. The Kitsune Rush is here, but a massive Rampage hits 4, no cleanse for Ace-Aid in sight. And the Rampage rips through Certified Bangers, and Lawbots are going to take University.
They take it in, a pretty shaky fashion at the start, but at the end, after switching over to the Junker Queen comp, they really sort of commanded themselves with confidence. Exactly what you need to see against the dive, right? Just being able to punish them, not allowing those rotations to work out. You saw, just how much trouble Certified Bangers had once that, Junker Queen look came out, right? There's no easy dive target. With Agua going over to the Kiriko and things of that nature. It just makes their entire mission that much more difficult here. Now that we are heading to the city center, though, I am interested to see, if these rollout comps are going to be true, right? Dawes currently highlighting the Wrecking Ball, a tank that, we haven't seen in quite some time. It'd be interesting to see how much value it can really get. Meanwhile, Certified Bangers on the other side, yeah, they're sticking with what they ran on the first round. They've got the Winston. They think they can make it work, and I'll be interested to see if this round goes any different for them.
Dawes jumps up, slams, gets a little bit of damage on the Wylam, but thrown off of the high gun. It's going to be a tall task for Dawes to get a lot of value on this Wrecking Ball pick. I'll be interested to see as Gavin decides to jump in onto Dragon. The cleanse is just a split second too late to save the Cassidy here. But it will be a trade here of Cassidy's. You see Dawes rolling over right into the face of Ace 8, who is still very, very low at the moment. Just being annoying as all get out here is Dawes at the moment, but Certified Banger's gonna take this first play. I say that. PJ is able to drop SB there on the other side, and Dawes goes back in. The damage is being done, and Gavin goes down, and so Lawbots, after losing their first pick, are gonna take the first flip.
Yeah, and I mean, this Wrecking Ball, it's paying off massively right now, just in terms of the space creation, right? Certified Bangers, they're trying to put so many resources into removing Dawes from the equation, but they haven't been able to successfully do it yet. This Wrecking Ball just able to continue to exist, causing damage, just being a bit of a nuisance. So now, on the engage here, Certified Bangers, again, they just really don't have any target to dive onto.
All right, here we go. Ace has the Kitsune Rush ready to go for Certified Bangers. Should they want it? Pulse bomb out from PJ, gonna go wide left on it to Gavin. You see Gavin trying to get some damage in here, and SB gonna be able to help Gavin take down Dragon there. So the Cassidy out early one more time for Lawbots here. As the minefield comes through, the Lucio backs away for Wylam. The flip gonna come through as Seymour pops PJ with the Deadeye, and the Kitsune Rush from Agua, all but useless.
Yeah, and it's an absolutely massive trade there, right? Lawbots, they invest a Kitsune Rush, Minefield, Pulse Bomb, ultimately not coming up with that win. Seymour getting a nice little stagger on the knock there means that there's going to be more and more, point percentage ticking up here for Certified Bangers. And again, they just have to trade their Sound Barrier and a Deadeye for that. They'll absolutely take that and more here, because now they have the rest of these tools to sort of be able to enable them to win these next few fights.
Here we go. Dragon wants to find one more pop-off moment with this Deadeye coming up. Looking for Lylam right now as Dawes is trying to help out with that. The Kitsune Rush from Ace-Aid is going to help that fact as Dawes goes down early here. The Deadeye from Dragon to try and keep this fight rolling for Lawbots. Can they get it done? The speed-walking Cassidy not able to find anybody this time as Dawes rolls over to an off angle. Right now, Certified Bangers, they're going to cross 50% here on this point. The Primal Rage popped by Gavin, and PJ just trying to be a nuisance on the point, but Gavin is in that back line, swinging those arms, dealing so much damage, and hey, the rest of the team's happy to follow up on it.
Yeah, and so now it's just going to be a bit of cleanup here from the rest of Certified Bangers. They had these members low, and just being able to, again, get a solid cleanup here puts the Certified Bangers in a situation where it's just one fight territory, and again, they find themselves up in resources. Lawbots don't really have anything to their name. If the fight goes long, they should be able to get this Kitsune Rush online for Agua. But outside of that, you're already pushing into a Deadeye as well as a Pulse Bomb here from SV, so it's going to be absolutely brutal for Lawbots to find an answer here.
All right, speed walking Cassidy in the back line. Was that a Deadeye into a Fan the Hammer? Two for Seymour. Dragon answers with two of their own. Make that three for Dragon, putting the fight on their back at the moment for Lawbots. Agua not going to go down, takes down Gavin with a great kunai headshot, and Lawbots are going to be able to hold on.
Support hero, by the way. That's what I'm going to say to that one. Just, throwing those kunais in. But yeah, it was absolutely on Dragon there, putting up a massive performance on the Cassidy. And, Lawbots now swinging, massively into their own momentum here. They use that Kitsune Rush, build up towards pretty much all their other ultimates outside of Knock Sound Barrier. They now have a significant ult advantage for this next fight.
PJ wants something with this Pulse Bomb, has to get it away from Ace, does not want to get that cleansed, and now SB is going to be able to, gonna have to use the recall there early, way earlier than they would have liked. Support hero, by the way. Dragon pops the Deadeye, takes down Gavin. It's a trade for PJ here, and this Lucio is being a nuisance for Certified Banger, knocked, able to slide away over the side of that wall as Seymour wants it all. Takes the headshot, takes down Dragon, but Knock is able to get the trade. Now, 99-99, overtime begins. It is the last fight for this City Center map, as PJ going to be the one to put Lawbots ahead. Pulse Bomb out, not going to find a target, but everybody else is finding all of the other targets. The Primal Rage has to be big from Gavin, cannot leave the point to chase PJ, has to keep this contest rolling, waiting for the rest of Certified Bangers to come back, jumps back onto the point with the Kitsune Rush in tow, finding a little bit of damage here, has to stay alive, less than half HP, stays alive, a big stick, but the roll from Dragon is able to keep Lawbots in this fight. The overtime tick, don't, you got the point, guys!
AC9, AC9. Oh,
it's the first match, guys!
The first map of Season 6 is a C9. That's poetic, I feel like. I don't know what it's supposed to symbolize. I'll let people at home make their own decision on what that symbolizes. But yeah, it was a 5v5 fight. A lot of resources expended both ways. There was no ultimates left, you know, in the bank for either team. It was really going to come down to some raw mechanics, raw damage there. But now it's just sort of over. It's it just
there was a chance.
There was an absolute chance here. But Lawbots, I mean, they're probably happy to take that map, right? They're, you know, they don't really know how that happened, but they are able to just walk away with it in just such a good way here. And now heading into Escort for the second map, right? You know, here in these bracket stages to start out, it is only first to two. So, you know, it is going to be Certified Bangers. They have to win this next map, otherwise their seeding will be decided in the bottom four of the B bracket here.
Yeah, and you know, we know that they want to run the Winston, right? Mm-hmm. And one of the best, I mean, there's only 3 maps in the pool for each of these map types that can support 3. For Escort, it's going to be Havana, Shambali, and Dorado. I'm thinking Dorado, right? I mean, it's just one of the quintessential dive maps for all time, right? It's that and Watchpoint Gibraltar. I got to imagine that is where Certified Bangers is going to take us, because it's clear that even when they have a disadvantage, Certified Bangers wants to run that Winston dive.
Yeah, you know, they're definitely not willing to lean into the rush at all. They've been sticking to their guns on this Winston, and definitely there on the City Center. I mean, it was looking a lot better, you know, and they were able to sort of bring it to that 99 situation. You know, they were taking fights back and forth. They even forced Lawbots, you know, sort of meet them at their own game, right? They've swapped over to the Winston themselves, playing it directly, you know, countering each other, doing what you could. But I think if we're going to continue to see this Winston matchup, then the highlight has to go to actually the Cassidy players. You know, we saw both Dragon and Seymour popping off massively for their teams across both those rounds. You know, again, the hero is in just such a good spot right now, especially when you're playing into these dive compositions. You know, the timing of your flashbang, things of that nature. There's so much you could really do with just Cassidy right now. And so to have, you know, power players in those positions, I think that's going to be a very important duel to highlight, regardless of what map we go to.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree. I think that Cassidy is, you know, if you're not going to play Maga, but you're going to keep everything else the same, you know, I think Cassidy is kind of the tipping point. Wow, some great shots there. But yeah, I agree that Cassidy is kind of the tipping point for these compositions that they're running. And I mean, they did run it really close there on City Center for Certified Bangers on that in that dive mirror, and you know, it kind of ended in a way that nobody really wants a map to end, let alone anything. A C9 is never good, right? But they proved that if they're gonna be in this dive mirror, they can compete. right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that if they want to continue to compete, that they force the dive mirror, and I feel like as far as that goes, I mean, Dorado is probably just the best place to do that right now.
Yeah, it's a very, you know, obviously we're not going to get to see like the full map pool or anything throughout this little tournament until you get to the end of it, but really, you know, this map pool is very brawl heavy, right? Dorado's going to be one of the few maps you can actually pivot to something like the Winston here. So, I mean, you got to take advantage of that while you have the chance if you're certified bangers, right? To go anywhere else would be, it'd be interesting to see, simply because it means that they're... Yeah, we just got confirmation we are going to Havana, of all places, so this should indicate that we're swapping off the Winston, right? This is probably reeking of Sigma, some sort of spawn hold involving either Mauga, Ramatra, or Rhine, whatever your fancy is in the Brawl spawn hold. But then again, after that, you just absolutely are going to be playing the Sigma for a majority of the map. Long sight lines enables your snipers, your Hanzos, your Widowmakers, not your Sojourns. Your Sojourn's gone. It's not in the pool. It's not happening. But yeah, so it will be interesting to see if these teams, you know, they actually switch it up, they show us more looks, or if we're about to see Certified Bangers try to force Winston on Havana, which would be interesting.
It would be. It would be interesting. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it's not really the worst thing you can run, I guess. But I do agree that the Sigma kind of just is where you want to go if you're on a map like Havana. And, you know, even if we had gone over to, like, Shambali, you know, the Ramatra, the Sigma, those would probably have been the picks. But I don't know. Like, even when they had a chance to run something different, they didn't, right? So I'm really interested. I'm interested because I would have thought Dorado was the no-brainer with how Certified Bangers played on Oasis. So this is going to be a really interesting map here for them. And, you know, obviously, you know, their backs are against the wall. This is elimination in the tournament, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and for some reason in my head, I was seeing Rialto. That's not Rialto. Yeah, Sigma is the move, guys. This just in on Havana, Sigma's probably the move.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, we can really highlight even further, right? Because, you know, there's so much of the Overwatch meta that revolves around the tank, and that's why you always hear us talk about the tanks, right? But again, you know, there are other heroes that have to be played around these Goliath tanks, right? For the DPS, we talk about it, the Hanzo, the Widowmaker, your snipers that are going to have super long range access to sort of do as they please. For your support role, right? We're seeing currently 2 different looks. I believe Certified Bangers in an attacker spawn room, so I'm not going to believe it until it walks out, which I don't believe it'll walk out. But for Lawbots, they're running what I expect. The Discord to help your snipers get that little bit of extra damage boost to maybe make sure that those connections become kills, as well as the Baptiste to sort of be that massive source of healing to provide everybody, including the Sigma, with the sustain needed to really, you know, take these fights for long extended periods of time, because that's what you have to do, right? It's pretty much a game of everybody just sort of waiting around, hiding behind cover, rotating cooldowns until a sniper on either side can make a pick.
All right, well, there's plenty of snipers to go around in this matchup at the moment, 4 on the field. So we'll see who's going to get this first one as we get into Havana. Not Rialto, everyone. It's not Rialto. SRF going to try and put some shots in, not finding anything. The card is just moving forward around this first corner here for Certified Bangers, trying to find something. Are these snipers? SB does not know where SRFC is at the moment, but, you know, Gavin does know where, or rather Dawes does. Is Jupiter's actually going to be the first one to find a pick here, but it's going to be an immediate trade here as SB does get the better of the Widowmaker duel. So it's 1-for-1 here as SB hops up to the high ground and gets immediately folded like an omelet by Jupiter. But right now, Certified Bangers are coming out on top of this fight. They have the numbers and probably the point here pretty soon if they're able to take down Dawes.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily a guarantee here, and you're seeing, you know, Aqua being able to heal up dolls right now is a massive factor and just keeping this defense alive right now, giving time for the snipers to get back, but Dragon already removed again.
Yeah, SV returns to the fight and takes down Dragon. Gravitic Flux is out from both Sigmas here. Dawes half HP. The Immortality Field saving the supports of Certified Bangers. 4.8 meters remaining for Certified Bangers to grab this point as Seymour pops two people and will grab this point. 4 minutes, 37 seconds on the clock for Certified Bangers.
Yeah, a nice little pick there from Dragon, but for that point A, I just really wasn't a fan of Dawes' positioning, right? You sort of gave up so much space to the offense that it was sort of inevitable that you saw SV and Seymour getting picks on these snipers. Sure, you were able to kind of trade them out consistently for a bit, but that consistency can only last you so long, and you know, that is a good way to start off point B, though. Removing Gavin from the fight, this should allow Lawbots to come in, sort of push really aggressively and hold all of this space, but they have to make sure that they can actually hold the space. They can't give it up again like they did on point A.
There you go. Gavin gonna return it to the fight here very, very soon. SV is still trying to find some kind of off angle, a little bit of damage to get the fight rolling, but Jupiter very low, not able to get out alive there. No Immortality Field, no Transcendence to save the Zenyatta's life as the Dragon Strike going to come out. More not to find our target there, pushes Lawbots back a little bit. Dawes on top of this bridge, nothing to keep the Sigma up. Immortality Field saves the lives of Certified Bangers, but you know, Lawbots not so lucky here.
Yeah, no. And so now they're stuck without their Sigma, and they're going to potentially get staggered out here. But, I mean, Lawbots are able to answer back with some picks, and now a Transcendence.
So they come into this fight with just about nothing. No shot, but they're going to take their shot. Certified Bangers answer right back with an even bigger shot. 3 dead already for Lawbots at the hands of the Gravitic Flux of Gavin. And this Widowmaker going to go down here. SRFC loses their life, and Certified Banger is going to get really close to capping here.
Yeah, it really depends on if they will have the resources to actually commit to this contest, right? The only one you know is going to be back guaranteed is going to be Dawes. But it seems like they're just willing to give this up because of the fact that Gavin's pushed forward here. So yeah, that's already point B going through. Still 4 minutes in the bank for Certified Bangers to complete this map, but yeah, it's just another case of Lawbots giving up space.
Wow, what a great accretion there from Gavin to take down Jupiter, and SV and Seymour are popping heads right now. Doing so great is this DPS duo at the moment, putting the damage out. Gavin cleans up Dawes, and the push continues for Certified Bangers.
Yeah, and now you're about to see a cheeky little grapple shot here, and you know, these are Widowmakers you do not want to underestimate, right? They can both definitely hit these shots, but yeah, it's just, again, you know, Lawbots, they have to be able to hold these spaces a little bit more confidently, and Seymour starting to fight out like that, that really is going to, again, put a damper on the confidence.
Yeah, I mean, right now, SV and Seymour absolutely frying at the moment, and Dragon able to take care of that grapple shot from SV, so the answer is going to have to come through now, and despite SRFC going down, Gavin falling means that Certified Bangers can no longer push, so they will disengage here.
Yeah, it's so important to have that Sigma alive, right? Being able to place the shield, not even just for yourself, right? But to help either defend your supports or help enable your snipers in the Widow duels, however it ends up, you know, coming into play. And I think that's one of the main differences you're seeing between these Sigmas.
Okay, so the Gravitic Flux came out from Gavin, but could not find a target. Able to stay in this fight, though, as 2 go down for Lawbots. The DPS of Certified Bangers still popping off left and right, and now they're going to enter the last stage of this push.
The final stage here, they're, you know, pretty much in desperation at this point. That's why you're seeing Dawes over to the Doomfist now, because they have to make sure they get a touch onto this cart, but an accretion will mean that Dawes can't do it.
Yeah, and the Dragon Strike comes out, but it's no good. The Immortality Field saves the lives of the people on the cart, and the hopes of Certified Bangers are still very, very alive in this series. 2 minutes on the clock on Havana is ridiculous, Megalas. That is an amazing offensive round for Certified Bangers.
Yeah, Havana is a map you do not see completed very often. So, I mean, just being able to complete it with any thing in the bank is massive, but to have 2 whole minutes to work with, it, it speaks to how well Certified Bangers played that. But again, I mean, Lawbots, for their defense, they really just sort of, you know, played it like they were like dealing with a high school bully. They let themselves get rolled over just a lot of the time. I mean, all of this free space for the snipers to work. It also helps that, Seymour and SV, they just absolutely were not missing. There's sometimes that there's just nothing you can do regardless of who you are when, DPS players are hitting shots like this. But again, it just sort of, you can't, give up this level of space and you just can't give it up over and over again and expect to have any sort of result. So Lawbots, they've got to find their backbone wherever it may be. Certified Bangers, I do want to highlight, are on a very interesting defense here. There's no Baptiste in sight. They're going to have a Kiriko to cleanse what exactly? I guess the Discord Orb? I'm not too sure. But then Lylum will be on the Life Weaver, and I'm just going to go ahead and say it. This is disrespectful. This is you saying that you're better and you can just play Life Weaver.
SRFC looking for a shot here, try and open this up like SV has done it so many times. Grapples up to the top of the gas station, trying to find something. A little bit of damage helps as Jupiter cleans up Gavin there. And now it'll be Lawbots taking this space themselves.
Yeah, and, this is exactly what you need, right? You need to build some momentum early because you need to, try to get this cart moving. Again, Havana is not a map you see capped all too often, but now Lawbots holding the space in a very good way. They're going to be able to sort of set up some pain points here for Certified Bangers to try to push through in this sniper duel.
Here we go, Certified Bangers ready to get back into this fight. Gavin very far up, all alone at the moment, but that'll be a big help, especially now that you're up 1 player. Make that 2. The DPS opens up this fight as Seymour continues to clean up, and Lylum just chilling, throwing out flowers. That's just how Life Weaver does it.
Yeah, that we got the Life Weaver POV for a fight where Hanzo was killing everybody, but, it happens sometimes. You got to see where your healing comes from. You got to give homage to your healers. I promise Rack Attack did not sneak into the control room. It is not a bias in that sort of respect. But yeah,
we love our Gardener POV.
Our Gardener POV sending out the flowers. Lawbots making a swap here off of the Hanzo Dragon now onto the Ash. So you're not going to have that consistent one-shot potential here, but you're going to have a lot more poke damage as well as the Dynamite to sort of cause a little bit of hesitancy from Certified Bangers to peak.
Does not lead it to any kills for SRFC. Corvidae Clucks now for Dawes. Not going to find a kill, but SRFC will. SV goes down in the Widow duel here for Certified Bangers, so Lawbots have some space to work with. They throw out the Dragon Strike from Certified Bangers as well as the Tree of Life, but those ultimates are all for naught as Seymour is dead and Gavin is very, very low, and Discord Orb. That Tree of Life and the Kitsune Rush doing everything in their damn power to keep this fight rolling for Certified Bangers, and Dawes is low and Dawes is dead. Restain on the streets of Havana, and somehow Certified Bangers are alive?
I mean, yeah, they traded 5 ultimates to stay in that fight, but yeah, they lived through what Lawbots was throwing at them here. They, even losing their DPS, now you're seeing more staggers come through SV, getting the cleanup onto both of Lawbots' DPS here. And again, it's creating a very interesting situation. Now dipping below a minute, Lawbots, they have to push in. They have their tranquility, to try to keep everybody, mainly Dawes on the Sigma, alive and sustained throughout the engagement here. But really, it's going to come down to, again, these DPS, they really need to have a pop-off moment here and, recertify that this won't be a DPS gap.
Ooh, a shot from SV means the Dragon is low and cannot take the space again. Now, both support ultimates out from Lawbots, and the pull has to come through to save Gavin's life there. And now both of those support ultimates are gone. SV, 10 HP in a dream, able to get away from Dawes somehow or another here. Discord Orb thrown on to Gavin there, but SRFC is already gone here. The head removed by Seymour, who has a Discord Orb on them, but is not going to go down because the movement just too shifty for Dawes at the moment. Eventually does go down. to the Sigma here as Dawes has the Gravitic Flux and is going to try and lock this fight up, but a pull there keeps Gavin in the fight. Avoids the Gravitic Flux, but does end up going down to SRFC's headshot, throwing out the Tree of Life here to keep this fight rolling for Certified Bangers. They did it once. We'll see if they can do it again. SV has to do something, or I guess Lylum can do something. Dragon is dead, and SV grapples up into the sky, finds some shots, but SRFC is able to get rid of the enemy Widowmaker this time. Certified Bangers on their last legs here as SRFC finds that pop-off moment that they so desperately needed on the side of Lawbots, and now it's just Staggers. Or as I say Staggers, the Kitsune Rush comes out to try and take down Dawes. They avoided death for the time being. Dragon returns, kills Ace8 here on the Tracer. The jump over the Accretion as Aqua goes down the rock into Gavin the Slim. There come the Gravitic Flux from Dawes, but SRFC gonna clean up on all of that damage, and they don't. My heart. They get the job done, guys.
If there had been a second C9, I think I would have probably just canceled BPL 6. Your first 2 maps of the entire season becoming C9s, that would not be a good look. But yeah,
Stop.
I mean, Lawbots, after a chaotic engagement, to say the least, keep their hopes alive here on Havana, but, you know, easier said than done as they continue to progress through the map here, because, again, it's going to be a very similar situation here, but they're actually choosing to swap things up a bit here. You're seeing Dawes actually stick to the Wrecking Ball here, potentially try to find some displacement onto these snipers or onto the back line. But really, it's going to leave your front line so vulnerable. As you see there, Dupider already missing from the fight from some good shots from Seymour.
Seymour returning to form here in this fight, has the Dragon Strike ready to go, knows where Dragon is at the moment, has that sonar arrow pulled out, tries to find the bank shots with the Storm Arrow, not quite able to do so. Life Grip comes out as Dawes is on this Wrecking Ball trying to find some kind of value, and now they're getting surrounded at the moment, Certified Bangers are, but right now, you know, SRFC is still locked in and absolutely dominant at the moment. The Immortality Field saves the Widowmaker's life. Now it's the Ant Matrix. Aqua takes down Seymour, and Certified Bangers, they have to back up.
Yeah, they have to back up. Like you said, Lawbots, they played that super well, just being able to sort of entrench themselves slowly but surely in being able to execute that pincer maneuver. Now with wall hacks up, those wall hacks are short-lived though, as SV is remembering who they are.
Yep, so SRFC is gone in this fight early. Kitsune Rush out from Jupiter to try and even the score, and Seymour is so damn low. Gonna go down to Dawes, but Dragon is the one who dealt most of that damage. The shots on the Jupiter are good from SV, and now Certified Bangers, they have their opportunity. Only 18 seconds left. What the hell can Lawbots do here?
I mean, it's going to come down to potentially a Kiriko touch, right? You lost your Wrecking Ball and your Tracer, so both of your secured touches. You know, everybody else is hiding behind walls. I don't think there's going to be a touch to come through here.
No, Dawes can't get there fast enough, and, you know, it's not a C9, despite what I can guarantee Seymour is going to say in chat. Just nobody to touch as Lawbots falter there on Havana, and, you know, I didn't expect it after what we saw on Oasis, but Certified Bangers, they were scary on that poke.
I mean, yeah, they're absolutely terrifying because, you know, Certified Bangers, it puts literally every single person on that team on their best heroes, right? We know Marlon is an amazing sniper. We know what these, you know, we know what these players can absolutely do, and, you know, it just shows how good they are as a team, right? To be able to sort of bounce back after an egregious C9 and just not even let it shake them at all. You know that they're having fun. They're probably just laughing. And that's one of the benefits to building a team that necessarily may not be the highest SR team, but where they have just, you know, the confidence behind them, and they just have that level of camaraderie that you don't necessarily need to build, you know, over the course of a season. Just having that off rip is super impactful, you know, for these early tournaments, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking good, right? Both of these teams are very, very competitive at the moment. You know, we did see a very, very close DPS duel on Oasis, and then the gap got a little bit bigger there on Havana. But that said, Lawbots woke up near the end, especially SRFC. I mean, dude was clicking heads left and right for a considerable amount of time during that attack. But Certified Bangers, they very clearly had a reason to go to Havana. It broke my expectations, broke most people's expectations, I assume. But now it's on to push, and you know, there's really no reason to tell y'all what the map pool is. It's the push maps. There's four of them now, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say there is a 4th push map.
Yeah, I mean, potentially we see Rudasapi, but I doubt it. Maybe for the content. I'd like to see Rudasapi for the content.
I'd like to see it for the content, but I mean, also to keep in mind, a Coliseo rework did come through. We removed the glass. It took us a while, but we got there. I'm sure there's somewhere in the world Coach Spillo is still just, you know, celebrating from that one. But yeah, so I mean, it really comes down to what these teams, you know, feel comfortable with, right? Lawbots, what do you necessarily want to pivot back to? Because, you know, we look back to map 1, they were on rush for like a little bit with the Ramatra, and then after that, they sort of just matched the dive, and I don't know if there's necessarily a place where you can, you know, reliably go to that dive. The one advantage of push maps, right, if you pick something like either Coliseo or Esperanza, you don't have to worry about, you know, that sniper duel coming into effect. It's just the sight ranges aren't necessarily there for it. So maybe you just kind of go there out of safety of not wanting to deal with whatever that was again, of just Certified Bangers being on all their comfort picks.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a really interesting one because we've seen, you know, some pretty big parity, right, between what these teams have been playing. We saw a lot of Sigma, obviously, on Havana because Havana is one of the maps where you play Sigma, but we also saw like a Ramatra composition come out from Lawbots there on Oasis. So, you know, that's definitely in the cards. Obviously, the Maga compositions are still in the cards as well, even though neither team has really shown that they want to bring that out. As we do know that our third map is going to be Esperanza, so nothing new here for map number 3 in this series. I will say, first match of the season, we got a C9 and a map 3. We're going the distance today, so that's pretty cool, I suppose.
Listen, I'm not saying these teams are lame or anything, but like like I understand you want to play for seeding, I get it, but like there's literally half of the push maps. Like 2 out of 4 you could have picked and been like, hey, we're doing something new, and you decided to go back to Esperanza. But I mean, to be fair, there were some overall push changes that a lot of people did not highlight in the patch notes, which is, you know, for both quick play and competitive queues, Pushbot now moves 10% faster when he's pushing that barrier. So, you know, maybe, you know, this could result in fights happening a little bit off tempo, throwing people off, right? Maybe instead of taking that fight at the first corner you'd expect on Esperanza, you might have to take it closer to where that checkpoint comes into play, or things of that nature. So it could be something to, you know, keep in the back of your mind here. It could just throw people off. They're so used to something with how push has been for so long, right, that it could throw them off and just be like, wait a second, I thought we were fighting here. What's happening? That little displacement could mean everything.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. I am thinking that we're going back to the Cassidy duel that we saw in Oasis. And I'm really excited about that. I'm not really sure what the tanks are going to roll out on, but Widowmaker, you know, she's all right, I guess, if your aim is really good, which these Widowmakers very clearly have good aim. But the close, tight corners of Esperanza, and how, you know, especially in the middle with that big, the big clock tower, Cassidy is just the better option for the most part. So I'm really excited to see these two Cassidy players go back at it. I'm interested if Certified Bangers, you know, the Winston's not terrible. You know, it's not the worst pick in the world. There's a little bit of high ground to play around and try and control for that Winston. And then on the other side, the Ramatra. I kind of expect that to be where we see... Say the name, Tyler. Damn. I
Yeah.
forgot.
But yeah, I mean, Winston, it's probably what
Lawbots.
I'm expecting from both of these squads here. Just sort of having that, you know, it's Winston. Nobody's going to object to it or anything like that. The Pharah could be an interesting pick to come through as well. From the DPS lines, I'm expecting either Tracer or Pharah for that second DPS slot. And, I think that's something as well that we've kind of noticed with, these projectile characters, Genji, Pharah, slowly working themselves back into the meta, right? It's sort of forcing DPS players to really show their flexibility, right? Because there was a long-standing tradition that your hit scan player would be the one that learned Tracer and things like that. But lately, there's been quite a bit of a swap, right? Where now it's your projectile DPS having to make sure they have Tracer in their arsenal, while they can still flip to everything else. It's just absolutely, adds another level to the gameplay. But, we have just this amazing match here before us. Some interesting swaps. Lawbots going back to their lineup for Oasis. They have PJ back in as well as Nox here making those subs. So, it could just be comfort characters, flexing everybody, seeing what does work, what doesn't across these maps. But yeah, now that we're back on Esperanza, Lawbots in their spawn room, currently hovering the Wrecking Ball look. Dawes has kind of been leaning towards this one, as we've seen over the course of the series. Whenever they think they can make it work, they go for it. Meanwhile, Certified Bangers, they have become shameless. They've decided that they would like to win. They're going to play the meta. They're going to play in a very egregious way here, in my humble opinion, which
This is
is...
going to be a nightmare for Dawes.
Yeah, this is a counterpick to Dawes, right? It's a Malga as well as the Sombra going to be lying in wait in the backline. The second Dawes thinks it's safe to slam onto Asaid on this Baptiste, it's going to be a rude awakening of a hack and, too many guns, to say the least.
Hack, flashbang, 2 miniguns. We'll throw that one in there. This is going to be a nightmare for Dawes. So as we get in here, the dive going to try and come through as PJ tries to follow up on the damage that Dawes is doing. So much damage onto Seymour. Does end up going down here. Dawes still in this backline, though very, very low at the moment. Has to grab the mega health back. I'm not really sure where. Over in the middle, I suppose. Now slamming back in. The Sombra is going to come out of Invis. Has to throw their translocator away as PJ takes over the fight here. 2 for the Tracer, and Certified Bangers, they got the first 30 meters here, but it'll be Lawbots that wins the first fight after.
Yeah, and, 30 meters, I think, again, just highlighting those push changes that were pretty much gained off of a guaranteed lost fight, because Certified Bangers, I mean, they lost their Cassidy super early on in that one. So now there's going to be a nice little re-engage here for them, right? Their Malga was the last thing to die. Having that charge out of spawn, being able to get back into the fight is always nice here, but I think it's going to be important to see where Agua chooses to put this cleanse, right? Especially when you have to worry about the hack and the flashbang onto Dawes. It really comes down to its decision-making from the Kiriko that's going to probably make this matchup work.
Finn is taking a hell of a lot of damage at the moment in the front line. Able to stay alive with the help of the cardiac overdrive, but SD not going to be so lucky here as Dragon takes down the Sombra. Now the speed walking Cassidy goes in here one more time. 2 for Dragon. Lylum does end up taking down the enemy Cassidy here, but the damage has already been done by the last. The cage fight gonna come out from Gavin, followed up by the minefield. They're gonna try and break this this cage fight, and it will go away just naturally. No breakage necessary as Gavin throws out an ultimate that is misguided. Was misguided.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to turn fight. You think cage fight is this crazy powerful thing, right? Where you can just sort of 1v5. Sometimes it can be, but just that wasn't one of those situations, especially when Dawes, not necessarily a perfect counter, right? But dropping the minefields inside of the cage, right? Forcing the Malga to sort of play a very specific way. It's an interesting take here, as you're seeing the Malga surge out with the help of this amplification maker.
Okay, yeah, they run out and are able to trade Lylum, though, as PJ with some excellent tracking on this Tracer right now, able to get the kick on to Lylum. So much damage is being done by Lawbots. The Pulse Bomb comes out onto Gavin, who I believe popped the cardiac overdrive there to stay alive in the fight, or just got healed, I suppose, by Acid. Slam comes through, not quite for Dawes. Slams on top of the bridge, unfortunately. EMP comes out, it only hits Noct, who just walks around the corner. As Dragon and Dawes put out a significant amount of damage, and this is going to win the fight for him. The unfortunate EMP by SB won the fight for Lawbots.
Yeah, and you know, this dive, it's working out, right? Like Lawbots, they haven't really been able to be, you know, focused down in the way the certified bangers would want to, so now they're having to make some swaps. You're seeing over to, you know, pretty much a dive of their own back over to that standard Winston composition. And, you know, this sort of speaks to just how well Lawbots they've been being able to sort of mitigate and run away from this damage that's been coming out, right? These hacks haven't been finding value, things of that nature. So now, certified bangers, they have to get back in here.
Right, the Kitsune Rush is out from Lawbots. A lot of damage being done onto them. The trade of the Cassidys is good for certified bangers, but as I say that, the trades go through for the tanks as well. Dawes and Gavin fall here as now this is a very scrappy fight here. You see that PJ's trying to find Ace 8 and does end up tracking down that Kiriko and not able to throw those Cheerios out across the map, take down SB, and finally they're going to continue their push. Well, once Gavin dies here one more time.
Yeah, and this is going to be more and more push here that you're seeing gained for Lawbots, which is going to have to try to be answered back by certified bangers, you know, and that's not necessarily a guarantee by any stretch of the imagination here. And again, just, you know, more and more, like, look at how fast this push bot's going. You're probably going to see them tick up to at least, like, 95 meters here, potentially, before there's a re-engage, potentially even 100 just for free.
Here we go. The dive going to come through from Gavin on it to the back line of Lawbots. The Deadeye from Dragon going to push Gavin away. Pulse Bomb out. Dragon able to roll away from it, however, and Seymour is actually going to be the one that opens the door of this fight. A good two-piece for the Cassidy here as Gavin tries to find something with the Primal Rage, but hey, it's all Seymour in the kill feed. Lilam throws their name in the hat, but certified bangers, they've got a big hill to climb here, down by 70 meters.
Yeah, they've got to be able to secure their checkpoint and things of that nature. Heading into this next fight, they have some decent tools to work with, right? They have the sound barrier to match Knocked on the other side. They have an advantage in the Kitsune Rush department, so if they can activate this early, find a quick pick, then they should be able to get some momentum going to help them get the first checkpoint.
Here we go, Minefield out from Dawes to engage on the fight, and Seymour's alone, but able to take down Knocked here early in the fight, and Seymour cut off from the rest of the team by the Minefield is going to be happy with that trade. They don't have their Lucio, they don't have their speed, and now they're very, very soon not going to have much of a chance in this fight. PJ goes down eventually as the bot is being taken for a trip by Knocked and Dawes.
Yeah, and you sort of just, you know, do this if you're Knocked and Dawes because you know you should be able to get out of this one. That being said, Knocked does end up giving their life here, so unless there's a heroic recontest from Lawbot, this is going to be the checkpoint going over to certified bangers here, and they didn't have to invest all too much for it. They get to hang on to a lot of their tools, building up towards the rest of their ultimates here, besides that Kitsune Rush, which ended up being used, but this Deadeye from Seymour, they're trying to find something.
Right. Here we go. Seymour not going to find a target with the Deadeye here as certified bangers will move past the checkpoint. They're going to get into plus territory there on that side as Lawbots will come and grab the bot. Dawes is very low. Seymour able to clean up all that damage onto the Wrecking Ball. And PJ, unfortunately, that's a wall. You can't blink through those. I've tried many, many times. Just can't do it. And now certified bangers are going to roll into the second half of their push.
Yeah, and they've had an absolute momentum flip here, right? And now Lawbots, they're really going to be the ones sort of trying to find a stop to everything you're seeing. Lawbots, they have every ultimate to work with here. They're going to start out with the Deadeye here. Dragon using that increased movement speed to run forward.
Ooh. And Seymour is able to slide away with that combat roll, and Seymour doing the damage, able to take it down. Dragon with the help of the rest of the team. The minefields come out, but the bubble is going to break most of them there. Now SB in this backline with Seymour having gone down has to be the one that deals all the damage. And Ace8 and SB are trying to go ham right now, and looks like they will. They'll get that job done, and they're going to get very, very close to this lead here.
They should actually even be able to secure the lead here, unless, again, there's another hero touch, which could be a massive flip. Lawbots now having to give up the Wrecking Ball Goat. Dragon gets a nice little pick onto SV here, and yeah, that hero touch will come through.
The touch came through, but so does the Kitsune Rush, and there's just not much that you're going to be able to do in the face of that Kitsune Rush. You see Dawes tries to get the touch, but, you know, at 99, 98 meters here, the lead going to belong to Certified Bangers here. And now they are pushing this bot around the last corner, Megalabs.
Yeah, and that's the gamble of the hero touch, right? If you're able to hold on to the lead, that's great, but now you're giving up way more meterage than you ever would have. That you're going to have to try to answer back on your own side of the map after several fights. Dragon on the Widowmaker now, just trying to hold stuff in the spawn. Able to get a pick onto the Tracer. Let's see if they can get more.
Yeah, gets the trade there onto SV after having lost PJ. The shots are continuing to come through as Dragon finds the shots and the value that the Widowmaker is trying to get looking out of spawn, as you see Gavin trying to find something here, but the damage has been done by Lawbots, and they'll take their robot back across the middle.
Yeah, but Certified Bangers, everybody should get forward spawns here. They're going to be heading into an overtime situation where Lawbots, they have to find a solid answer back. The advantage they have is in the ult economy. They have their Primal Race, their Pulse Bomb, and their Kitsune Rush locked and loaded. Meanwhile, Certified Bangers, they're close to both the Sound Barrier and the Deadeye, but they're not online just yet here. So this first fight should go to Lawbots here, but they have to actually press their advantage and get something going.
All right, here we go. Certified.
Oh, they know he's stuck.
They're trying to jump onto Dragon, and they'll get that job done. Dragon going down here early is not going to be a good sign, and Noct follows in turn. They're going to get across the checkpoint here, and the Pulse Bomb onto PJ, or from PJ rather, is going to be good. The Deadeye from Seymour not going to find a pick. Only finds the bubble. They're going to get up to their barrier, but the trades continue to come through as SV wakes up and says, "Hey, I'm here!" Take over the map, and SV good for 3 now. It is up to the hero plays of Dawes and Dragon and Noct to continue this fight, and they have a chance. They're only down 20 meters here. Dawes is all alone right now. It looks like very low. Gets the Sound Barrier from Noct, but it's just too much damage. They get the cleanse onto Dawes to keep the Winston alive here, but they can't do it forever. And with Ace throwing out this Kitsune Rush, it's gonna be a hell of a rough time for Lawbots to take any space here, to get any kills, and the win is going to belong to Certified Bangers. The first match goes to them here in BPL 6.
Yeah, it goes to them in a pretty resounding fashion here, a little bit of slow adaptation from Lawbots, as well as just some solid play, sticking to their guns, knowing what works for them. Just absolutely a great display here from Certified Bangers. Obviously you're seeing in the play of the game here, highlighting Seymour on this Cassidy, but really every single member of this squad, they managed to step up exactly how they needed to. So, my hat's off to them. Good win here to continue on in the B League bracket. And Lawbots, you're sent spiraling for this tournament. But, you have the whole regular season ahead of you now. You've learned some stuff. Let's see what you can cook.
And, we were given a stat before this series started that Certified Bangers, as far as average SR goes, they have the lowest in the B League. So, hey, proving that... Hey, SR doesn't matter. We're just better. We're just better here. You can have the higher number, but we'll have the win in our books. And hey, they're moving on to the quarterfinals now. And they looked really, really good on what they wanted to do. That Sigma, with the Sigma Poke composition there on Havana. And then the Winston comp, it was very, very close on Oasis. They lost off of Tragedy, we'll call it. And they came back on Esperanza swinging. Right, they weren't gonna let their comfort picks go just like that. They weren't gonna let that same mistake happen again. It was a great series by both these teams, right? Both these teams fought hard. They wanted to stay in this tournament, which at the end of the day, like we said, it's nothing but pride and placement in groups, I struggle to even call it seeding, because it's like every team from every group is going to play each other, right? But it's just a separation to try and figure out what the groups are going to be as we get into the season, right? And so you might expect the teams to come in and not quite take it seriously, but that's just not how we roll here, right? I mean, both of these teams came in and they fought hard, and they're going to be taking on Kaleidoscope in the second round of this tournament. And, they're looking good right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking solid. It's just going to be, more and more action here throughout the weekend. Because again, obviously, like we said, not the highest stakes in the world, but you don't want to be able to say, yeah, we won the first tournament. It feels good. It's that nice little extra chip on your shoulder heading into the regular season, knowing that you can battle with the best of the best here. And, again, certified bangers, sure, on paper, they might not have the firepower that you're looking for, but having that early camaraderie, that friendship, that, being able to just rely and trust in each other because you already have that synergy built up as a friend squad. I mean, it's absolutely invaluable here, especially in tournaments where not everybody has the crazy amount of practice time yet. People are still getting used to each other on these other squads. It's whole new quantities. Meanwhile, these guys, they just sort of walked in. They all knew each other. They said, all right, let's get down to business.
Yeah, and that's kind of a risk you got to run in a draft league, right? You don't always get the people that you want. And that's not to say, that's nothing bad. There's nothing bad about not getting the people you want, because everybody here is a good player in their own right. But hey, if you're comfortable with someone, that's only going to be a help piece, right? So yeah, certified bangers. They're going to take our first series here in the BPL Kickoff tournament. First series of the season here. It was a great one. 3-map banger. We got a C9 map 1. 3 maps. Hey, you couldn't ask for a more eventful first match to a season, but that will do it for us here in this one. Coming up, we do have a behind the scenes type dealie. I'm not sure what it will entail, but I know it'll be interesting, so stick around for that. And then after that, we got 3 more matches here on the A stream, so a long night ahead of us rather. It's going to be a fun one, Megalass. You got anything to say before we go?
No, just make sure you stick around for the pre-show. More BPL action as per usual. And yeah, thumbs up. BPL 6.
Yeah, great first match. Hopefully leading to a great season. So thank you all for watching. And hey, we'll see y'all in a little while.
Let's go. Let's move side to side. Let's go. Let's go. Let's move side to side. Let's go. Let's go. Let's move side to side. Let's go. Let's go. Let's move side to side. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
Hello and welcome to the first episode of the Backstage Pass. It's the return of our pre-show, and I guess because we had some wonky scheduling with the teams here for this kickoff tournament, I guess it's now evolved into a mid-show. And yeah, so like it's a quite good label for us, I would say. But yeah, I'm joined here. My name's Remy, of course. I'm joined here by Spookey, returning as always for the pre-show here. So nothing new on that front. We'd also probably be joined by Bowsy today. He's going to be more of a returning guest this time around, or more of a permanent host, but he's unavailable today. Same with Nox. So it's just us two today to talk you through, I guess, this first episode of the season. Spooky, how you doing?
I mean, it's going good. You got a first banger of the match just before this, and I'm ready for BPL 6.
Yeah, and I guess, it's the first episode, which means usually we yap a lot about the drafts that just happened, maybe looking ahead at the season a little bit, looking at some of the teams. But since we just had a game, a kickoff game of the season, I guess let's do a little bit of a recap here. I believe we have some replays loaded up here from the match. And Spooky, this was our first game, B-League, between Certified Bangers and who was it, the Lawbots, the DOS team in B-League. Talk me through this one. Was it a good opening game?
Yeah, I think it was a banger game. First, it was all Lawbots winning the first map, and it was a DPS show. It was a Seymour versus Dragon map 1 cast battle, and it delivered. I feel like the tanks, you had the mismatchups throughout the whole match. You had this Winston Junker Queen, and then you had some other tanks later on. We'll see that. But I feel like the biggest thing is the team comps and then the DPS. I feel like the DPS was super strong on both teams, and they were literally the highlight of this game.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of use this match because in BPL fashion we have a big tournament right after a big patch comes out, so I kind of wanted to use this game as like a litmus test for what's good in the meta right now. I mean, might be because we have Seymour on one side of the match, but a lot of Cassidy.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Cassidy and a lot of Widowmaker. I feel like this Widowmaker map, this Widowmaker duel is also crazy. You're going to see some crazy shots in this replay. But I really want to look at Sig. I feel like Sig's, because you're going to see a lot more Sig coming into this meta and not a lot of Monkey, but you see a lot of Monkey being played. Malga might be good, but we didn't see that later on. But these Widow shots, I mean, you just keep looking at them. This duel is going to be crazy. This is probably going to be all the highlights.
Always nice seeing Marlon on Widowmaker, but yeah, again, like, wanted to look at the meta, and then we have Favana, which kind of has a life of its own, much like Circuit Royale or Junkertown, very sniper-heavy map. Of course, great teams to have on those maps, but yeah, and as you said, a lot of Sigma. I believe that's more because like both these tanks not really that big into playing Morga. I think Morga will still probably be pretty good right now because not received any nerfs in this patch, but yeah, map 2 went to Certified Banger, and I guess that was the beginning of the reverse sweep for them.
Yeah, and then you see the Morga play, and then the Morga actually didn't turn out really well. But the Morga was staying alive like crazy, but then Certified Bangers really didn't have any of the damage that the Lawbots put in on their other team's DPS. I feel like they were getting picked, eliminated the Morga so easily, so that forced them to go to the Monkey. And then the Monkey forced the ball to go to the Monkey, and then you had the Monkey duel at the end of the game, and it just looked like Certified Bangers looked so much better on this comp compared to map 1.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, yeah, if I'm just gonna say, like, if this is anything to go by, it looks like Cassidy is like really strong in this meta, especially now with other heroes like Sojourn. Like the Sojourn change to me looks like a nerf overall. I feel like a lot of players have been sharing that sentiment, so it just looks like more Cassidy on the menu. And hey, if you're certified bangers, you just drafted like a guy who's been playing nothing but Cass for like the last 8 months. Been crying about balance non-stop, and like now I guess we're finally in a meta. I mean, even before that, even before this patch, like Cassidy was already played a lot, but it seems like now almost like a staple in every comp, you could say. So yeah, looking good for a team like that. And I mean, my question to you, Spooky, would be: did we just see maybe the potential B League champion with certified bangers? Maybe even 2 of the top teams? Because I mean, Lawbots also look really good.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you that the first match of BPL 6 was a certified banger. All right, you heard it here first, folks.
Good one.
But you know, there's gonna be a lot of tough teams up there, and I think there's many more to come.
Yeah, and that's a good segue here, because we do have a lot of games left to play out even today. So I guess maybe if Solomon's got that ready, we could look at the schedule, because this isn't a post show, it's a mid show. That means we still have a bunch of games to go after this. I believe following us will be Second City Suns versus Corvidae, another B League match, maybe another B League banger, we'll see. We'll have a little bit to say about that in a bit. We also have some more A League action after that. I believe the Drunken Clucks will take the field for the first time against the Fire Guardians. Yeah, there you go. And then closing it out at around 10 EST will be Sayonara, one of the other A League teams. Actually, one of the A League teams that won our branding vote became top 4, which means that they got a first round bye. They're going to be facing whoever, I believe,
the winner of Drunken Clucks.
Of that match? Okay. Yep. So we'll see one of these 2 teams twice today. So if you're a fan of the Drunken Clucks or Fire Guardians, good day for you, because you can potentially see both of these teams for 2 times today. What are the actually? Okay, we can actually look at some of the other streams, because we actually have 3 streams tonight. Holy crap! It really is BPL season right here. So BPL_2, that's our B stream. Has some B League action here to start with the Bomb Pop Ballers versus Fly Out West, the Poofer team. I still think that Toro should be flying west instead of east to really fit the name. Then we also have some A League action with Snake Eyes versus Sleepy Kittens, and then the Shimada Society versus Grass Blossoms to close it out. We also have a C League stream, although I guess we have to give some parental advisory for that one. It's the Paracelsus couch stream. I believe, Spooky, you're going to be on that as well later.
I will be on it. The C League Union will be on it.
No promises for what's going to happen on that one, but it's basically our C League co-stream today, starting off with Paris team. This is McCat versus Beak Check, Apollo versus Watercoo, and then closing it out, the Cashbots versus the... How do you even name this team? The 9X?
It's a Jace team. The 9IX.
The 9IX, the Jace C League team. Okay. Well, I guess another question would be, what are these teams even playing for here? Is this a regular season? No, it's actually our kickoff tournament. So not quite yet playing for that end of season big championship, but we do this kind of kickoff tournament since last season. It's a kind of a cool way to get to know these teams, get to see them in action. Also a good way for these teams to kind of test their mettle and see how good they do. I guess the big thing they're playing for here, besides of course Solomon GG accolades, which
very
people are always very important to a lot of people in this community if you ask around, but also important for us as the league, because we use it for the group seeding.
Yep.
Right?
Every group, there will be 2 groups of 6, and they will be divided by this tournament, so the top 2 teams won't be in the same group, make sure. And then usually the top team that just played in the semifinals against that team won't be in the same group, so we'll have different matchups throughout the year.
Yeah, and it's single elim, we should say. So Lawbots, who we just saw, get reverse swept by certified bangers. That's the end of the weekend for them. But we do have a break week after this because of calling all heroes. So they're gonna have ample time to recoup and just do scrims, get to learn the new patch. Because I mean, like I said, it's still a very brand new patch. Just came out like less than 24 hours ago. So teams are still kind of trying to find some good comps to play. Still kind of trying to figure out what's good into what, on which map. So yeah, still plenty of time to find it out. But again, for us as the viewers, it should just be a good way to like get to know these teams. And speaking of, how are these teams formed? Well, through a draft, as always in BPL. Spookey, what did you think of the drafts this time around? Do you think captains? Do you think the drafting meta has evolved in a significant way? Do you think? Because like I would say, like last couple of events, especially season 5, there were some outliers in both regards, like both positive and negative. I would say. How would you rate it this time as a captain yourself? Do you think we got a good field of teams here, or what's your takeaway from these free drafts we had for A, B, and C League?
Yeah, I think the draft is very similar every single year. I think the drafting strategy hasn't really changed, but it's always been good. I feel like there's always teams that are like, I just want to play for friends, or then to use high SR, I click bid, right? It's always different between everyone. But obviously, you got a good span of teams. You got some teams that are going to compete. They're going to be close. And you got some teams that are going to be mid. And they're going to be mid. And then you got some teams that are going to be like, oh, I'm going to have fun. And that's okay, right? That's what BPL is all about. So you're going to get these range of teams that are just, all right, that looks good. And then sometimes that doesn't look good. But that's going to be all right. But do you have any teams first, Jimmy, that you want to look through, or you want me to go first?
I mean, yeah, as we're looking at the A-League auction here, I think this one was probably the most interesting out of the three, because as you just said, there was like a lot of different philosophies. There were like some teams that were straight up just like trying to like get some of their friends on their team, like trying to rebuild maybe some old lost teams from other tournaments, like bring those cores back together. And then we also had like some new captains, maybe with Squarebed here from the Sleepy Kittens, who were new to BPL and were just kind of like trying to like build solid rosters with like high SR players. So it's definitely an interesting mix. I guess if you would ask me like which teams I would like look out for here, one team I particularly like here is Conjured on the bottom left here, which is the one of the Tegu Org teams, led by Shoreline Pie this time around. Yeah, you can see right there. I really like this team because I really like this core that they have with Shoreline Pie, Silvertals, and iToasty Toast. 3 people who are good friends together. Of course, iToasty Toast, our Season 5 B-League MVP, was definitely one of the best players we had in B-League last year. I mean, the best player in B-League we had last season, but also just one of the best tank players we had in BPL. Looking to make a splash in A-League this time around. And of course, the storyline with this team, or especially with Shoreline Pie, the captain, is that he's still trying to look for a ring. I mean, he said that during our last 2 weekend tournaments, like the thing he always said is like, I really want to get that ring. And I don't know about you, Spooky, but I feel like this team has a good chance at that.
Yeah, I mean, I had to take a dig from the first. You know, Shoreline Pod, you teamed up with Teku. I don't think you're going to get your ring. You know, that guy's cursed. But also, you drafted a really good team. I feel like I really like the iToasty Toast late, and I really like the Rafa 1K. The Rafa 1K actually might go really well for them with their support. I mean, it looks like their second support, right? He's going to be a great main support for 1K.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's just going to be the permanent support line. I want to say one of these other players who is listed as a different role can also play support, so we'll see how that goes. Spooky, is there an A-League team that you would like to talk about, or that you find interesting?
There is an A-League team that we both want to talk about, and I think it's one of the best storylines possible, and I think it's Reborn Racers Revenge. I think this is the best story, one of the better storylines going into BPL, with this being their, I think, 4th iteration, but their 3rd Solomon GG iteration. This core of Pengolex, Try, Choi is something.
It's basically everyone minus Chicken and LCS has played together before in a lot of the recent events we had, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some might say this is a pre-made, but they did spend their money on the players they wanted, and they got them, right? It is a draft, but it's also you pick the players you want, and did they overpay? You know, maybe, but they got 200k out of both DPS they want, right? So
yeah,
I think Go.
I do think that like last time we did a pre-show on I think it was one of the Rumble teams, and Chicken was on that team, and they also went for like really a lot of money, and I just said like, hey, if that's the DPS line you're gonna get, I think that's you can spend as much as you want. I think that's worth it. So I think 400 out of the budget for a Pangolex Chicken DPS line, I think that's absolutely worth it. And yeah, as you said, a lot of people do rate them as one of the best teams, and I think this is definitely one of the title contenders.
Yeah. Do you have another A-League team?
I don't. Do you? I mean, well, again, like, it's just one pre-show. I think recapping all 34 teams, even though I feel like people would want us to like just talk about their favorite team. It would probably be a little bit too much, but you know, it's a long season. We'll get through it, and we'll make sure to give every team their due at some point. But for now, let's move on to just a day later. Last Sunday, we had the B League auction. Another very interesting draft for its own reasons. Maybe we can take a look at it, and you might see why in just a second. Because you know, one of the teams I would really like to talk about is. Actually, can I talk? No, I'll talk about them later when we talk about our next game. But you know, one of the big reasons I found this draft so interesting is because we had some role shortages here. You know, like A League, of course, you go into it with the entire player pool still available, going at it. B League, I feel like the meta kind of evolved into oh god, there's not a lot of like really good supports left. We really need to get a good support player, and it led to situations like if you look at the Second City Suns roster there with Trisky going for almost 300k. I mean, Trisky's a good player. I enjoyed playing with them on Rocky Way, but it's not been. It hasn't happened a lot that we see the highest paid player in a draft be a flex support. What did you think of this draft overall, Spooky?
Yeah, I mean, I do think there is a lack of tanks, but you know, that's how it is with BPL. But I mean, you had a lot of teams actually draft lower SR players in this draft compared to some other seasons, especially with like teams like Brozone or teams like Popsicle Stick had a little bit lower SRs with Emmy. But like, I feel like these teams wanted to draft people that they knew and they were comfortable with playing, and they just wanted to keep going, right? I think a team that didn't do that was Kaleidoscope with Paracelsus' team. If you want to go into that, I'm totally down.
Yep.
I think this team of Tannic Beast Swifters with the Gurgler assuming to be their tank for very much of a steal, and I think they're going to do very much good in this meta with the Sigma. And if they play Mauga, then so be it. The para team.
Yeah, I wonder what was up with that. Why did no one bid on Gurgler? Was that just like
DPS player?
I guess it's because he said that he hasn't really played the game in a while. But I mean, it's like riding a bike. You don't forget how to learn how to play Overwatch, right?
They also have another tank of Kaido, which could also fill in.
Yeah.
And I think this DPS line is gonna see some people. Like this is gonna be great.
Yeah, it's an interesting draft from Para, because usually like Para has some like sleeper picks that no one really thinks about to get, whereas like I feel like this roster here, especially out of like the three teams from Paracelsus and Luca, this event seems like the most safest, because you have like a lot of these like established names. Probably didn't expect to get Gurgler for only 3k, which opened up a lot of options for maybe some more well-known and more sought-after players. But yeah, I agree with you. I think overall this team is looking very stacked and very solid. Haven't heard much like scrim-wise from them particularly, but I don't know. I would like safely put them at the top when it comes to like power rankings.
Yeah.
I guess another team that I personally would like to talk about here is we just saw them in action with just the certified bangers, the Joshin team. Always nice to see Joshin return to captain in a BPL season. We already glazed them up kind of, but I do really like this DPS duo that we have with Seymour and Marlon. I mean, much like with the Chicken and Pangolex DPS line on Reborn Races, I feel like that's another one where, hey, if you can get those two players, I feel like you're almost set for the rest of the draft. And hey, I mean, Joshin is also there. He can play Farah if he's there. I wonder if like the Lylum pickup happened because of that, because then you can play a lot of farm Mercy. Lylum, of course, known to be also a really good Mercy player. I feel like, yeah, that's a solid already front line. And then of course you have Gavin, who is very flexible, can play all 3 roles if necessary, if I remember correctly, but is probably going to be stuck on tank duty. And I mean, today, if that performance was anything to go by, then I think they're also really set there. And then of course we have that backline, like I just said, with Lydon. We have Stormzai, who I believe is currently in Asia, so they weren't there today, but they should return for the regular season. And then we also have, of course, our Season 5 C-League MVP, Ace8, who made the promotion to B-League. So I guess the path to pro in BPL is working as intended. Yeah, Ace8. Yeah, Ace8, of course, last season, just a fantastic flex support player, and yeah, I can't wait to see what they can do on this team right here.
Yeah, I mean, we just seen this Seymour cast is gonna go crazy. But
yeah,
you know what team is gonna go crazy? I think Brozone is gonna be a team that's gonna be crazy. I think this Illuminous. Where's Nacho Man? I don't know. Mahir, McMean.
Yeah, I guess they replaced Nacho Man with Alvin. I don't know what happened there.
I don't know what happened. But this team is gonna go crazy. And I'm so happy this team exists. You don't understand. I think this team is gonna be so funny. And I don't know how many games they're gonna win. Let's be honest. But this team's gonna be so fun.
At least one, maybe.
I hope. Let's shoot for one. Let's shoot for one.
Okay. I think even more. Like you said, we just talked about it, like different philosophies in these drafts. Like some people just pick up like whoever's highest on the list, and then there's teams like Illuminous here who just like wants to pick up the bros, like you could say, or the friends. And yeah, I think this team's gonna have a lot of fun. I don't think there's any chance of this team tilting in comms or whatever. I think they're just gonna roll out on silly stuff. Yeah, I can't wait to see them in action. I think this is gonna be a good team. One more team I do want to talk about real quick before we move on to C-League though, is Oro. For I guess one reason in particular, it's because Teku is in B-League. Wow, can you believe it?
Nope.
Yeah, we actually. I think Teku was fighting himself to be in B-League. It's not even like a like we egoed him down there. Like he specifically wanted to go to B-League just because the level of competition, especially in the tank role, has changed so much that it kind of makes a lot of sense to have him be in B-League, and he wants to take on this challenge to build a team for that skill level. And if you look at this draft, it's almost like a reunion of like old teammates, old cores that he built in previous events. I mean, of course, you have that Nox core here with Osiren, and I believe, if I remember correctly, I think Grandfather was on that team as well. We have Whispers, not the Nox Whispers, I should add. It's a different Whispers this time. Someone who's relatively new to BPL has joined during Snowdown. I played with them in Kitsune League Season 2. Really, really, really cool flex support player, amazing teammate. I can't wait to see what he can do in B-League here. Yeah, and then of course you have that DPS line with Osiren, Parody. I guess Twist can also play DPS, but is also known to be a support player if needed. They have a very, very flexible roster. I guess the only really like solid component here is Teku and Whispers with tank and support, and everyone else can kind of just like play whatever they need to. Yeah, I'm very interested to see what this team will do. What do you think about them, Teku? Spookey.
Yeah, I'm basically Mini Teku here, you know. MTV them once, then that's all you're known for.
This is usually your Orcs team, but this time around you're going solo.
No, it's only odd DPLs. You should know the lore. Okay, no. Okay. But I think the storyline here is Teku being the only tank on this team. He has drafted so many teams that he wasn't the only tank, and this is his time to shine. This is the B-League season of Tekujin. He has to show why he's the GOAT of B-League. But still, I think this is his chance to prove, because if he does not well, then I can't tell you what happened, you know? But I think this is a chance to show everyone that he could still hang with some people.
So do you think that anything but MVP would be a disappointment for him?
No, I don't think MVP.
Or at least tank role star.
Who even knows that? Just win. Be top 4 in the league.
Just win, lol.
Yeah, just to win, lol. Yeah.
Alright, well, yeah, very excited to see what Teku will do in B-League. And then, of course, on the previous Monday we had our C League auction, which again was very, very interesting because the player pool has, I feel like, changed in very surprising ways. I feel like a lot of these captains went into this draft with like very, very different plans than what they actually ended up with. Especially in some of the roles like tank and support again, just because there wasn't as much talent there left, and you really had to go for these picks early. Of course, this time around we had 10 teams instead of 8 usually for A League, for C League. That's how many signups and captains we had this time around. Yeah, Spookey, you were a part of this draft. Of course, you built your own team there, the Reinhardt Rally. I really like that branding, by the way. It's probably one of my favorite 10-week brandings I've ever seen. You know what? Talk me through your own team a little bit here, because you actually you spent your entire budget, which doesn't happen a lot, but was this a team that you were hoping for going into the draft, or was this just like a lot of improvisation?
Surprisingly, yes. I actually had planned to draft a lot of these players. I planned, at least my starting lineup looks perfect. I think there was a lot of tanks in the draft where they actually would go really high, and then there's a lot of tanks. So later on, you got to pick up tanks off roll, and that's what you just have to do in BPL, right? Unlucky. But some other teams, I feel like there's a lot of tanks in this pool, and something like 9IX. They got M out of tank really late. They were a 3600 Masters tank, and they were like the last pick for that team because there were so many tanks, and that's a huge pickup at the end that they actually did so well in drafting there that they had a huge pickup at the end of the draft because everyone else had their tanks.
Yeah, I guess that maybe that was like the strategy that Jace went into the draft with. I actually don't know, but yeah, like you said, like we actually had so many tanks left over. I actually feel really bad because like I believe we even had some Masters tanks left over that couldn't find a team just because it was like close. I think there was some high diamonds one at the end.
Diamonds.
Yeah, so you know normally like a surefire pick to at least land on like a C League team for maybe like 1k, but that's just the nature when you have only one tank per team. You know, it's the curse of Overwatch 2. It just means that the playing field has become much more competitive. But yeah, like you said, that's definitely an indicator of that is when you see someone like EM go for 92k at the very end. Someone who's been in a lot of pucks that we had before the season. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was just like a scouting pick from Jace there. You know, another team I really would like to talk about, speaking of tanks, is Kinnerim? I actually don't know how to pronounce this one. Another Teku Org team, this time captained by Drayton, who made a splash very early by getting Innerflux, a returning player from Season 5 and also more famously from Season 3 when they won B-League with Atomic. There was always like a lot of talk about, okay, who's gonna get Innerflux? Will Innerflux even get picked? There's always kind of been like some rumors about that. I mean, like, come on, it's a former B-League champion, and if I remember correctly, a top 500 tank in Overwatch 1. I think this will definitely be an MVP frontrunner here, definitely be the centerpiece of this team. I think for 200k, nothing really you can do wrong there. I guess the big question with that team is if the rest will be enough. Also, I just want to mention Headrammer will be playing on console, I believe. CLG, how do you see it? Like head admin, CEO, whatever. But yeah, I think this team definitely one you should look out for. Or what do you think, Spookey?
I just want to call you out really quick. You did pick 3 Teku teams to highlight. That's all I'm saying. Yes. Not biased at all. You are
like
non-biased. Yeah, the brandings are great. Yeah. No, but obviously, I think Interflux is a great pickup. Their pieces around it will be able to help Interflux. Will help them enough. That's the story there. I think Drayton is going to be great on support. Drayton Mustard should be one of the best backlines on paper.
Yeah, I mean it's a returning backline too from Season 5, right? They were on Cerebral Harmony.
Yep.
Oh wait, no, that was Titan Drayton. Never mind. I'm stupid. Yeah. Mustard was on Hex, but I don't know. It's a Teku core, whatever. Like
yeah.
They're all friends.
They're all friends there. I mean, I don't have much other than Z is going to be good on this DPS. I want to see more because I haven't seen much. Like meaning like I haven't really seen their games for the rest of them. And like I want to see more of C League and let's keep on shining. Let's go.
Yeah. Is there another team you wanna bring up before
Yeah,
we
let's do another
wrap this
C
up
League.
here? Yeah.
Let's
Because I also
do.
have one more I want to talk
Oh,
about.
you
but,
have go
you-
because no, you go.
Okay, I go first. Another team I want to talk about. We kind of already outlined it earlier a little bit. Is another para team. Because you just talked about their B League team Kaleidoscope. I want to talk about their C League team. This is my cat. A branding that I very much like. At least it's better than calling your team hi or hello or whatever para originally wanted to do. There was a lot of back and forth with admins, and then we kind of were forced to settle on this abomination, not this abomination of a roster, but this abomination of a branding. I'm gonna call it out like it is, but
Where's the
yeah,
team? They're all not here.
Yes, and I think this is a good point because I was gonna say, you know what, some good cornerstones here with Bunny and of course Taken Wallet. Really cool guy that I always enjoy playing with. But then a bunch of players that are new to BPL, as you can see here. They don't even have a player page yet or a hero selected. So, and you know what? That's typical Para. Para always kind of known to like scout a bunch of players from Perks and also elsewhere, maybe Trank and stuff. People like Foliage, Maze, I believe is how you pronounce that name, and Resolve. Feels less flashy than some of the previous teams Para has built before in C League or other leagues, but I mean, if you want to take his track record as any indication, I think he definitely knows what he's gotten here. And also, if you want to take any early scrimbucks here, which I've heard about, I think this team is looking very good. And I mean, yeah, it's a Para team. So expect some crazy stuff, but I feel like this team's gonna do very well.
Yeah, I mean, my number one goal this season is for a Luca Para org team to not win.
Yeah. I feel like you're not alone in that. I feel like all of BPL will band together to make it not happen.
I hope. No, but Para's a great drafter. I mean, you can see it coming.
He's the man to beat, for sure. Yeah. Do you have any other teams, or
no? I think we go to the next match, and let's talk about this next match.
Well, if you want to see these teams in action, we will have a lot of C League action on the Para stream just after this. But let's talk about the game that follows us here on the main stream, which is going to be another B League match between the Second City Suns and Corvidae. Me and Spookey were arguing or like wondering before the show if it's Corvidae or Corvidae, but I think Corvidae is the right pronunciation. I mean, they can tell us in the interview or whatever when they have one later. But yeah, let's look at these teams for a little bit. Of course, the Second City Suns, a stinky EU team. Built by Moon, which doesn't surprise me. He kind of already did the same during the last Rumble event that we had. As you can see, the bracket here, it's going to be one of the round 1 matches here, and the winner of that will face RMM's Golden State Whipshot Warriors. But yeah, talking about Second City Suns here for a little bit, of course, an EU team. I kind of like the analogy that they're going for in their branding with if there's any wrestling fans here, it's definitely a very CM Punk inspired branding. You know, a guy who was dormant for a long time, retired from wrestling, then came back a couple of years ago and is now on top of the wrestling world. We'll see if Moon can do the same with this team. Of course, I mentioned it earlier already, but Trisky, the highest paid player of the B League auction, went for almost 300k. We'll see if that will be worth it. Of course, we have June returning from the Pack Fellows last season. I think this is a very solid or very good looking backline. Of course, on tank we have Ash and also Edge, who is more known, I believe, from a bunch of Trank teams. Possibly, I believe, on Para's recent Trank team. And then, of course, we have that EU DPS line here with January, Luau, and then also Tectonic, who I feel like a lot of people are sleeping on Tectonic even during the draft. I've played against that guy during Snowdown. I feel like that guy's legit. I would say watch out for these DPS players, but I feel like this team is looking very strong. What do you think about Corvidae, Spooky?
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about strong DPS. I think the other team is also a strong DPS. I think the Tyler Autumn DPS line, and then even Star Platinum. I don't know much about them, but I know they played in other tournaments, no doubt. But I think the lower DPS can go to her, and they have the duo from the Power Rush Pirates. That DPS duo play again.
Tyler and Laura. Laura going to B League. Should that be a surprise to anyone? I don't think so. I feel like that guy's good enough to be in V League, but you know what? When I looked at this roster, I thought this looks like a Tranquility team because it's just a lot of like people who don't. I mean, we do have some BPL players here, of course, with Greninja, Tyler, Laura, and someone else that I forgot the name right there, but oh yeah, Autumn, of course, formerly known as Reborn for those wondering, who. No stranger to B League success, has won it multiple times in Snowdown and some of our weekend tournaments. Still looking for a regular season victory here, but I feel like this team will give them a good chance. Personally, I think it's a little bit hard to rank this team just because it's so many like players that are more known in like maybe some other competitions, like I said, Tranquility or even Kitsune League. But I can think they can be one of the sleeper picks for a top spot. Or would you agree with that? Or
yeah, I mean, I think they're very sleeper. I think it's very sleeper, because you don't know really how far they're going to go and how low they can get. I think comparing to other BPL teams, it's going to be pretty hard, but we will have to rank them because we will have to pred this game.
Exactly.
So, I mean, I'm just going to say it first. I am going to back Second City Suns with January and June playing, and that's not biased at all. Not biased at all, but I think Second City Suns will have the edge. And sorry, I had to vote for EU.
Sorry. Yeah, you the Americans voting for the EU team. You know what? The Europeans gonna vote for the NA team. My pick's actually Corvidae. I don't know. I feel like I can see that team doing really, really well this season. I mean, nothing against the Second City Suns. I think that team's also looking very scary, but I don't know. I have a feeling that Corvidae will go pretty far in this kickoff tournament and maybe even in the regular season. So we'll see about that. But I mean, isn't that perfect that we're split on the prediction? I mean, we just had a
right
game
side.
went go to map free, so I'm not opposed to having another one go to distance here.
I'm wearing red, you're wearing white and blue, you know?
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like we planned this. Yeah, even like the little blue, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. But yeah, I think that is gonna do it here for our little mid-show this time around. We're gonna be back next week. Actually, not next week because next week's a break week. I forgot about that. Yeah, but definitely for the start of the regular season, also with Bowsidan, I believe. So it's going to be some more people on here, and we're going to be talking I guess we're going to do a little recap of the kickoff tournament that's happening this weekend, and also preview the season ahead. But for now, I want to say thank you very much for tuning in. Also, thank you, Spooky, for joining me here. We're going to go to a quick break, and then it's going to be our second B-League match of the tournament between the Second City Suns and Corvidae. You don't want to miss this one, so stay tuned.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Bad Pachimari League 4, season number 6. We got the kickoff tournament in the opening round. We got Second City Suns versus Corvidae.
Yeah, we have a great one here, like you said. Second City Suns versus Corvidae. As like the first series of the night, it is a 1-2, and the loser, well, their season or their tournament run is over. Winner of this one will take on the Whip Shot Warriors. But Joker, I mean, if you watch any of that first series, we already had a lot happen in that one.
I kind of lost track of time, so I didn't get to watch the first series. So, Dex, why don't you fill me in on what happened in that first matchup?
You had a map 1 C9.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And then it went 3. It was a really good back and forth series between those two teams. But hey, we have a great series on our hands right here as well.
Yeah, definitely. And what, speaking, I saw your tweet. We have to discuss hockey now. Speaking of good series, I mean, come on, that Stanley Cup's looking pretty good so far. I mean, but I don't know.
Just remember, the BP curse is on the Oilers, and I have photos for whoever wins here, just ready to go. They might be the same photo. They
could be the same photo. They could also be a GIF.
That too.
That could be a GIF.
Well.
But I'm excited for this matchup, and as well as the Stanley Cup Finals. So, let's get into some things here, right? Let's talk about the schedule for the night here. And as we've already seen, Certified Bangers versus Lawbots had happened. Then we had Backstage Pass week 1. Obviously, we're here for Second City Suns versus Corvidae. And then afterwards, we've got Drunken Clucks versus Fire Guardians, which I believe we are also casting, Dexatron.
Yeah, me and you are. And then to wrap up the night, it'll be Sayonara taking on a winner of a game that is to be determined here. So a lot more action throughout the night. As well, we have a B stream and a C stream, both over at BPL_2 and BPL_3. You see the games right there on BPL2. And honestly, that one at 8 o'clock, the Bomb Pop Ballers and Going West is great. This is my cat and beak check all the way on Paracelsius. I am so sorry, I probably mispronounced that. Is also a great series over there. And look at the other series there. Apollo and Watercoo, Cashbots, and I'm going to say the 9. The 9 is also another great series to wrap up the night over there.
The 9, or is it the Knicks?
9IX.
Oh, it's the 9IX.
9-9. It's the 9-9.
9-9. Brooklyn 9-9. That's a good show. Have you watched that show, Dex?
Never.
Oh my goodness, you should watch that show. Especially, I mean, rest in peace, Captain Holt Hill. I forget his name, but he was. Did you know what? He was also completely off topic. He was also Darkseid in a Batman and Superman movie.
Yeah, one of the DC animated movies.
Yeah.
I remember that one. He was also in House for a little bit as well, as a psychologist. But I mean, hey, getting completely off track here. We do have 2 great teams here tonight, but we have 2 great rosters as well. I mean, Joker, we were talking about it coming into the series before everything got going here. There are a lot of recognizable names here for us.
Yeah, Lore is the one that sticks out for me. And then you were talking about Star Platinum as well on Corvidae. Greninja, I feel like I know the name Greninja somewhere from something that I've done or have watched in the past. And then Tyler there as well. Autumn. It's a lot of DPS on this Corvidae roster for any meta, especially right now with the recent patch. Very good to go into this with a lot of different DPS. You can have a lot of different looks. And then Skips and Anzi rounding out the roster with the only 2 supports on said roster.
Yeah, but you never know, though. You have 4 DPS, one might be able to flex over there. But for Second City Suns, Ash and Edge, your 2 tanks. Not seeing a lot of teams that actually have 2 tanks here so far in the season, so you have a little bit of versatility there. January, Luau, and Tectonic. I recognize all 3 of those names right there from some other tournaments, and they are all really good players. Then Trisky and June as well. I've seen them before. They are an incredible support, but only, again, 2 supports on this roster as well. So it might be something where you're seeing another player flex if they have to.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see. And I brought it up a little bit. Let's talk about this recent patch here, Dexatron, because it's kind of changed things up a little bit. Sojourn, no longer that good. However, Cassidy's still very, very good as well. So that's going to be probably going to be the hero that is brought into the limelight now.
Yeah, I mean, you also saw the Roadhog get nerfed again back into the ground a little bit, just as they were starting to get into a spot where people were starting to see Hog be played. Blizzard saw one Hog at OWCS Major in Dallas and said, yeah, that's about it for Hog. Threw them out. But you had a lot of other changes as well. A lot of people actually got buffed in this. The Iari one, a lot of people were talking about Iari as being something that doesn't necessarily have a lot of value anymore, even though the healing is a lot stronger. You just don't have that self-healing from the pylon anymore, which I'm perfectly fine with. I think the Iari is going to be one of the more interesting changes we see so far here, but you talked about the cast, and there's just so many other good little buffs that we saw come out in this patch here. I mean, May could be very playable again, since that right click now does a little bit more damage, which, especially into some brawl comps, will be devastating.
You know what? It just reminded me, it is perfect. The biggest winner, honestly, in my opinion, like I was talking about before we started this, Reinhardt can come back into it, Dex. Reinhardt might actually be the biggest winner from this patch. No longer getting Suzu'd out of Shatter thanks to that recent Suzu change. So I'm excited to see that, especially since, like you said, May has gotten some nice reworks. Cass getting some nice, just becoming probably the best hit scan TPS in the game. So I mean, right now, we could be seeing some old school kind of brawl here coming out from some of these teams.
Yeah, we could be, but a lot like what Megalast and In the Flesh we talked about in our first series of the night, the patch is still so new that these teams probably haven't had a lot of time to necessarily mess around with it in scrims, so you might still see a lot of teams just falling back on, some of that old meta stuff like the Mauga. We did not see a lot of Mauga in our first series of the night. Instead, it was a lot of Winston, a lot of Sigma, some Ramatra here and there, even a Wrecking Ball, which, I mean, Wrecking Ball is actually in a good spot right now. I'm not surprised to see him here, but it's going to be interesting to see if Mauga is still a little bit of a mainstay here, because kind of what I heard, or what I thought I heard, was maybe the teams in that first series had a little bit of a handshake agreement not to play the Samoan.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were disappointed that Mauga didn't get reined in, because, I mean, it was so good in OWCS Dallas, and it's still looking good in the UWC qualifiers as well. So I mean, people were upset. I will say that Mauga didn't get nerfed because no one likes Mauga. It's kind of like old Orisa. It's just boring.
Yeah, speaking of it, it looks like the people behind the scenes got tired of us talking about it here and want us to get on with it. So first map of the night will be Oasis, and it will be Oasis throughout the first night of this kickoff tournament here. So get used to seeing a lot of this place, and especially a lot of City Center right here. And Joker, it's kind of like maybe the teams heard us talking about Hog here, because Greninja currently teasing us with the Roadhog. I'm not surprised they're making the swap there, but look at what we're seeing here. 2 Sigmas, which is kind of what we saw a lot in the first series. Still a very viable, versatile tank. But Star Platinum and January going over to the Pharah, that was another hero that did not get any nerfs, and a lot of people were not necessarily happy with, but you have 2 good Cassies on either side to shut them down.
Yeah, we'll see how this is going to work out for them right now. Yeah, both teams are... They're running pretty much exact same comps here. The main difference is the Baptiste versus this Kiriko. We'll see how it works for the both of them. But right now, Second City Suns is looking to stake their claim on the point. They've got this Corvidae in kind of a chokehold at the moment. They are going to be rotating around. Greninja's looking to make space. They've got an opportunity, and they've almost gotten Trisky down, and there it goes with the spheres taking them down. Now this is a perfect opportunity for Corvidae to rotate, take more space away from Second City Suns, and get their claim of the point to start it off. A lot of people are low, but so is Autumn. The Tectonic is down for the count. Gone the way of the Pharah in the sky, and Greninja's going to be able to clean up house as well as Corvidae takes fight number 1.
And again, like I said, a lot of people not necessarily happy that Pharah was not nerfed a little bit. That right there, able to do so much burst damage. And look at both the Pharahs here. Almost will have a barrage coming into this here. But you did bring up the difference in the two teams. One running the Kiriko, one running the Baptiste. Corvidae wants to try to play a little bit more together. That Immortality Field will be able to keep them alive a little bit better than what the Suzu will be here for Trisky. Also, that Ant Matrix about to be ready here. That can pretty much shut down any kind of attack that Second City Suns wants to have.
Yeah, now that comes in with the barrage, but Ash is going to be able to clean up Star Platinum immediately. No one's really going to go down, but January, very low, going to be able to get that healing in from Trisky. Now the rotation up to the top, looking for some, a barrage of their own. Can they find an opportunity to do that with that concussion blast, forcing away Ash, but they're still just waiting, buying their time, and now the perfect opportunity comes through. Anzi's down, but so is June. The trades just keep coming through, and now Corvidae are back on top as Autumn's found January out. They do pay for it with their life, but still Corvidae have this upper hand, but Second City Suns do not want to give it up. They've invested the they invested the Kitsune Rush, and they don't find more kills, and now Star Platinum's going for a ride. There they go into the sky, dropping down. Ash goes for a little strip back to spawn, and Corvidae hold on strong.
Yeah, and much like the White Sox right now, Joker, I mean, the Second City Sun just not off to a good start here. Even some swaps coming out here. Trisky going over to the Baptiste, mirror that of Tyler, and like I said, that was the biggest difference. Tyler on that Baptiste. We even saw a little bit in the first series where Megalast talked about what is the Kiriko really there to do, and you had to find so much value with that Kitsune Rush. They found none of it here, but you are coming up to 3 ultimates right now when Corvidae really only has the beat, so you have to be able to win this fight here.
Yeah, this is a must-win, right? I mean, also because it's up to 99% for Corvidae, but now the Deadeye coming in, speeding around Tectonic, looking for this opportunity, and they're about to find it. But no, they waited too long. They were trying for more, and they didn't get anything in the end. The Flux comes out from Ash. Sanzi's gonna drop their sound barrier, and Tectonic finds Tyler out for good. This should be, well, the beginning for Second City Suns, but is it going to be enough? I don't know right now. Anything's possible, especially with January so low. It's Autumn looking for the shot from on high, but there's still no one going down. Autumn's gonna find it. Pop the Deadeye, take down Tectonic. Greninja's gonna go down as well. The Mirage is gonna seal the deal with 3 as Corvidae take map number 1. Or round number 1, sorry.
And just a great start here for Corvidae, but Second City Suns, that final fight, you use the ultimates in the wrong order. You need to start off with the Flux to force out the beat so that Tectonic could come in with that Deadeye after it. But because you went the other way around and was Tectonic, Corvidae was just able to walk around that pillar there in the middle of the point and keep themselves alive and had a safety tool for when that Flux came out there. Now, as we head in to the second point here on Oasis, Second City Suns making a big change here, and like we kind of talked about, Joker, Malga is kind of what we all expected to see here, and that is what Ash is going to. Corvidae, though, not making any swaps because, honestly, they look great. They really did. There's nothing that really slowed them down here, and if you're Second City Suns, you have to find something. I mean, if it wasn't Star Platinum, it was Autumn. If it wasn't them, it was Greninja. They're doing so much just to slow down that Second City Suns team.
Yeah, you know, I still think there is in a world that Sigma does counter this Mauga. It's just got to be played well, right? There's just so much damage that can come out from a Mauga you need to be careful of. But especially with this immortality field that Tyler has available to them, it can really help them. But June might have just gotten over it, overextended and, well, gone back to spawn. out now. Corvidae have this upper hand, but in the midst of it all, Second City Suns was able to get some capture percentage going. They're going to lose it in the end, but they're getting some good percentage here and now. But Autumn and Star Platinum just go crazy in the end for Corvidae to take back the point.
Yeah, and this DPS line, I already highlighted for Corvidae, has just been scary so far this series, but the biggest mistake there was June dying first. It seemed like June and Ash not on the same page. When that Lucy got very aggressive there, I expected the Malga to be right behind them, but because of that, June died, and it was just domino affecting from there. Corvidae, though, building up to a couple ultimates here, will have the Flux pretty early on, and when you look at the other side, Second City Suns really has nothing to counter it.
Yeah, they don't really have anything at the moment. June's so far away, and a nice boop comes through as Tectonic goes down. So does Ash, as that is going to be the fight already. Gone the wayside. They lose Greninja, but again, you'll take those trades all day, every day, Dex.
Yeah, all day, every day, and so far this has been the day here for Corvidae. I mean, just team fight win after team fight win here. 14% is all the Second City Suns have been able to muster up through 2 points. Now they're coming up to a couple ultimates. This Kitsune Rush from Trisky has to be something that wins them the fight on its own, because you're walking into a lot for Corvidae.
Wow, Tectonic already gone in January. Quickly afterwards, a concussion blast right into the direct. There's the barrage over the top. Ash goes down. Trisky quickly afterwards. And things are going from bad to worse for Second City Suns right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you also invested the Kitsune Rush into that fight there. Star Platinum immediately countered it with the barrage. And look at Corvidae. They have the Deadeye. They have the Ant Matrix. And they're close to another beat. Second City Suns, you might get to a beat this fight. That's it, though. You're not really close to it. You have to build it up fast, but at the same point, you have to find an early pick, which has been a struggle so far.
Yeah, and there's another early pick coming in from Corvidae, and the boop might just seal the deal. Almost going for a drink was Tectonic, but, well, they are just going to be going back to spawn through the Deadeye, and the rest of Second City Suns is there to greet them as map 1 goes to Corvidae.
And honestly, this was a dominant map for Corvidae. They came out the gate swinging. Second City Suns, yeah, I mean, they had an answer a little bit early, but it was never there consistently. They weren't able to find those early picks. And Corvidae, this DPS line of Star Platinum and Autumn were just insane so far. And the rest of their team is also just going off here, but that DPS line has just done great so far. Second City Suns, I mean, they had the building blocks there for something great. They need to work on it, though, a little bit as they get to pick our second map.
Yeah, they're going to get the choice of the next map, which is always good, right? I mean, gives you that advantage going into an elimination round. But again, you don't want to be in this elimination round, right? Because, well, you win or go home right now, and unless there's a huge turnaround from Second City Suns after that map, I think they're going home here. Actually, I don't know.
Hey, I mean, it's only one map. Maybe Oasis and Control is not necessarily their map type here. And again, we talked about it. A big patch came in. Teams are still trying to figure it out. While most of the teams we're seeing already are running basically what you kind of expected them to run in the last patch, just minus the Malga and bring in the Sigma. You're starting to see teams find a lot of versatility and a lot of viability with the new Cassidy as well. I mean, Deadeye, you see how fast they move. It's insane, the difference we've seen so far tonight. And the Pharah, I highlighted. A lot of people are wondering why Pharah didn't get buffed, and we're seeing right there on that first map why Pharah is still such a good pick, especially if you cannot shoot them out of the sky.
Yeah. And I mean, Star Platinum just looked the part of a great Pharah player. I just realized on their Solomon.gg page, they yeah, their pronunciation is champion, not Star Platinum. But yeah, this should be really fun. Dorado is a pretty decent Pharah map, I would say. I think. I mean, there is also good long-range sightlines, so we could see a Widowmaker come in to play here. Perhaps. I wouldn't put it on the cards. Probably more likely an Ash to come out, if anything, of a long range. But you know what, Dex? We'll see. That's why we're casters, not psychics, mediums.
That too. That as well. I mean, mediums aren't real anyway.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
when you talk about Dorado, you definitely think of dive first, especially these first 2 points where high ground is so key for winning fights. You want to be able to get to that high ground very quickly. You don't necessarily want to be playing on that low ground. You put yourself in such an interesting position. So this could be something where you see Winston's come back out, and if they're not going to run a Winston again on those high grounds, maybe a Diva, maybe you have a Sim TP up there. You could see the Rhine. This is definitely a map where I have seen a lot of Reinhardt played in the past, and already this ranked season for myself, seen probably too much Ryan on this map. But I mean, you could see a lot of different stuff here, but I feel like Second City Suns is picking this map because they want to run a little bit of the dive comp. So I would not be surprised if we don't see the monkey.
The monkey. I like the monkey. Goodness. Winston is very good.
Yeah.
At least. I mean, obviously it was the last patch, especially on separating players from the heals. If you were watching any of the Face It Leagues matchups, Chase on that Winston was looking really good. Or I believe they are now they are Virtuous Pro, right? Right.
And shout out to Virtuous Pro's social media manager for, I think, running with the joke now that they don't understand Overwatch.
Yeah. Again, that's why you hire people in the game to help you with your socials if you're not familiar with the game. But
Joker, 10 kill streak, Joker. 10 kill streak.
Technically, I mean, you can get a 10 kill streak, right? And
yeah, you can. You can.
It's just not as cool as it is in like COD.
Valorant, CS:GO,
yeah,
League.
Because you're kind of meant.
Be interesting.
Yeah, how
you can get demos, and I have seen people demo 20 people in a game at one point. But I mean, again, I really think the Winston is the choice here for Second City Suns. They really looked a little bit uncomfortable on the Sigma and then on the Malga, and that's not anything against them. Very early on in the season, this is a kickoff tournament, so a time for them to really, get some wheels under them here. They probably had 1 or 2 scrims before this, but as we will highlight throughout the night a lot, that patch yesterday probably messed up a couple things here for them. So it's gonna be a lot of new stuff, but the Cassie, you have to be wary of them, and you also have to be wary of this Pharah as well, because it seems like we're not necessarily seeing a lot else from these two teams so far. Neither of them really left those two characters. You did see Second City Suns go over to a Genji at the end of that first map, but it was mostly just to get back to the point where I don't think they really lived very long on it.
Yeah, no. We saw Genji make an appearance during Dallas, right? I mean, but
we saw a lot in Dallas. Like a lot of people were saying that was really like the meta was kind of wide open at Dallas. And it's so funny how that meta immediately closed right after Dallas, where everyone just said, yeah, we're just gonna run Malga.
Yeah, we're just gonna run Malga. Maybe some Winton for feeling spicy. Sigma's now made its way, or at least it did before this recent change, but so we're kind of back into this wide open sort of meta.
I mean, it'll be like that for the next couple days, and then probably by Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week, we'll have a definite like meta that you're seeing a lot of those pro teams run in either Face It League or some other form of competition here. But I mean, we've been focusing on what Second City Suns needs to do here heading into this map. What does Corvidae need to do here? I mean, they're going, into this map. Like we're saying, I believe Second City Suns is going to be going into a little bit of dive comp. Does Corvidae even make a swap? I mean, the Sigma, like I said, a versatile tank, that shield being such a key thing of their gameplay, and as well as the accretion, just being able to stun anyone that gets really close to them, can really stop a lot of dive here. Do you think they make any swaps?
No. The only thing I could see is maybe an Ashe coming on for Autumn instead. But with the changes to Cass, so why would you not just play Cass right now? I mean,
wasn't Reaper changed a little bit as well?
Honestly, I don't know.
I feel like they were.
You know what? You know what I can do with the power of the interwebs?
So, no.
I can look up the patch notes.
Yeah, you can. And while, as you guys can tell who are watching, we've been yapping here for a little bit. We're still waiting on one player to get readied up. So once they do, we will be heading into Dorado. And hey, maybe that's the case, but it looks like we are being told to at least promote the other streams that are going on right now on the B stream. It is the Bomb Pop Ballers and Going West. And then it was on the C stream of This Is My Cat, and I believe that is Beak Nation, I believe.
Yeah, Beak Check.
Beak Check. Okay, I was half right, but BPL2 _2 for B stream and BPL _3 for the C stream. Go over there. Actually, hell, if you can, open all three up and watch all three at the same time, because that is definitely something that you can do.
There's a cool little website called, I think it's Twitch Theater, right? I don't know. You just look up it's multi-stream. That's multi-stream.
There you go.
I think. Multi-stream. Twitch. Yeah, it's multi-Twitch or multi-Twitch.am. Watch all three. Not a sponsor.
No, not at all.
Not at all. So Hellfire Shotguns did get a weapon spread reduction from 0.5 to 6 degrees.
Mm-hmm. I think every shotgun got a little bit of a reduction.
Yeah, and then Shadow Step cast time reduction from 1.5 to 1.2.
So a little bit of a buff there. So I mean, a little bit of a counter to a Winston if they do play it. But at the same time, we don't necessarily see that a lot. But hey, Joker, I think it's time. I think we're going in. The people who are watching can stop hearing us talk about mundane stuff, and we can finally get back in to casting this Overwatch series.
We can stop yapping, and now I can yap about the video game, because who wants to hear me talk some more? Right now, we are actually going to be seeing a swap of sides as well. Corvidae going over to the defense. And interestingly enough, Laura is coming in to the round. And look at that. Wow. I pulled out the crystal ball. I saw some things. I saw it. I saw the Ashe coming in to play.
I mean, yeah, and you brought up Ashe perfectly here. This is a great map for Ashe. Long sight lines, good opportunities to put down those dynamites to get those burn damage. It's just so good and so versatile here. But Star Platinum on the Genji is going to be really interesting because they're there to try to counter that Ashe, as well as Trisky maybe. I mean, those anti or those bio grenades, if they can reflect them right back at them, it is something that comes in so clutch here. But now you're seeing this Kiriko come back out for Corvidae. It works out for them here now because Trisky is on that Ana now. But it's going to be really interesting to see how Second City Suns plays this, considering that Corvidae is split up on high grounds.
Yeah, trying to take a two-fanged approach, but the rotation, the wraparound is already coming from Second City Suns. They're taking away this high ground as quickly as they possibly can, but they are met with Lore's gun and, well, the Lore's Viper, but Luau? Unfortunately, there's the question marks coming in. Yeah, that was an unfortunate play and might have just shut down the engagement from Second City Suns. You kind of have to wait for that Tracer to come back into things here to make some space for the rest of your team. As the eye lagged.
But you are right. You kind of need to wait for that Tracer to come back because they're supposed to be there to kind of annoy the backline, which is something that the Tracer needs to do in a comp like this.
Yeah, as right now, I mean, Second City Suns are making some good headway off the back of Edge, who has just been kind of pushing this forward. And speaking of Edge, they have come in to play the tank role for Ashe instead of, well, Ashe. But other than that, and obviously Luau's coming in for January as well, but right now the plays are going into the way of Corvidae yet again. Lore is going to get slept up for the moment And for how long are they going to stay? Are they going to be able to stay alive? They do indeed. A Star Platinum's come back onto the Pharah and has taken care of everyone.
I mean, Star Platinum going back over to the Pharah makes perfect sense. I mean, they barely got shut down last map. They tried something different for one life, then go back over to it. And, I mean, you're really relying on Tectonic to be able to hit a lot of those shots just to try to shut them down. What? Bomb? Okay. Honestly, I feel like that's a little bit of an ego play there from Greninja, just kind of throwing that back there. Yeah, let's just say it's a misclick, but I mean, that's a huge ultimate out now for Corvidae, and that allows them to get very aggressive.
Yeah, they can get really get into here now, but the Bob coming in from Laura is just going to be able to stop any real aggression from the more squishy targets, but Tyler's going to go down, but so is Luau. Now Trisky's going to go down as well. You're going to have to primal Laura away from the high ground, and Tectonic's going to be able to be there to finish it up, but you've lost too many yet again, as Second City Suns have to regroup.
It's like Second City Suns getting so close, yet they're so far away from winning some team fights here. But look at Greninja. 80% to a bomb here. Both their DPS, or both their supports have their ultimates. They are in a great spot right now, even with the misclick of that ultimate. Second City Suns, though, you have a Bob of your own and a Nano. You have to be able to find something here, and you know that Nano's going on to edge no matter what. You have to find the kills early, because if Anzi can get this beat off, it's going to be a very difficult fight for them to even get anything in.
Yeah, we'll see how this is going to work. There comes the Nano Boost onto Edge, trying to make all space in the world needy. And there's Anzi out of this fight. There's the Bob coming in as well from Tectonic, kind of just making some space, but Luau's going to get caught out by Lore. Finding an opening pick is huge, and now they're able to come in. Star Platinum finds Drune. Trisky's so low, and they're going to get taken down by the concussion blast of Star Platinum, and that might just be it. They only had to invest the barrage into that. They still have 3 more ultimates to go.
And like I said, Second City Suns, they need to go after Anti to get rid of that beat. They did that first, and I thought, oh, they're looking so good, but it all falls apart, and now they have those ultimates ready to go, Corvidae.
Yeah, and there it goes. No touch comes in as Luau is taken down. Corvidae complete the full hold for the moment. There is still a chance for a fuller hold, however, from Second City Suns.
Yeah, there is a chance, but essentially, if you're Second City Suns, you can't lose a team fight here. You can't. Corvidae has a huge spawn advantage since you're only able to push up that cart really to the choke point there at the bridge. It's so difficult for them now to do this. They have to play perfectly up against Corvidae and a DPS line that, no matter who's on it, has just been scary throughout the night. But Second City Suns, they looked better throughout that round than what we saw in Oasis. They were able to, get rid of most members of Corvidae, but they weren't able to finish fights. That was their biggest problem. They need to be able to finish some fights here. And it doesn't look like there's going to be any changes from them. And I kind of like that, honestly. I like this support line of Trisky and June. They need to be there to support each other and also just build up that Nano, get it on the edge as fast as you can. But Corvidae, I expect to see exactly what I'm seeing there. The Ashe and the Pharah, they haven't been able to shut down the Pharah all series long, and you're putting a lot of pressure on the Tectonic, and now Luau as well. They can pepper some damage in, but you don't want them focusing up at the sky. You want them focusing down on the ground on that backline, but that's a very mobile backline for Corvidae. Luau has their work cut out for them here, but, I mean, at the same time, you have to play this very safe.
You really do, and oh my goodness, Edge is so low. They need healing, they need it now. Trisky's trying to pump all the healing in the world into them, but Edge is getting caught. They've got the bubble down, they're getting the heals, and now they're able to get back into this fight. The Sleep Dart comes through, but it's not going to find anything. No one's taken a little EP nap for the time being, but They still have time. They still have time to make plays, but there's the cleanse coming in on to the... Oh, and a direct coming in onto Luau might just have sealed the deal there. Now, Star Platinum can rotate around, rotate to the back, and look to take some players out. And there goes Tectonic, very low, forcing back, forcing away, but they still have to fight on the point. It's down to last fight territory here. At this moment in time, they need to put their they need to step their foot on the ground, but Laura is making that almost impossible with 2 picks coming through. Star Platinum's gonna get in on the kill feed as well, and that might just be it. With the last kill coming through onto Wow. There it goes. Corvidae take the map and the series 2-0.
And like I said, Second City Suns, they needed to basically play the perfect defensive round there to stop them, because honestly, Corvidae, they did, minus a couple, missteps, but they had people there to clean up fights. This DPS line, no matter who it is, like I said, it's just scary and gonna be one you really have to watch out for. I mean, Laura, I know how good they are from Trang, and I have seen everyone else on that team just perform at such high levels in other tournaments as well. I mean, it's gonna be a very scary team to go up against, and they are really showing us something here in this first little preview.
Yeah, it's very nice stuff, like from them right there. They do obviously win to go on and face Whipshot Warriors in the quarterfinals after this matchup sometime, someday, probably tomorrow. But that was just all around good stuff from Corvidae. They looked like they didn't have a single weakness, right? So it's going to be really tough going into tomorrow's matchup, or whenever their next matchup is, for Whipshot Warriors to really figure out how to stop this team.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the bracket here right now. I mean, you saw that first series of the night where Certified Bangers beat Lawbots. They're playing Kaleidoscope, but Whipshot Warriors, if I remember looking at that roster a little bit, they have some names on it, but it's going to be difficult to slow down this Corvidae team, because it seems like we kind of highlight throughout this match, no matter who's playing, they can absolutely just go in and find so much value with it. It was great showing for them here in this series. And I mean, let's talk about the Second City Suns here for a moment before we go to probably a break. But yeah, this was their first showing. It wasn't necessarily the best, but they did have some highlights. However, I really feel like this is a series that they can really start to build something upon. And we talked about it, and we will talk about it probably in the next series. The patch happening yesterday probably affected them a little bit, and this is probably the first time that a lot of these players are playing together. I might be honestly straight up wrong about that, but you're seeing a team that's in the early stages of actually, getting together and scrimming and playing. This was their first probably true competitive kind of showing, and it wasn't the best, but it's something to build upon.
Yeah, definitely. This is only the kickoff tournament, right? The season, there's still a lot to go. So there's still always room for improvement. We are going to head to a short little break before our next matchup of the afternoon, which is, again, going to be Drunken Clucks versus Fire Guardians. But that is, we'll be right back right after this.
is the choice. No Lucio, you're gonna go to Zen, and you're still on Doomfist. And you're gonna lose 2. You lose both of your pharmacy. And now Crowbar is gonna go in and get 1, trying to maybe ult to get out. Does maybe get Underdog in this. We'll get both the support line. Trying to find Widow, can't find Widow. Jakaru gets someone. Tracer's gonna be the choice to go to. Jakaru finds a second Potatoes head tap. Now Mercy is using ultimate. That the Valk is to help there. Cypher gets Twist. It's just 2 on point. Creon's gone. Drez did get canceled. It's just a Tracer and a Dream for Didn't You See Me, and that is it.
I mean, wow. They won that on the defensive, let's be honest. Phenomenal play coming out there from Fly Out West, and we do tie this up 1-1. It's so night and day. That first map's so close, but this one was utter... I wouldn't even say dominance. Yeah, Fly Out West got the full hold, but the Bomb Top Ballers defense was still pretty damn good. They held them, you know, just at the second point. Just before
and barely halfway through. Like, honestly, it was barely halfway through.
Yeah, barely halfway through second as well. I mean, these teams can just go band for band with each other all day, and we're here for it. This is exactly what we want to see. It's the kickoff day, and I mean, we're having an absolute banger on right now. Going the distance, going to that third map, which we are going to be getting through. It is going to be picked by the Bomb Pop Ballers, so they should, in theory, have an advantage there. Fly Out West, they clearly prepared for Havana, and it clearly worked out well for them.
Well, when you have a talent like Jkaru on your team who can just whip out that Widowmaker whenever they feel like it, it's kind of just no question mark needed. You know, it's it's exactly what's about to happen, and you know how this is gonna go take place. But I believe we're gonna take just a minor break. Just gonna take a quick break, make sure everyone's okay. I don't know if we're going to an actual break screen or not, but we're just gonna chill here and
let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move.
Welcome back, everyone. It is time for our next matchup to figure out who will be playing for the 10 p.m. match versus Sayonara. We're back into the A-League now, and we've got Drunken Clucks versus Fire Guardians. I'm still Joker's Ransom. He's still Dexatron, and
Sadly.
we're sadly. Yeah, we could be cooler people, but
Yeah, much cooler people, but yet you're stuck here with us.
yeah. But I've got a Space Station Gaming baseball jersey, which Dex could be wearing, but he thought, you know what?
I didn't buy the jersey. I didn't buy the baseball jersey.
Oh, you didn't?
No,
Why not?
I didn't buy the baseball jersey. They didn't. I don't think they had any. I just bought their normal white jersey.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
I bought the baseball jersey. Baseball jersey swag. This is gonna be a really good matchup, I would say. One of my if we want to look at the schedule first, and then we can take a look at some more stuff here, right? Because we've got an order of our operations, right? And we've got to talk about the schedule first. I already foreshadowed it. The winner of this, or I already talked about it, not foreshadowed it. The winner of this 9 p.m. game will be playing Sayonara in the 10 p.m. game right after this. So, and then let's take a look at this right here, right there. Look, see, Friday 10 p.m. is when that's going to be happening, but you won't get to see our lovely faces for that matchup. But now what I was going to be talking about, let's take a look at these rosters here, Dexatron, because one name really sticks out to me on Fire Guardians, and that's Emerin.
Yeah, I mean, here you talk about Fire Guardians because I know I can recognize a lot of those names on the Drunken Clucks.
So, Emerin, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is one of the St. Clair College players. And I believe Redix as well. And why are they? That's weird. Why are they playing? Why is Red X playing DPS and why is Razor playing support? What is going?
Here's the thing: you are completely forgetting. You're completely not noticing one thing: the Drunken Clucks don't have a tank. They have 5 DPSs.
Right, I remember seeing this. I'm like, what? Why did they?
You completely went over that here, but the Drunken Clucks. I'll just say this: I recognize a lot of these names. Frozen, Redix, Cam, Ishtar, Frothy, Razor, Baz. I think I've seen them in tournaments before. They might be the one player I don't necessarily recognize a lot, but the rest of that team there for the Clucks is a scary, scary team, but with no tank. I think this was something that even was brought up during the draft here for this team is what were the Drunken Clucks gonna do? I think I remember, if I'm right, it was gonna be Baz on the tank or Redix, because I think I've seen Redix on tank in the past in like Trank, but that was an off roll, so it's gonna be really interesting to see here.
Yeah, and then on the side of Fire Guardians, Krabby is there, as well as Bakanje, Buckethead, Apple, Yup, and Tropic Gem rounding it out for them. This is gonna be a fun match because there is a lot of players from St. Clair College on this in this matchup, being Red X and Razor for the Drunken Clucks, and then Emerin on the side of Fire Guardians there as well. And speaking of their their teammate, Tread, is currently going to the EWC.
Hey.
For Gaming Gladiators.
There you go.
So huge shout out to them as well. Oh, I think we've gotten we're getting some other. So we're getting two people saying that who's tank. Redx said their tank, and then Phone said Ishtar is tank. And you know what?
Figure it out.
Yeah, we're gonna figure it out as we head into Oasis here, and then we'll actually see who's the tank, and it looks like it's going to be Redx.
Yeah, and like I said, I believe I've seen Redx play tank before in other leagues, so this isn't necessarily much of a shock for me, but they're listed as a DPS, so it's going to be something that we have to keep in mind. But you look at these two comps at the moment, and you're not necessarily seeing much different from the first series other than the tanks. You're seeing that Mauga come out for the Fire Guardians, while Drunken Clucks, they want to play the Diva, which is something that we saw very slightly there in that first series, but it looks strong against a Winston. I don't know how it will look against this Mauga, though. They're gonna have to try to play aggressive, but aggressive into a Mauga is not necessarily what you want to do.
Yeah, they're gonna have to really be kept in check with Buckethead and Apple. Bringing it in with the Cassidy and the Far. They saw that duo do very good work in that previous series for B League. Now we're over to A League. We'll see if it continues to be the case as Redx is making some plays, but so is Krabby Adam going in there into the front line of everything and going to be able to take Redx out of the tank first and foremost. Now, Drunken Clucks have this have this disadvantage. Fire Guardians have this point control, and they're going to be very hard to push in here right now without your tank.
Yeah, and honestly, I would not be surprised if Redx makes the swap, and they are. Immediately over to the Mauga, I mean, my bad, the Sigma, I think that's a good thing if you want to try to counter the Mauga without mirroring it. But you have to be looking for something here, because the Fire Guardians, they played that perfectly. They waited for one person to overstep a little bit too far, and that was Redx. You immediately saw them dive on them right there and got rid of them very early. And once you lose your Diva, you pretty much lose the fight right there. Now, I mean, Fire Guardians already 25%. Drunken Clucks, they have to start playing a little bit fast here and trying to get something going towards point.
Yeah, you gotta make something happen here. Try to make them uncomfortable right now, especially Apple is gonna be going down, and that's gonna be a huge play to start it off for Drunken Clucks. Now you've gotta be able to find more, and Krabby Adam's gone down for the count. The Kitsune Rush was invested there by Tropic Gem, but it's not gonna find any real sustain or picks for Fire Guardians.
Yeah, and honestly, a huge fight win there for the Drunken Clucks. You got rid of the Kitsune Rush, you got rid of the Deadeye from Buckethead, and look at yourselves now. You're about to have all 5 ultimates going into this fight, and honestly, you might only need 1 or 2 to win it.
Yeah, we'll see. They've got set up perfectly for. Sorry, I had the sneeze there right in the middle of it all. Krabby Adams down for the count. And so is Boz with a nice shot coming in. There's that tech coming through with the changes to the Flashbang and the Peacekeeper for Buckethead. Now this is an opportunity to rotate onto the point. Yep, got the sound barrier invest here, but they're going to have to use it with the Flux coming online as Krabby Adams very low. Gonna try to get through it. But a boost comes through. Redx off the side of the map. Yup, goes down as well. But now there's trades coming back, and the picks are gonna be going back into the favor of the Drunken Clucks. Krabby Adam trying to make some space, looking for something, but all they're gonna find is the Peacekeeper taking them out. Tropic Gem falls down as well. And it's been flipped. Drunken Clucks are now fully in control of this.
Yeah, fully in control, but they had to invest all their ultimates into that fight just to win it, or in those past couple fights just to win it. Baz, though, close to a duplicate here, has to build that up pretty quickly, especially with Krabby and Tropic. Having those 2 ultimates coming up here will be something very, very scary to face, and you have to be watching for Buckethead. That Deadeye, especially with how we've seen it be used already tonight, is going to be something they have to watch out for here. But you see Fire Guardians, Krabby, they want to force this fight down low, and that's exactly what they're going to get.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to use that cage fight to perfection, bring Boz all the way down to the ground, taking Red X out as well, and this is going to be a perfect fight for Fire Guardians.
And like I said, they had that cage fight, they had that Kitsune Rush coming up. That was something very scary to go into, and it absolutely was. Red X grasped as much damage as they could, but the moment that grasp went away, their life pretty much went away as well. You have a duplicate, though, coming up here. You have an Amp Matrix and a Deadeye as well, so you're in a good spot here, especially since the only thing that Fire Guardians has isn't a Deadeye of their own, but you have to be careful where they're playing it from. It looks like they're going to try to be playing it from the high ground, but Bass is sneaking in the back line.
Yeah, as now Bass finds a pick with the duplicated Peacekeeper on the Buckethead. Perfect opportunity, but now they're down for the count, but so is Apple. Things are looking better and better for Drunken Clucks. They've got the trade on the Frothy Philly, but that's all they're really going to be able to find. Krabby Adam cannot get to the point, and there it goes. Drunken Clucks take round number 1.
And the Drunken Clucks, you give them the credit here. They started on the Diva because they probably want to try to play a little bit of a dive here, but going over to the Sigma was the right move for them. It shut down everything that Krabby wanted to do and really prevented Fire Guardians from doing anything because, like we highlighted in the second series of the night, and I will highlight here again, their shield that the Sigma has is so versatile. It can shut down those aerial characters like Apple. It can shut down Krabby. It can shut down Buckethead. It gets rid of a lot of damage here. Now, Fire Guardians, they're not really making any swaps. And same thing with the Drunken Clucks. They're not making any swaps either. Actually, the one swap for Fire Guardians here is no more Kiri. Instead, it's the BAP of their own, because you saw how effective those amateurs were on that first point from Frothy just to get rid of Krabby. And that was 2-3 fights where we saw that happen, and that was 2-3 fights where the Fire Guardians never really stood a chance. But look at how the Clucks are playing this. They're playing the high ground. They want to control it. But again, Fire Guardians are going to try to force this fight out here.
Yeah, they've got to be able to figure it out. They've got to try to take it up close and personal, but right now, Drunken Clucks are really taking it to them with this long-range damage that they can pump out. And right now, they can't really push in. Everyone's so low. Buckethead's going to try to turn it back, but they are very low as well. They can't really push in, and Drunken Clucks are going to be able to find some picks as Frozen comes in clutch with 2 there. They are going to go down now, and they might have overstayed their welcome with now Krabby Adam making some space for that with that charge. They are going to be getting it up, and Boz is back, and Yup's down. And now things are going to keep going for Drunken Clucks in their favor.
But such a good play there by the Clucks. I mean, they probably should have lost that fight a little bit earlier, but the fact that Red X and that support line stayed up, they were able just to keep themselves alive through so much there, even through 2 charges there from Krabby to try to get rhythm. It worked so good. Now Fire Guardians, though, they're coming with the Barrage and an Amp Matrix here. However, Frothy has an Amp Matrix, and Joker, it is finding a lot of value.
Yeah, it really is. Frothy's going to find a pick onto Yup, and, well, there goes Krabby Adam running for the hills, but all they find is a bullet to the back of the dome.
And look at Baz here. They are waiting in the wings. They're hiding in the bush. No one's going to notice them. They have the duplicate. Honestly, either you go after Apple or you go after Buckethead. You went after Tropic. Not necessarily the one I would go after, but the Flux finds 4.
Who says anything about Red X just being a support player? That was a fantastic Flux, bringing them all down, and Frothy Philly getting the clean up there. As the team kill comes through, Drunken Clucks are on the verge of taking map number 1.
Red X might be the Hyperflex character because they're listed as a DPS, but they are doing great on this tank here. And now the Deadeye from Frozen. Look at the speed coming out. The beat, though, isn't going to be able to keep anyone alive.
I don't know, not really looking like it, as there comes in the barrage, though, from Apple, taking Frothy Philly and Frozen out, but Apple's down, but that might just be it for the time being, as finally Fire Guardians are able to take the point.
I mean, they bought some space right here with Yep going to cap the point. Now Drunken Clucks, they lost a couple members. They have to regroup here very quickly. So Fire Guardians, they have this opportunity to just try to get themselves set up before Drunken Clucks come right back in.
Yeah, this is going to come in here as they've got an opportunity. Buckethead coming in, Clutch taking Frozen out, and now Apple, who's made the swap over to the Tracer, takes Boz out of this fight. So things are looking better and better for Fire Guardians, but they've got to keep winning these fights in a row.
And you have the Flux this fight. That's all you have. Drunken Clucks can come up to 3 ultimates. You have to try to have this Flux find the most value possible. Tropic not far away from their own amateurs as well. It's going to probably be used to duel out Frothies.
Yes, now there's the Flux coming in, Krabby Adam dropping them all down onto the ground, and all they're staying alive thanks to that immortality field, but it's just, well, only a field. You can't stay in it forever, and that is going to be that. Fire Guardians are clawing their way back here.
And like I highlighted, that Flux had to win you the fight, and it did just that as well. It got rid of 3 ultimates on the side of Drunken Clucks. All their ultimates they had ready to go, gone. Fire Guardians now have a huge ultimate advantage. The Amp Matrix could be used early on this fight to shut down any sort of attack, and then you have a Pulse Bomb and a Deadeye here from that DPS line to just do anything else that the Drunken Clucks don't do or can't do when that Amp Matrix is up.
Is now we come in here. Krabby Adams already taken Frozen down. Soundbear is a little too late to save Apple. So Red X is going to go down, and this might just be the point going the way of Fire Guardians. It's going to be all tied up going to round number 3 of Oasis here.
And give this Fire Guardian squad a lot of credit. It was 99-0. The Drunken Clucks were touching the spawn door, and I really thought there's no way the Fire Guardians do anything here. They got the point flip there from Yup just going by everyone to get something on point. And then because of how far the Drunken Clucks were pushed up, when they tried to turn tail and get back to that point to stall it out a little bit, they lost their lives, giving the Fire Guardians that opportunity just to come back in and win it for sure there, and even win a couple of huge fights after that. Remember, I highlighted the one where Krabby Adam used the Flux there, found everything they needed to, and especially because Frothy, Red X, and Baz all used their ultimates there. It was so costly to them. Now, no longer seeing any Malga be played here. It is just Sigmas across the board. Honestly, I'm really expecting to see a mirror match, and we're not seeing the Pharah this time around, Joker. We're seeing the Tracers because each team has really recognized how important the backline is to both sides.
Yeah, both these teams really relying on that backline, and we'll see if they can keep the line or not. Who's going to take map number 1? It all comes down to this point of City Center. Here, Dax is right now. Boz is in the backline on the Tracer looking for a pick, and Yup is down. And so is the rest of the members of Fire Guardians with the cleanup coming in from Drunken Clucks.
And I love how Boz played that right there. They just, waited in the wings, waited for one person to make that little mistake, and it was Yup. And they didn't even care about Apple trying to necessarily duel them there. They just focused on Yup, found that kill, and then went on from there, domino affecting themselves to the win. Drunken Clucks now in a really good spot. Fire Guardians, they have to be able to break through somehow, but when you have Frozen on this high ground, just able to rain in a lot of damage. Same thing with Frothy, raining a lot of damage onto Fire Guardians as they try to, go through the same way they went through the first time. But Drunken Clucks, they're going to be holding angles, and I like this one that Red X has.
Yeah, Red X is holding it strong at the moment, but they have to force away for the moment because, well, Krabby Adam is pushing the objective, forcing everyone back right now, but Tropic Gem 50's down. Frothy Philly finding that pick is huge, but Boz is going to be taken down. Buckethead finds the pick, but I think that might just be a consolation prize in this fight right now. Well, maybe Frothy Philly's going to go down as well. There's still an opportunity for Fire Guardians to turn this, maybe not. No, Apple's going to get out, and there goes the fight.
Yeah, they just need to get out, especially after they lost Krabby. They found 1 or 2 more picks after that, which it does help them a little bit, but still, by the time they all get back, everyone for the Drunken Clucks is going to get back. And look at what the Drunken Clucks are going to have. Everything. Absolutely everything. Fire Guardians are lagging so far behind in the Flux. We're already at 80% here, Joker. I mean, this could be final fight, and especially with the Clucks already using that Flux.
Oh, wow. And the Pulse Bomb is going to get eaten up there by Krabby Adam, but losing Buckethead is huge. They had that Deadeye that can make so much space for the rest of Fire Guardians while that's being invested. But now they have to win this fight, and losing Tropic Gem is just not what you wanted to see. Soundbeer comes in, but later comes in Cams. This is definitely going the way of Drunken Clucks with the overtime ticking away. Map number 1 goes the way of Drunken Clucks.
Yeah, and I mean, after the little bit of a mishap there on University, Drunken Clucks definitely looked like they wanted to prove a point that they should not have let that happen. They really did not want to let that happen. And this was just a strong final point right there for them. And I mean, they had a lot of huge plays on University. This play right here was incredible. And like I said, they were able to touch spawn. They should have won that point right there, but Fire Guardians, you have to give them all the credit there for fighting back in that one, coming back down from 9-9 to 0 to win that point, force a point 3, but we never necessarily saw the same kind of performance from them on that third point that we saw on that second point to get them back into it here. But I mean, again, another great starting, especially for this Drunken Clucks team that, you know, we came in trying to figure out who was going to be Tank, and I thought it was going to be Baz. I thought it was going to be Redx. I was right with Redx, and Redx looked great in that first map, even getting play of the game. I mean, this team doesn't have a tank listed, but they definitely have a lot of people, in my opinion, who could probably flex onto that role.
Yeah, especially for a support player playing tank who's listed as a DPS.
Yeah.
Redx is looking good. And I'm excited to see more. I'm interested to see where Fire Guardians take us. And what we see as a result of said map choice from said Fire Guardians.
Yeah, and another fun thing, like looking at the roster again, Cam played support that entire map. They're listed as a DPS here, so this is a very flexible team in my opinion. We didn't see Razor, who was listed as their second support, and I imagine we might see them come in this second map if they are in the lobby. But if they don't, then I have a lot of confidence in Cam on that second support. They did great when they were playing that Lucio throughout that first map here. But again, just a good showing there for the Drunken Clucks. Fire Guardians, have to give them that credit. They were able to come back in there on that second point, but they weren't ever really able to keep it up, which was a little bit of a disappointment because they came out running that Malga. It looked like they kind of shut down Drunken Clucks there for a moment, but Drunken Clucks make the swap off the D.Va to the Sigma, and it works out great for them. It even forces, I think, in my opinion, Fire Guardians to say we have to mirror the Sigma just to try to keep up with them on that second and third point. And while it found some value at the start, it didn't find the same value they were looking for there at the end.
Yeah. We'll see here, right? The Malga, we've seen it before, right? Where if it's not working, it needs to be swapped off kind of immediately. And we saw that eventually, and it led to the Fire Guardians taking round number 2. And but I think we stay away from it, right? Especially since we have our map choice coming in. Interestingly enough, it's going to be the same exact map that we saw in our last series. We're going to Dorado again, so I'm thinking we're going to be seeing some dive tanks and probably that Ashe come back out.
Yeah, probably, especially since we've already seen this Drunken Clucks team necessarily want to try to play dive coming out the gate with that D.Va. So this is the Fire Guardians pick. They have to feel pretty confident that that dive comp that they want to run here, if it is a dive comp, I'm not saying it could be anything else, but we're both probably assuming dive here, has to be able to beat out that D.Va comp on the other side, because we saw in the first series, the D.Va was that dive tank that won out against a Winston in the B league stream we had, or series we had in the second one of the night.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see more dive. I'm excited because this is my second game of casting Overwatch in a while. That's what I'm excited about. Right, Dex?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, dive is fun to watch. Everything, hell, in my opinion, everything's fun to watch if teams are doing it good here.
Unless it's double shield.
You can't see that anymore, so you're lucky for that. But I mean, Fire Guardians, they need to step up here in a little bit. I mean, they looked great when their backs were against the wall on that second point of Oasis, but now their backs are against the wall in this series, Joker. I mean, you have to imagine their kind of tempo is gonna, pick up a little bit here as we, eventually we'll head into Dorado.
Yeah, they've got to figure it out. Again, if you lose, you're done.
Yeah.
Would you rather be done, or would you rather play another game right after this? What are your thoughts, Dex?
I mean, hey, you want to play another game right after this, and we mean literally right after this. The winner of this series will be staying on the main stream to play Sayonara in our final series of the night. That's supposed to start at 10 o'clock, but might start earlier, might start later, depending on this series goes here, because I still feel like the Fire Guardians have a chance to get back into this one here against this very flexible team in the Drunken Clucks.
Agree. We haven't seen the rest of the squad, right, for Fire Guardians. Emeren's still on the bench. There, you could see Bakan J as well, if they want to change things up. But really, we can only waffle so much about what we expect to see on Dorado until we get in. Update in the Stanley Cup Finals. The Panthers are kind of just getting destroyed again.
Oh no.
It's only 2-0.
That's not bad.
But the shots are 13-4. They just got their fourth shot.
They're a third period team.
It's 5 minutes into the second period.
They're a third period team. Thank you for that update, but it looks like the teams have decided that we've been yapping enough here. Looks like we're really going to be heading into Dorado. I mean, here's the biggest thing from that first map that I'm taking away. We did not see the Pharah a lot. We saw it for a little bit, but unlike in the B League one we had in our second series, they were actually these teams were actually able to shut down the Pharah and just shut them down consistently to the point where they decided not to play them. And look at what the Drunken Clucks are coming out here with on the defense. That is a wrecking ball here from Red X. But other than that, everything is kind of what I would expect. The Ashe, the Tracer, and that support line, which honestly is really good together. Same thing, though, on the other side. Buckethead on the Symmetra is interesting. I think it will mostly just be to use the teleporter to get up to the high ground without Krabby having to use the jump, which will come in handy, especially if they feel like they're in a little bit of danger here. But I would imagine Buckethead will swap off to the Tracer almost immediately after. Oh, no.
Yeah, Red X on the wrecking ball. Was not expecting that, but it is still a dive tank. I don't know about this. We'll see if it works for him. Again, this is why I cast and not play. Because Red X is able to find Apple out, and now they're going to be finding another nice little grapple up onto the high ground. Going to get swept up, and that's only going to be for a moment. Red X is going to get emptied away. They're going to have to force back for the moment, but still finds Buckethead nonetheless. Cam is whip-shotting, keeping people at a distance, and Red X is still finding picks onto the support line, and that's going to be the hold coming in for Drunken Clucks.
And here's the thing that the Fire Guardians have to really deal with now with this ball is just the chaos of the ball. The ball could just be everywhere. They don't necessarily need to be around their supports or their DPS. They just want to come in, roll through everyone, spike down on them, try to get a lot of damage, maybe find one pick, and then roll out. And that was just such a great showing from Red X there that first time around. Fire Guardians, they essentially need to kind of just be playing as a team almost here. They need to be stuck together. They need Tropic here to land a huge sleep and then the fall up there, but oh my goodness!
Yeah, it's a nice anti-nade coming in as Krabby is going to have to run back to spawn. Everyone's running back to spawn, really, to stay alive for Fire Guardians. 2 minutes and 24 seconds on the board still, though, for them to make some time, make some space.
Yeah, almost half their time gone here, and they're struggling to find anything. Another nice anti-nade there onto Yup Yup. Won't necessarily find anyone, but look at the Drunken Clucks here, coming up to 3-4 ultimates. Same can be said for Fire Guardians, though, but you want that Nano to be up a little bit faster, and, I mean, you already lost Krabby in the fight.
Yeah, losing Krabby's not what you want at all, and wow, Yup Yup stays alive, and now Fire Guardians have an opportunity to go in. They've got it on to the Brigitte. I probably was looking for that Echo or that Tracer. There's the minefields coming onto the point, but it's just to buy some time. Red X is almost certainly what? Redux gets out, and Baz, finds a pick onto Buckethead as well, and now Redux can roll back in. They've got them. They've got Nano Boost as well for a longer contested hold as Cam's running away, but what? They lose Krabby Adam. Cam stays alive, and the rally's invested by Yup, but they go down. A minute to 9 seconds to go, and everything's just falling apart for Fire Guardians on that push.
Yeah, it was just one mistake after another there. The duplicate being invested, the rally being invested, and the Primal Rage not being invested here, especially when you look at the Drunken Clucks. They're in such a better spot because they have those 2 support ultimates. Krabby Adam's Primal Rage here has to be huge. It has to essentially win them this point.
And Yup's down, Rally comes in, and Krabby Adam's getting beaten to death with it all, with the flail. They are going to nano the Ash, which is an interesting choice. Did they use Bob perhaps in that, and that's why they did it? I don't know. Who knows? As a lot of people are low right now, but still trying to wait it out. The push coming in. Krabby Adam's going to be anteed up and almost taken down, but Frothy Philly's gone. Baz is going to take a Buckethead out of the fight. The Tracer duel going in their way. Frozen's gone. Picks are coming through, and a Nanoed Monkey takes Frozen out, but a lot of people are low. Minefield's on the point, and they lose it all in the end. There was definitely a chance for Drunken Clucks to hold it there, but well, they're going to have to wait 2 minutes and 21 more seconds.
I mean, honestly, the Fire Guardian should have capped that point a little bit faster than that, but good plays there by the Drunken Clucks really slowed them down, and then Drunken Clucks almost full held them there, which was almost an incredible play by them, investing a lot of ultimates, but now, heading into the second point, the Fire Guardians, in my opinion, have this better advantage because of their versatility to that high ground. Krabby Apple can get it both up there incredibly fast, and Apple has his duplicate ready to go, but they used it on Tracer last time. I feel like they have to try to use it onto something like Red X or Frozen. They have to find a character that provides a little bit more value, but at the moment, Baz is trying to get out with their own life.
Yeah, Krabby Adams anteed up yet again. There's a nice dynamite coming in. Redx very low for the moment. Gonna get grapple back up to the point. And, ooh, what a nice anti-nade comes in. Frozen so low. Gonna get that healing. Yup's popped their rally as well onto this point. Bob's there as well, but still nothing's really doing for either of these two teams. They've got to find a pick, and Red X is gonna be having to roll away, roll back to that high ground, get some healing before they can go back in, as Krabby Adam has the Primal Rage, popping it, taking down the supports perhaps. No, Cam's gonna pop that rally to stay up and healthy, but Baz is gone. Everyone's low, and so is, well, there goes Frothy Philly, and Buckethead finds 2 in the midst of all of that. Is Drunken, our Fire Guardians are going to be able to keep pushing forward.
Yeah, and once they get rid of Frozen right here and clear up some of these mines, they should get pretty close to point B right here. But you look at what Fire Guardians had to invest into that fight. Pulse Pump Stick not going to be able to find anyone somehow. But now look at Drunken Clucks. They have nothing into this fight. Tropic has the only ultimate ready to go, and you have to give it to Krabby here just to shut down that backline. If you do that, you should win the fight pretty easily.
Nice anti-nade comes in onto Yup. His Tropic Gem goes down super low, and Yup's gone. You need to stay on the point. It's very close to the end, and Apple's found 2. But is it going to be enough? They've got the nano boost, but now it's gone. Apple finds another pick. Krabby Adam's still on point. It's a duel between the Tracer and the Winston. Who can come out on top? Baz is trying to juke and jive, stay alive, and they do so. They've got some reinforcements, but so does Krabby Adam on the point. They've got people back. They've got their supports. Redx is going to go for that pile driver, look for some kills. Baz is very low, going to have to rotate around. They are going to be able to almost find that pick, but the recall comes through from both of the Tracers. The duel coming out, and Yup finds Frothy Philly, who made the swap over to the Lucio to try to get back to point, and it might be their undoing with the amount of healing they no longer had, as Fire Guardians are able to keep pushing forward.
And Drunken Clucks, they threw a couple ultimates out there just to try to make sure they didn't get that. Now they're down the Pulse Bomb, the Minefield, and a Nano there. Look at the Fire Guardians. They have ultimates to spare here. Tropic gonna stay on this Lucio here probably for just this life, but if they can build up to a beat, that might be something that prevails them through a couple fights here. However, you see Drunken Clucks, they all want to go up to that high ground because they know the majority of the Fire Guardians are right there in the stairwell.
Yeah, as now I gotta come into this. The copy on to the Winston is there on the Redix. Redix is so low. Everyone's so low on the side of Drunken Clucks right now. They've got to get some healing, and they've got to get it now. Yup Yup's down, but now the Primal Rages have been invested from Fire Guardians, pushing them back to their spawn room as Drunken Clucks at the moment with Baz now down for the count. 30 seconds to go. They've got an opportunity to hold. They're very close to Red X's Primal Rage, but they've got to stay alive. They're so very low. They've got the Primal Rage, a perfect opportunity. But they're going down. And well, Fire Guardians are able to push, and take that third point.
Oh, no, so close. But this, just the overjump there from Red X. You hate to see it. 19 seconds on the clock when, honestly, the Drunken Clucks are coming up to ultimates. They had the Primal Rage online, but like I said, Red X just overjumped the point right there, fell down, and that was their touch. I guess you could call that a C9, but I don't know if I really want to there. However, I mean, Fire Guardians. I talked about them. I thought they had it in this, had it in them in this series to bounce back after what that struggle was of Oasis. And it seems like when they're playing the Winston, they're a little bit more of a free team. Yeah, it took them a little bit to get used to Red X playing the ball, but once they were able to do that, Red X never really found the value. And after they capped point B, they never really looked back. Tropic on the Lucio really did help them. The one beat they had kept them in a fight, especially when Apple used that duplicate. The beat kept them alive through that entire duplicate there to make sure they found some picks and found all the value they could when they duplicate onto the Winston. But now heading over to the other side, Drunken Clucks on the offense now. Red X back on the Diva. We saw this from them once and it immediately got shut down, but the main difference was Fire Guardians, they were playing Amalga. They're not playing Amalga anymore, but they are playing a Winston, which Krabby did seem to be very comfortable on. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on Red X here to make this Diva work against Krabby.
Yeah, they've got to get the momentum back in their favor. Dex. All of those stops were just pushes from Fire Guardians, was momentum killers for Drunken Clucks. They had it in the bag, but then things just don't go their way at the last moment. And now they've got to match the distance made from that push. Now Fire Guardians are starting off strong. Apple's going to take Red X's Baby Diva out, and now the dive's going to come in. And Krabby Adams taking down Frothy. They do lose Krabby. That's a huge pick coming in from Frozen. And now this is a little bit different. They had some losses, but they have the advantage with the spawn being so close. They can probably get to this past this bridge here.
And that's such a mistake from Krabby because now Fire Guardians have to give up the bridge. And honestly, they're going to have to give up a lot more as they start losing everyone. And starting with your support line, Joker, that's not how you want to start it.
Yeah, supports win championships in this, right? Because, I mean, without your supports, what are you doing? And then the Drunken Clucks are going to just get this point for free. They have 5 minutes on the for point 2 now.
I mean, it started off so good. Krabby got rid of Red X, but then they just pushed up a little bit too far and put themselves behind a wall where neither of the supports could get to. And it was just one after another after another. Now you give the Drunken Clucks a lot of time here on this second point, but the second point does have its challenge. And I think the Fire Guardians will be able to step up to it here. However, you look at the Drunken Clucks, they're coming up on 3-4 ultimates. Fire Guardians gonna have about the same, but Red X has that remeching tool there if they need it.
Yeah, they've got the self-destruct is going to come in over the top. Apple's gone down. Self-destruct finds nothing, but they buy time, they buy space. Because right now, they are going to invest that nano boost on a Krabby Adam. Going to be swept up, but woken up immediately afterwards. It's not going to matter. They're burnt through that HP immediately. So there's no stopping them now. As, well, again, especially with this pick on the Tropic Gem, who tried to do a 180 sleep dart, not going to come in the end. And Cam's just escorting the payload.
And again, it's the same thing that happened on the first point, and now it's exactly the same thing that happened on the first point. Krabby went a little bit too far up, lost their life. Tropic was the next one to fall. Then it's Yup Yup who fell. Look at all this free push that the Drunken Clucks are getting there, really at the cost of only about 2 ultimates there. Because Redx already 75% to another bomb. Buckethead, though, finding 2 huge picks to slow down this cart is exactly what the Fire Guardians need, just to kind of stabilize here, as you see the Drunken Clucks just backing out.
Yeah, as we come in here now, the Fire Guardians have gotten an opportunity to hold on. What? You can. So that confused me, right? I did not know that. I love learning new things about this game that I think I know almost everything about, right?
No.
That's huge. That's
it's
so
cool.
Yeah, it's happened again. It's happened again.
Oh no!
Fire Guardians, it's happened again. Drunken Clucks going to be able to come in here with all the picks they need, and they're going to have a very, very good time going in to point number 3.
And here's the thing. 3 times now this defensive round for the Fire Guardians. Like Krabby Adam just playing a little bit too far forward with no sightlines to his supports, dies, and then just everyone else falling from there. But I'll give this. Buckethead has been able to find consistent kills here to slow down this Drunken Clucks team. But look at the Drunken Clucks. They have both support ultimates. They have a Pulse Bomb. The Deadeye from Buckethead coming out now. Not going to find anything, but it does buy them some time. Not really.
Yeah, there it goes. Buckethead's down. And now the supports might be after it. It's Tropic Gem is all alone. Pulse Bomb came in from Baz, but no one goes down. But there goes Tropic Gem. Yup Yup's going to be quickly afterwards. And now things are going from bad to worse yet again for Fire Guardians. Now the rally's invested. They've got the nano boost as well, and they can just, all they really need to do is take care of Krabby Adam on point. Rally comes in from Yup Yup. They've got an opportunity, but a nano tracer's in the back line, distracting them all from the point as Drunken Clucks capture it with 3 minutes and 43 seconds on the board.
Yeah, and remember, 19 seconds originally for the Fire Guardians. They get the minute now, but all that time goes back over to the Drunken Clucks. And, I mean, Joker, we highlighted there what the main problem was for the Fire Guardians. It was Krabby Adam playing too far forward after diving in, finding 1 pick, but then everyone for the Drunken Clucks would be right there, and Krabby Adam would have no sightline of his supports. That final fight, though, I think it was the exact opposite problem. Krabby Adam didn't go up to support or help his supports as Redx. And I think Baz were breathing down their necks right there. They stayed on the ground, wanted to maybe play cart instead, but you need your supports alive in these fights, especially when you're running a dive comp like this. And look at what they're doing now. They're going to try to mirror the D.Va here. We haven't seen Krabby play the D.Va at all this series, so it's going to be something new, but you only have a minute here. You remember the struggles that was about the first minute of the Fire Guardians push. I mean, Drunken Clucks shut them down pretty fast, but now you're going back over to the Winston here. So you have to try to figure something out here fast, because it seems like Redx, after the slow start on Oasis on D.Va, has completely forgotten about that and is firing on all cylinders, but same thing with that DPS line.
Yeah, what is... Okay. I'll see it to believe it, right? A nice anti-nade, though, comes in, and Redx is going to get demeched immediately. Might have to make their way over to the Winston yet again. Just kind of does... It just kind of does a little bit... Okay, they might... Krabby Adam's gonna go down. No, they do not. Okay. But losing Apple's not what you wanted. Again, you have this opportunity to come in and a nice anti-grenade yet again from Frothy Philly. Isn't gonna buy them the space that they were looking for. And there goes Tropic Gem. There goes Yup Yup, and that's the fight, and that might just be the push for Fire Guardians gone.
It's going to be the push, and the biggest problem was because of those anti-nades coming out from Frothy Philly, Fire Guardians had to slow down their tempo so much they weren't able to do a lot. We will get an overtime here because Apple does touch the point, but it's going to be difficult for the Fire Guardians to really do anything here.
Yes, now they come in and they still have to figure it out, and Yup finds Cam, but the Deadeye is going to be available to clean anything if they even need to use it, but they do not. The picks come in, the Deadeye in celebration for the stop at the bridge.
Yeah, and it's a lot like Dorado in our second series the other night. They basically got stuck at the bridge, and now Fire Guardians have to play almost a perfect defense here for about only 17 seconds less of time here. It's going to be very difficult for them to do. It is possible, but we need to see something different from the Fire Guardians. I don't think the Winston is necessarily working out for them as they would like it to be. It's just getting shut down by Red X, by Frozen, by Baz, just being able to go in there and pepper in damage. But you also have to give Frothy a lot of credit because they slowed down that Fire Guardian squad so much last round. And look what the Fire Guardians are doing here. They want to try to just completely negate anything that really comes out from Frothy Philly. Completely. They don't even want to play dive. They want to play Zarya here. Buckethead sticking on the Cassidy. I like that. They have been great on the Cassidy all night. But now you see Yup go back over to the Brig. You see Tropic on the BAP. It's going to be really interesting here. Now we can look over at Drunken Clucks. Oh my goodness.
There it is.
We looked over to them at the right time.
Great. It's a great look, especially since Krabby Adam brought out the Zarya to deal with Red X on the Diva, right? That was the decision making behind it. I mean,
oh my goodness.
Or you would have just played the Rhine, but Krabby Adam is just going to be taken down immediately. Love this for Drunken Clucks, and almost taking him down. And that is going to be all but, or
Apple?
maybe not. Apple's found 2 picks. They found Frothy Philly. They found Baz as well. And Yup still alive. Krabby Adams made the swap over to the Doomfist to get back to point, but that's just going to be a little... it's going to be... it's a good counter to the charges, right?
And here's the thing. Drunken Clucks might have allowed Fire Guardians to have another fight in here since they were not pushing the cart at all through all of that there. So there is going to be another fight here, but Fire Guardians have an uphill battle.
Yeah, they have a very long way to hold this out. Still definitely possible. I've seen it happen before in my ranked games. Is it going to happen here today? Not looking likely with Krabby Adam down for the count. Now Buckethead comes down, and, well, you've got to stay on the point. And in the end, Drunken Clucks take the second map and the series 2-0.
Yeah, and honestly, this team, this hyper-flexible team looked really, really good. I mean, you saw Red X play a multitude of tanks here, whether it be Diva, whether it be that Sigma, or whether it even be, I think we saw something else from them at some point, the Rhine. I mean, they looked great on it, but this is a team that you have to be wary of in the rest of this kickoff tournament here. I mean, you're going to see him again here right after this series ends, taking on Sayonara. Fire Guardians, though, I mean, they looked a little bit better on that second map, but we kind of highlighted there was a little bit of mistakes there by their tank, by Krabby, and it just seemed like they pushed a little bit too far, got out of their support sight lines, and they got punished so fast so many times. But hey, it's the kickoff tournament. Those are things that can be fixed.
Yeah, it really can. I mean, again, this is I correct me if I'm wrong, Solomon, but I think this is just for fun. This tournament is just for fun. I mean, I don't. Okay, so there's kind of there's some stakes, but it is just for fun to start things off for the first season. So it's not like our CGL mid-season tournament that gives you that extra win for the playoffs down the road. So it's not the worst case, right? And you get
you work out those kinks right
yes,
now. So that
you get your kinks exposed now, like the Yankees are right now in June. instead of October, right? That's what's everyone's dreams. You don't want to have that cakewalk of a season and then you get exposed in the playoffs. No one wants that. That's everyone's worst nightmare, right?
Yeah.
And it's good. You look clean, but you've just got to. There's just a couple things that need to be changed for Fire Guardians, in the grand scheme of things, and this probably goes their way.
So Solomon gave us what this tournament does. Final placements of kickoff determine the group seeding. Top 2 teams will be put into separate groups heading into the regular season. So there is some things here, but I mean, Fire Guardians will now exit this one here. They'll be put into a group at some point at the end of this year. But again, a good starting point for them here because they times looked very good. I mean, you can go back to University on Oasis where they were down 99-0, and it really seemed like the Drunken Clucks were going to 2-0 that map, but they came back, they fought hard and reversed that map right back, forced a 0.3. And I really had high hopes for them going into that 0.3, but then the Drunken Clucks showed back up and said, yeah, that was a little mistake on our part there, and shut them down. But this Fire Guardians team, like I said, I think this is a good building block for them. There's a lot they can take back from this, but also probably one of their first actual series on this new patch. So they're going to learn a lot from it here because I don't think the Winston is necessarily the main dive tank anymore. I might be wrong about that. I probably am, but we saw the Diva necessarily prevail here tonight the 2 times it went up against the Winston.
Yeah, I think the Winston just works, I think, when you're playing against a Sigma because it just helps you separate the Sigma. That bubble is... The bubble is meant to be separation. It's not meant to be to stop damage, right? It's meant to be separation now to stop the other team from getting heals. So we didn't necessarily see that, but again, it might have just been trying to figure something out with this new patch. But we should probably send it to a break because we have other casters that are coming in for our next matchup, and we want them to be able to get set up for this next banger of a series, hopefully, between Sayonara and Drunken Clucks. So we are going to head to that break, and you'll see 2 new smiling faces at you right after this break.
Big window, which takes out 2. You're gonna see your Mercy and Sigma go down. Pain is gonna find Hudson in the process of this, but Bakery. Whoa! I mean, stood still, but Aki and Finest are gonna go down. They were trapped in there, so it was a matter of time.
Yeah, this point is absolutely brutal to try and attack here if you're Sleepy Kittens. Not only do you have the Widow overlooking the entire angles, Pain gets swaps over to the Pharah here. I mean, Pharah's strong right now. You have a hell of a lot of confidence to be playing this against Finest Widowmaker. So we're going to be seeing how that works. You're really just going to have to try and dive bomb with your Mercy, and Finest gets the value once again.
There we go. Schaffler's already gone. So this attack for Sleepy Kittens, there's Pain making a difference, right? You got the door open, and now you're just capitalizing on that damage. I mean, Hudson's done a great job. We've seen Joe make some good plays. Now we're just trying to see if they can capitalize off of it, and Joe's gonna actually get out Pain, snipe right out of the air. Mercy trying to do something, won't be able to do it. Joe's gonna get 2. The pharmacy's gone. Oh my, Finest! What a shot, but Hudson matches! Big shot from Hudson. Huge play. Unfeatured's gonna get taken down as well, and there's only 15 seconds left. Now you have to look for something else. Can you find an opening here? You have no ult. You Mercy ult is the one thing versus 4 ultimates. I mean, it feels over, but this is gonna be a tough one for sure. Trying to snipe out of the air, almost got the rock onto him. High Noon's gonna contest it. You're gonna get the touch for Pain, but Pain is gonna be taken down. Oh no, actually lives that. Mercy ult is online. There's the ult. You're gonna rock out of it. That's huge, but Schaffler's gonna get unfeatured. Joe's gonna take Aki down. You lost Schaffler because Finest is hitting shots, but only one person standing, and that is your Widowmaker, and you can't do nothing about that. So we will go to Snake Eyes' attack, and they got a little ways to push.
You have to give a lot of credit to Unfeatured there for trying to shut down that super ult. Did actually land the rock to cancel the ult. The issue is that it was comboed perfectly with the Alari Captive Son as well, and Unfeatured just didn't have the grasp up to be able to eat that ultimate. What that meant is that everyone was brought up, and yeah, they didn't come back down, but they were just sitting ducks for that Captive Sunstruck to go off and just blow a hole through the entirety of the Sleepy Kittens roster. So solid defense going out from Snake Eyes, but not unholdable, right? Havana is a very difficult map to complete. That 3rd point is one of the most brutal ones in the game to be dealing with. Sleepy Kittens on the Ram seems like they want to be going for the spawn camp right now. Again, playing this kind of half in, half out style where they don't want to fully commit their composition over to the spawn camp, but they are going to be having the Ram here just to buy a little bit of space at the start. Honestly, not personally a huge fan of the Ram in the spawn camp right there. I feel like with the recent changes, Ryan is definitely getting a lot stronger. Still by far from the Prime, but still a lot stronger than before. Ram is in a bit of an awkward spot right now, and also is kind of better at hard engaging rather than holding the space that you kind of need to for the spawn camp, you know? Like, once your skill is offline, you just get shot at from all the angles.
Yeah, and we are seeing the same thing, though. Like, no May, seeing the Pharah instead. But Pain has shown that Pharah is just a simple hop, skip, and a jump for them, as Joe's already gone. Trying to match the Pharah with no Mercy is a little harder.
Yeah, should have picked Mercy, but not going to be any kind of support in the end, as we do have Schaffler going over to the Arnon, looking for a cheeky anti-nade right now, engaged to just blow this fight wide open. You do have the luxury to do this when you are on the spawn camp. Does go onto unfeatured, but you do forget that Aki is here, does have a Suzu as well, and now everything's hitting the fan.
Yeah, no, this is huge, right? Unfeatured is going to go down. Sammy does a good job of making the space there. You're going to see Finest and Pain get some picks there, but they're going to match. And honestly, the name of the game for Snake Eyes is as long as you kill people, it's a win. What a Zuzu to save the res there. That was huge. Now you're going to get a res off, and as soon as I say you just need to get some picks, they're matching you right back with everything. So that's huge. What a timing there. And Joe's going to go over to, we're going to get a Genji.
I mean, give Sleepy Kittens an inch and they will take a mile, right? timing was perfect to get the res off through the Suzu, and now
Shuffler's gone.
had the number. Shuffler, this is the issue with Ana. The moment that the fight starts breaking down, when you're a fire player, you can just walk onto the enemy backline for free.
Yeah. They're going to get res off on unfeatured again, but you're going to lose a couple. Sammy finds Finest, Pain, and Aki are both gone. So it's just Farah plus Ramatra, but this Ramatra is running through people, but is not going to be able to live long enough to do anything about it. It's just a mercy. Sammy's going to take out Zenny, and that is where we move on finally in the fight. They're going to stick to Genji. They're going to have Window. They're going to have High Noon. They're going to have Clucks. It looks like they're going to stick the Ramatra, so we're going to have High Noon, Ram Ult, and Valk on the other side for Sleepy Kitten. So this should be an interesting fight here, with pretty much matching ults, 3-3 each. How the High Noons play a factor into that.
And Unfeatured has actually stuck on the Ram here, likely just because you're so close to that Annihilation, and there's not a lot of mobility that Sammy can use to get away from that. Can kind of cycle damage mitigation tools to live for a little bit longer, but the Grasp isn't really going to stop it, you know? So that's going to be the Kitsune Rush coming through as well, counteracted by the Window.
Yeah, and it's matched with the Windows. That helps a ton, but Payne is going to find Joe out in the open. Sammy's going to take down Unfeatured, though. Looking for a res now. Will get it. High Noon comes through, and it won't find anything. Tried to find something quick there and cheeky, but won't be able to do it. Unfeatured is rezzed off, so that pick you worked so hard for is just going to get completely mitigated. And now you're just looking for something. Hudson's going to get one. Now you're going to Flux. You're going to hit someone. Someone got taken down. I don't know who got pulled. I don't know, but Hudson is popping off. Finds 3 in the process of that. I think it was Kiri. Sammy's going to find the other 2, and Unfeatured popped ult, but it was too little too late. I'm expecting a swap here. Payne's going to go over to Sojourn. I'm expecting Feature to go to, Ashe instead. I actually don't mind that switch either. I think Ashe is very good combo potential, obviously, and the Dynamite is just too good. Bob is too good. So we'll see how well that goes, but we're close to a Blade from Joe, and maybe it does something. Maybe it doesn't do anything, and it's Blade, so we're just playing the guessing game at this point.
Bro's very excited about the prospect of this Blade right now, but yeah, you can see the damage boost on the high ground and the Dynamite. Painkiller has just swapped over, by the way, and is already halfway
50%.
A bot, but there's the Blade.
Gonna find 2, though, before we even have a chance to even do anything with the Blade, but Blade's gonna find 1. So maybe that helps out, but it's too little too late. Pain is... Ooh, wait. Good deflect. Ooh! Joe! Joe doing Joe things. Almost gets the Mercy. Will not be able to get it. Pain is gonna get res... We got a Mercy deflecting our Ashe to res. Okay, got it.
The new Mercy buffs go crazy. Clearly Zenny knows something that we don't. What a go.
Obviously.
Anyway, Sammy going to be trying to push this one through. Painkiller falling so low on the high ground, but the Mercy is right there to save them out. However, Painkiller is just farming this mob up, and bye-bye Joe.
Yeah, Joe's been trying really hard to make something happen, but it's just really hard to get in on this character right now. Especially with how Pain and Fidus are playing, right? They're doing everything they can to make things happen, and Joe's gonna have a tough time getting in on Genji. Blade did do actually a number on them, but it was right as 2 people died, so it was really hard to make anything else capitalize off of it if you're losing your team before you even have a chance to do what you're supposed to do there. So that's tough. Now we're gonna get a window, but you're low, you're done. Bob's gonna come out with that window. Bob's gonna get sent into that back line and just do a lot of work. Sammy has nowhere to go. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that's that for this fight. I mean, Joe's gonna go down again. The Zen is sitting there on the back line, but wait, whoa. We got some picks here. Hudson takes Aki down. Finest is gonna get taken out. Payne's gonna get res, but that means there's just 3 people here. If they regroup quickly, that means they're gonna be able to go in and get another fight very quickly. They need to take this high ground extremely fast.
Yeah, this fight's going to be looking a hell of a lot more scrappy now. That's the problem through here for the side of Sleepy Kittens. But Snake Eyes took a little too long. The reinforcements are going to be in, and Zenny has popped that Valkyrie as well to reinforce things. Is it as good as a Transcendence?
Hudson,
no, but
though.
The pick is.
They're going to get the res off, but Hudson finds a good one. Now the Blade comes in. Hudson finds another one. Hudson finds 2. Wait, this is big for Hudson. Blade is doing a lot of work onto the tank, just trying to whittle him down, get him out of there. And Sammy's going to find Finest. And again, Finest died twice in that fight. Shout out to Rez. So there's that. But yeah, no, big plays. Hudson trying to keep the team on, just putting the team on his back and keeping them online. I mean, you're dueling with Finest. Payne has been doing a great job. Finest has been doing a phenomenal job, but Hudson's showing off. Definitely showing out.
Yeah, Sleepy Kittens are actually going to be retouching this with the Kitsune Rush as well. Counteracting with the Flux and the High Noon. This could be devastating.
Oh! They popped it, undefeated popped it, and gets hit with the with that. Somehow the res goes off, but is met with the just death.
Damage is done.
Everyone's
Damage is
gone. Damage is done. It's gonna be down for Finest, and somehow through all of that, High Noon, Flux, and Zen ults, the Transcendent Snake Eyes keeps their tournament hopes alive. Pain and Finest moving over to the signature characters. We're getting Soj, we're getting Widow, and hopefully that is enough to close the deal on this last minute and 15 seconds. They do have to get it pretty decently far, right? It was right under that little bridge there. Can Snake Eyes do it? We'll find out now.
Yeah, it's going to be a hell of a thing as Sammy pushes up to this corner. Shield is going to absolutely evaporate. This is the thing with the Soj change, that because the primary fire is now a lot faster, can actually rip through the shield, especially with a damage boost as well. And that's going to be forcing an early lamp as well onto Sammy too, just absorbing so much damage right now. But the damage on Sammy means the damage not onto the backline. That's a really strong window.
Huge window, saving lives there. Trying to get the res off. I don't think Zenny was in a spot to do it. Somehow saving Hudson and all that. It's Pain is in the back. Finest does still find a headshot on Hudson, but now the push is going. They're close to another blade, right? Now they get a res in the back line. They don't know it. No one's turned around for it. Finest finds Schaffler. Maybe have sealed the deal on this game. 20 seconds left. Pain is going to find Bakery. And now they need to regroup quickly. 80%.
Oh, Sammy's dead. Sammy's dead so late in the fight, and that's so bad right now.
Yeah, there's 12 seconds left. Joe is the closest one to an ultimate. Finest and Pain are going to come up on their DPS ult along with a Valk to match. You're going to need some miracle to happen. Bakery is going to come in on the Lucio. It's going to get punched away. I don't think touch. Joe's going to get the touch to force OT. Helps out a ton. Doomfist out here. Bakery's going to get taken down. Now you're going to see the both ults from DPS come out. Joe's so close to being able to get this blade off, maybe helping seal the deal, but the damage is already done. It's so much damage popped in. You're going to see a Zuzu come out, but it's just not enough. Unfeatured finishes off Joe. The team is already gone, and that will be the end of this tournament run for Snake Eyes. Definitely a valiant effort on those last fights, but Finest hitting multiple headshots in that last fight to just seal that deal.
Oh my goodness gracious. I mean, it feels like such a shame for Snake Eyes to be leaving the tournament so early right there. Sleep Kittens, they rallied at the final hour when they really needed to, pull together and secured the 2-0, advancing through in our bracket as well. So big congratulations and to Sleepy Kittens and commiseration to Snake Eyes. I want to ask for your player of the match. I feel like our last player match was pretty cut and dry, and this one's more. It's up in the air. For debate. I still think I would have to go with Finest. Right, I'd have to go with that. It's kind of a hit. It's a hit scan kind of day. Potentially Zenny, if you want to get really technical. Clearly, the Mercy
that Mercy worked.
It worked. I don't agree with it. I don't like it. I will probably be writing a letter to the, UN about it. But it worked. And game is game at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think Finest put in a butt ton of work. Definitely deserves a player of the match. But I don't want to discredit Pain. I think the Pharah gameplay was outstanding and was able to be flexible and go to Soj when your team needed it. Definitely was helpful as well. And put in work on it, right? Wasn't too crazy. Found picks where it was necessary. Big barrages on Oasis. I mean, literally sealed the deal on third point Oasis, right? So it's I would personally go that route, but I think Finest also did a phenomenal job. So I think it's so hard. It's so hard. Everybody put in work. So you'd say
Finest is a fine option?
Yeah, it's definitely a fine option.
He loves me, really. But yeah, we are going to be seeing our brackets here as well today. Sleepy Kittens are advancing to be playing tomorrow at 10 p.m. against Gracidia. 10 p.m. for maybe you lot. For me, more 3, 4 a.m. kind of deal, but that's whatever. That's whatever.
Yeah, and you're going to get some more first round action, right? Our quarterfinals are slowly getting set, but you're going to get Reborn Racers and Reborn Racers Revenge versus Boss Bots over on the B stream to start off your day, and Packin' Punches versus Sox, just SOX Sox. So there we are. But yeah, that was a blast. We're not on anymore, but there is one more game to be played on the B stream. Any final words for the first BPL stream today, Edgar? How do you feel?
Great. Love being here. We'll definitely be here again in the future. Planned to be here on Sunday, but showed up here as a last-minute replacement because I'm just so cool and handsome and charismatic and talented like that. What can I say?
Yeah, Edgar being clutch as always, so we appreciate it a ton. Well, welcome. And real quick before we head out, you're going to keep getting prod, but I want to shout out our production team. Orange has done a great job. Luna's doing a great job. So, give them a little bit of credit when you see them. But I think we're rounding it out today. I'm wrapping myself out. I will not be here for any more of today. I will not be here tomorrow. Hopefully I'm here on Sunday. I'm excited for some of those matches. But Edgar, we'll sign off there. Thank you guys so much for watching with us. Stay tuned though. There's still another game to be played. We're not done yet with the BPL action. You're just not seeing my beautiful face anymore. We'll catch you guys next time. Peace.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to round 2 of the kickoff tournament. You just saw Drunken Clucks. I can't talk right now. Take on. I just had it written down. Fire Guardians. I'm messing everything up already, and it's my first time casting in BPL. I'm here with Strato. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. Ready for some good Overwatch, and I'm very excited about this game. Sayonara, definitely looking at to be my favorite A-League team coming into this today. We are going to look at the rosters here, and oh boy, these two teams absolutely star-studded with BPL alums and talent. You see Sayonara made up of the core of the Crusaders with Gap, Ewan, and Laser. And Drunken Clucks, they're not to be trifled with either. You did see them 2-0 the Fire Guardians earlier today. They have shooters on all roles, and they are going to be able to put up a fight here. Sayonara, they have lots and lots of chemistry, as you saw earlier. But, do you think they're going to be able to take down Drunken Clucks, who already won today and are perhaps nice and warmed up?
I think it is going to be difficult. Obviously, like you said, there are a lot of BPL known talent. You look at all the awards for everybody. Almost everybody on both these teams have some sort of awards given to them. Only two that don't on the side of Sayonara is Stargaze and Even Star. And then on the side of Drunken Clucks, it's Ishtar and Red X. Those are the only two that really don't have any sort of awards given to them. So I know they're looking to change that today. And I think both these teams, we could be up for a fire matchup for the final match of the day today.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. A lot of these Mauga, Sigma compositions going around, and I'd like to see a lot of that. Gap, he's great at every tank has seemed to be in his wheelhouse, so it'll be interesting to see what they do. They have Laser and Optical Crash who will be subbing back and forth for each other, and with how prevalent Cassidy has been in this meta, it'll be interesting to see if they play any different compositions with those two, or if they're just going to be kind of plug and play replacements for one another as they bounce in and out.
Yeah, and especially too with the sort of update that came out yesterday, the Cassidy changes as well, with going back to sort of a traditional flashbang, except not stunning, going to a hinder as well, sort of made him a little bit more powerful because you are able to hit those sort of close range, make it so that way if you do get dove onto, you're able to just hinder them and make it so that way they can't run away. I do think Cassidy is going to be very interesting, and I think also just the amount of firepower you said with both these teams, as you sort of saw before, if you guys weren't watching the A stream, Drunken Clucks, they do have 4 DPSs. It's not really 4 DPSs. You have Red X playing the tank. As we do know, our first map is going to be Samoa. So you sort of talked about the sort of comps that we could see, the Mauga, Sigma, maybe even some Winston. What do you think is going to come out on this first map of Samoa?
Well, Samoa really lends itself to the Mauga Sigma kind of push and pull, I believe. Far has been super useful. Samoa's got a lot of open airspace, not especially on this map though, unless you want to really play that outside, but there is always a way to get back in here. So yeah, I would like to see any Mauga Sigma. I really like the Sigma comp right now. I think Drunken Clucks, what they are running, you can maybe swap Baz around a little bit, but this core from their team is really what I've been enjoying seeing. But Sayonara, it looks like they want to run the Venture, which can really disrupt the Drunken Clucks kind of play style if they do choose to play this more stagnant composition. I say stagnant, it's not really poke, it's more of a rush composition with a Sigma. But yeah, it'll be really interesting to see, and it looks like it's going to be Ramatra versus Sigma. I'm interested to think what you see in that tank matchup.
I think it's going to be interesting because Gap, you normally see the Ramatra sort of poking and prodding and then just running it down all the time, and especially against a Sigma comp with the rock and everything like that, it's going to be difficult for Sayonara to be able to try to fully push in as Frozen is already about half HP.
Yeah, Phone, you see she wants to get this poke. Venture ult does come up relatively quick with everybody in these grouped up areas. She does get stunned up, but is able to get out, and it's Red X who gets the first pick on the laser, and then Baz follows up. So Drunken Clucks, great disengage there from them, waiting out the cooldowns and just surviving through that, and they're able to come right on back, and that's what I like to see with the Sigma composition now.
Yeah, it really is, and especially too with the Sigma sort of being the all-around tank, having that shield, having that kinetic grasp to be able to eat up a bunch of damage. It's very, very good for them. As you did see them run this comp and sort of just roll over. As soon as they switched to this comp, this seemed like they were very, very favored, and they looked very, very good. As Redix is already able to get the Venture out, and it's just them taking this advantage and just trying to hold them in this little room and just making something. Sayonara can't really do anything as Phone is already switching over to the Mei.
Yeah, there's just so much that can stop the Venture. The Cassidy can stop it. You can't really do anything to a Genji. Sigma's got a lot that you can use. And then the backline has historically been pretty unkillable. As Sayonara, they want to take this point side now. The close range that they want to play at, they're using the Mei to catch out you in there, and they do. But now Redix re-engaging here with the rock, and all his cooldowns getting forced out to no avail, as it looks like he is just going to have to be kept up by this backline, and it's actually Gap who gets just chunked, and finally Drunken Clucks are going to be able to push right back on here. It was looking fine for Sayonara, even though they lost their support, but in the end, Drunken Clucks, they have really great re-engage, and they're going to be up so heavily in this ult economy.
Yeah, and especially too with Ewan being the first one dead, it's very difficult because especially with Sayonara's comp, you want to try to close the gap very, very fast. That's why you have Phone in the Mei to try to wall off somebody. And with Drunken Cluck's comp, obviously they have all 5 ultimates online, but they sort of take that advantage, try to suck up all the damage they can, and just give it right back to them.
Yeah, Flux catches the Kiriko, uses that Suzu. Great timing from them, and it's going to be Phone catching the BAP. But Baz coming back in. The beat is going to be keeping the team alive for Drunken Clucks, and Sayonara just getting their beat online now. The point is still in Drunken Clucks' hands, and now Frozen's High Noon. Is it going to be enough? No, it's going to be a trade from the DPSs, and Gap now with so much health from the beat of Ewan is going to be just walking forward, and this should be enough for Sayonara if they're going to be able to pick up these stragglers. Baz still alive, but not for much longer, and Sayonara, they wait it out and win with a great time beat from Ewan, as well as great survivability from the whole team.
Yeah, and honestly, too, Sayonara, they'll take that all the time. Drunken Clucks coming into that fight with all 5 ultimates, using 4 of them, whereas Sayonara, they really only used the 2. They used both support outs, the Kitsune Rush to try to engage, and the beat later on to sustain, and that was perfect for them, making sure they can do it, as Drunken Clucks decided to switch over to the sort of Bastion style instead.
Yeah, not something you see all the time. The Blizzard does come out, and it's massive. Catches onto Redx and Baz. Lamp comes out, comes down. Redx caught out. Laser, nice pick there, but not out of the dangerous waters yet, as both Cassidys just do so much damage. Redx thinks he ate that, but that might just be a ping thing. And Drunken Clucks, they're going to be able to survive now long enough for Redx to come back on the Doomfist. The Bastion's so survivable, just pushing into Gap right now. Gap does have this ult if he does get too low, and yes, will choose to use it, just walking in. Redx, that block has been used, and yeah, that's going to be the Doomfist taken down. That's why you don't see it a lot, and now Drunken Clucks are on the retreat.
Yeah, and especially too with them just sort of forcing the High Noon as well as the Annihilation from Sayonara. I think you do take that. Obviously, Redux is trying to get back in with the Baptiste. It looks like that they are staying on it, which is a little bit interesting because this seems like a very broken sort of composition that Drunken Clucks have. But who knows? Maybe we could see them try to make some magic happen, and especially too with Baz on the Bastion, just being able to output a bunch of damage could be massive for them against this fight in Sayonara.
Yeah, really early Kiriko out there, and the wall, while good, isn't quite perfect enough, but they're still able to get Baz, and yeah, like you said, Drunken Clucks, very broken composition here. Kind of what they want to do is so split that they're not really able to find anything now, and it's going to be a question if anybody can touch. Redx is going to be the one who's most likely going to have to try their best, as they're the first to spawn here. There's a lot of time, but it's going to be Sayonara just seeing if they can stop anything. Redx trying to come on the left side, but the Mei is there just slowing him down. 1 HP, great body block there from Ewan. They do get to touch, but now the Blizzard comes out on point, just keeping anyone off even longer. Beat comes out now from Ewan, and Drunken Clucks, they have the high noon in the window, but they don't have the position to be able to capitalize off it as much as they would like. And now Sayonara just pushing back in. Everybody very low. Drunken Clucks, they have the DPS there, and it looks like Frozen and Baz, the duo of the century, are able to take out the front line. Sayonara, no DPS remaining now, but healthy is Sayonara and the blue team as they just try to get out, and I guess Ewan was not able to do anything there. Gap finds the opposite Lucio.
Oh no.
But they get off the point, Redx and Baz!
Oh no, you can't walk off the point at that point. You know it's going to be going faster because it's overtime, but they end up walking off the point. And again, Drunken Clucks, they looked better on it because this comp that they were playing with the Doomfist and the Tracer sort of thrives off chaos, and that's exactly what they did because it's the overtime, it's everything like that. It's starting to tick down, and it just started creating chaos, and that was perfect for Drunken Clucks. They had the perfect opportunity to try to turn that and be able to win that because they were, I believe, at 94%. So they were able to get that point, and then if they were able to get Sayonara completely off the point and dead, that forces that the overtime wicker doesn't start to burn. So you do have that sort of interesting stuff, but we do see a little bit of a swap here, going back to the traditional Sigma versus Ramacha comps.
Yeah, I mean, they had such great disruption that allowed the DPS to really get in there, but, you know, in the end, it doesn't matter how many kills you get or how many fights you win if you're not touching that objective. As now we see Drunken Clucks back on a more standard composition. Sayonara is sticking with the Mei. They're just going to keep trying to get this Sigma and get anybody out of place that they can. Redx shield already so low, but the positioning is going to heavily favor Drunken Clucks as the speed comes in. Wall doesn't quite catch where they'd like it to. And now cooldowns all used from Sayonara. They are going to be in the hot seat as they have to back up now. Redx coming back in with these orbs, finds Laser. That's the pick they needed, the shield. Little and late, but Frothy Philly somehow gets caught. If it'll matter, I doubt it, as Redx is backing up, has cooldowns. It's going to be up to Ewan and the backline to really keep Sayonara healthy as they lost so much damage there, but it's not going to be enough as Drunken Clucks, they are going to force their way back on the point, and Redx already so close to this ult.
Yeah, that was perfect by the side of Drunken Clucks, just sort of forcing Sayonara to use their abilities, use their sort of engage tools. Ramacha used the tough form, they used the speed as well to try to go into it, whereas Redx just used the shield, used the eat, sort of waited a second, got that overhealth, and then was just able to re-engage at the perfect timing, and then just ended up completely deleting Sayonara.
We see Sayonara playing from the left side now. Tough form is forced on Redx, no lamp there. Really odd there from Frothy Philly to not be able to get that out. Usually very consistent with it, but Baz does trade it back out, and a fadeaway stick. It gets the BAP. They recalled and it landed on the BAP, and that's a massive pulse bomb from Baz. Post-mortem trades come out on every side, but it's going to be the team with the tank who's going to be most prevalent on this point now, as Sayonara just trying to clean up these kills before Redx can get back. Both tanks so close to ult, but they cannot kill Cam. Just living on point for so long, they do finally get him, but the Flux comes out, it gets one, but the team all fell while he was casting that, and that's going to be a bit tough to lose, but you did get Phone to use her pulse bomb in the end of that fight, so that's a little consolation, but you would have liked to have that Flux back.
Yeah, you really would have, especially heading into this next fight where you do have Sayonara with the beat and the Ramacha ultimate, the annihilation. So you are able to force off that. If you're Sayonara, you're able to force out the flux, and you're able to keep that beat as well. Something for this next fight where they do have the noon window, especially with the noon changes where you can go faster around these pillars. It's going to be very interesting to see how they end up using this in this next fight, especially still with the speed boost and with the buff to Cassidy.
Yeah, you see Phone trying to poke out this backline. Doesn't have that pulse bomb yet, so it's just going to be tickle damage at this point. Ram form is used, has the ult if they want to keep it going, and hands. Redx so low now. Gap doesn't have time to use the ult and goes down. Very big opportunity now for Drunken Clucks to walk back in. Everybody's nice and healthy, and they are just going to be able to push it forward. Cam goes a little bit too far into Laser's face and will get taken down. Has that ultimate online from Ewan. There it goes. They have so much health now. High Noon used is going to be quite speedy now. Are they going to be able to get around the corner and pick anybody off? The window used as well. No picks coming through with that High Noon, but afterwards they are able to get in, and wow, a late beat now after two great picks from Frozen. It's going to just be an emptying of everything that they have for Drunken Clucks to be able to win this, but they do ultimately get it, and they're going to be able to pick up some late kills here, especially on the Laser.
Yeah, and especially too, if you're Sayonara, I think you do take it. Yes, you have the beat from Ewan, but you have all 4 other ultimates. Whereas Drunken Clucks, they had to use Cassidy, they had to use Amplification, they had to use their own beat. Yes, they are close to the pulse bomb, but more than likely it might get a kill. And if Stargaze is not using the lamp in time, so it's really just like, hey, it's a 1-for-1 trade at that point.
Yeah, Sayonara being very smart with these ultimates. Now walking back in onto Redex. It's going to be a form, then an ultimate most likely for Gap. But Laser uses the ultimate first. The lamp is forced out by the pulse bomb from Phone, and she takes down Philly afterwards. Throws a nice headshot there to trade it back out. Teams are even 1 DPS down on both sides, but ultimates heavily favor Sayonara. Stargaze having to use that lamp and window so early, and a great push there from Drunken Clucks, but they don't have the health to continue the fight. And yeah, now Frozen all on his lonesome on the point, just gonna try to die, but he's doing it quite slowly, so big opportunity now for Sayonara if they're able to come back in. Baz still alive, somehow finds Laser, even though there's the backline completely up for Sayonara. As, yeah, Frothy Philly is going to be able to TP away. Big opportunity now for Drunken Clucks to come back in with Laser coming back from spawn.
Yeah, it really is, especially too. Phone trying to take this one-on-one with Baz, just sort of getting poked out. But I mean, again, used for Drunken Clucks, they have the lift. For Sayonara, they have the annihilation. So it's 2 of these ultimates that are that need to go massive for one of these 2 teams to win.
Yep, Flux comes out now looking for any targets. Complete whiff by Redex. Very pivotal there, as now Redex has to go on this point as Sayonara. They flip control. Frozen now with this High Noon, going to be speeding around the point. Not able to find anything. Baz uses the Pulse Bomb, but trades his life. Doesn't get anything. Gap finally pressing Q here on this point. Is going to be smacking everybody around, and the health bars, they're just going to dissipate. Sayonara, they have total control. Beat just the cherry on top, and they're going to be able to take map 1 in what looked like a very close back and forth. Could have been way worse for Sayonara, and Drunken Clucks, they're going to have to stop making some of these mistakes.
Yeah, it really could have. And also, too, you talk about Drunken Clucks making these mistakes, but it's also just Sayonara playing out of their mind. After Phone switched to the Mei off of the Venture, it seemed like just something flipped in them, and they were able to hit everything. And also, too, we sort of talked about the patch notes before. One thing that sort of went under the radar, in my opinion, is the Mei change. Yes, her secondary fire is a little bit smaller, but the damage got up by 10. So the Sniper Mei is sort of back a bit by that. And also with this sort of being a sort of wide open sort of meta style, I feel like a lot of these teams can sort of run this Mei and sort of run this rush. And you saw that's exactly what Sayonara wanted to do. They want to try to run down these players. And that's perfect to what they want to do versus Drunken Clucks.
Yeah, I mean, you just see it. They know exactly what to do with their comp. They're all on the same page, which is something we haven't seen in all the games today. Teams who are completely on the same page, they know their comp and they know what to do. They're using the Mei, like you said, just to the fullest potential there. The walls, the right clicks, just everything that they do as a team, they do together. And that's what Drunken Clucks is having such a hard time. That's why their ult cycle keeps getting screwed up, because they're not on that same page and they're all just one after the other using things to try to win. They do have the great individual plays and the great players, but Sayonara just showing why putting it all together matters the most.
Yeah, it really is. And also, too, you sort of talked about that sort of individual style. I feel like that's really good for the Sigma comp, because you can sort of all play by yourselves. But at the end of the day, a team that's going to have more coordination and more sort of hive mind capabilities, like the way that Sayonara is playing, I feel like 9 times out of 10, they're going to be winning the maps. That's exactly what we saw here. As we do know our next map, it's going to be Dorado. There are some switches as well, but we'll talk about that in a bit. But Dorado, we've seen so far on all three games in the main stage, a lot of dive, a lot of stuff like that. Drunken Clucks, so they've been playing the D.Va instead of the Winston. What's your sort of thoughts on the sort of differences, especially with the new update with D.Va just getting a little bit tighter sped and more damage from her boosters?
Well, what I saw before even this update, the tank chains made, it made Malga unkillable, made Roadhog unkillable, but D.Va wasn't being played as much. She didn't have quite that much offensive pressure, but she is so tough to be able to take down. Monkey is much more easily burnt down. D.Va can live for so long and just has so much uptime that if you have the players and the DPS to be able to capitalize on this long uptime and these long windows for kills, then yeah, D.Va can be extremely, extremely potent here. But we will have to see if they stick with it, and we will have to see what the other side runs, because there's a lot that still has yet to be done. And I don't know if you touched on this. Optical is coming in for Laser, both hit scan players, both very good. And then we see Insomniac, also known as Evenstar, coming in on the support line for Sayonara, which is really good, because I believe Evenstar plays a lot of Ana, if they want to stick that, and has the Kiriko in their bag. So lots of options now from Sayonara, and I love seeing this Genji come out.
Yeah, I do too, and especially too, you talked about it as well. The Ana Kiriko, two different sort of styles for the backline of dive. With an Ana Brig, you're a little bit more defensive. You want to try to have your Brig sort of stay with you. The Kiriko Brig, a little bit more aggressive. You're able to hit those headshots, get those very much more damage, and just be able to completely do it. And I really like these two sort of different styles from both these teams, even though they are fairly similar at the core.
We do see the D.Va, like you said. Sometimes watching games pays off now. As Sayonara, they are just wanting to hold this high ground. Gap has to be super careful. D.Va can shred through the monkey with these cannons on both sides, but it's going to be Gap shredding through. A great nade there, I believe, from Evenstar. And yeah, D.Va gets D-Mac. This is where it gets really tough. It's going to be breaking through because that lack of offensive pressure from the tank means that they're going to have to play a lot of setup here and get their players in position to capitalize before they're able to do anything. And Sayonara, if they're quick, they can just jump on that.
Yeah, it really is, and especially you talk about that nade. That's one of the best things that you can do if you're Insomniac here. Hit those nades onto the core of the team, and just let your once go in as like you said, they just do it again. Cam and Frozen have to back up because of those nades.
Yeah, we do see Red X just fiending for this high ground, and yeah, that's the issue. Gap gets taken down really early in that fight, doesn't even have the chance to jump out to safety, and now so much space for Drunken Clucks. They're going to be able to just walk it all the way up. That beam from the Echo isn't going to be able to take down all the way of the mech, and now so much nano charge going over to Frothy Philly. They have this nano up for next fight, about 10% more.
Yeah, and especially too, you talk about it, just the D.Va being able to DM Gap right there and take him down completely. Is Gap already goes in trying to separate the core of Drunken Clucks. That's exactly what they were sort of able to do, but the Noon comes out.
Yeah, they're trying to make it a tank-for-tank trade as Red X loses the mech, but it's going to be a copy for Nano. Both Cassidys are just going to be the focal points of their offense now. Phone gets taken out of her copy, but Frozen traded out, so lots of trades coming through. Everything's going to be favoring Sayonara if they're able to live longer. If Evenstar's able to hit a shot here, buddy, what are you aiming at? It misses like everything, but a great nade there could be the potential back into this fight. And now the Brig being nice and powered up. Raid Boss, Rally, they have a lot of time here to be able to try to get anything. Even's just going to be trying to live on this point with the Rally. Gap's going to be able to find the Ana, and Obstacle, who did pop the blade late in that fight, finds Cam at the end there. It's just going to be the D.Va and the Cassidy, which it shouldn't be enough to really do anything. Red X does find two, but with no healers alive, that mech is going to be very short-lived in the end. And now Red X is going to get staggered and has to go back to spawn.
Yeah, it really is. And you saw as well as Insomniac using the Raid Boss. It looked like they might have tried to hit Gap there. I feel like Nano Winston is a lot better than Nano Brig. But I mean, hey, you do have the D.Va diving you have Rally pop, so you're able to just pop that immediately and be able to stun people again. That's really good. Obviously, the blade coming out isn't as progressive as you wanted. As Phone almost gets one clip completely. But now you're with that as well, you're able to sort of reset your Nano Blade combo if you do want to try to go for that again.
Yeah, now it's Cam with the Rally walking in, finds Phone with the stun. She is able to get out, and now getting primaled away is this Brig, and a drop there from Gap. That could have been a guaranteed kill onto Cam, and it's going to be the other Brig going down. A better dive coming out from the side of Drunken Clucks. Red X and Baz, great teamwork there, and Drunken Clucks, they're going to be able to get this all the way in, and just great teamwork. But Sayonara, they had a chance, and it was a little bit blown. Drunken Clucks, they didn't blow their chance, and they executed.
Yeah, and it's basically just the whole thing of, hey, which tank do you feel like is better at this point, D.Va or Winston? Both these tanks are very good. It's just the biggest point right now that I'm seeing, at least personally, is Red X's defensive matrix. Obviously, when Cam is sort of up there beaming the D.Va to try to get that poke down, you could just set up the defense matrix, make it so that Gap gets 0 healing, and then just sort of melts them completely. That's sort of what's been happening the first few times where Gap has been the first one falling.
Yeah, I agree. That's so smart. Great block from Cam. That's what you need to see from your Brig, and that's the punishment. Wow, great plays there from Drunken Clutch. You really see the individual skill with plays like that. Pulse Bomb comes out from them. Doesn't quite hit. Gets the bubble. Baz not going to be worried about that one. It's just the Pulse Bomb, and now Optical trying to get away back to his team. Drunken Clucks have so much presence here. The D.Va is low. Nano Bomb? Oh, that's a bit of a misplay there from Drunken Clucks. As they used 2 to get none, just space that they would have gotten anyway. But, you know, glad to have the space instead of not having it as Drunken Clucks. They have the high ground and the cart.
Yeah, and you talked about as well, just those little bit of mistakes. That's just something where, hey, we don't really have a lot of time to play together just yet. Once the season keeps going, this is just a kickoff tournament. You'll see a lot less of those sort of mistakes as it looks like Sayonara is trying to get this high ground right back from him. But there's
massive anti-grenade catches on the 3. Are they going to be able to follow up? No, but they have so much space now. All of that just Nano Blade coming out now, sorry. But then Great High Noon, are they going to be able to get anything? No, Frozen does go down. That damage reduction not going to be enough, but the Blade only catching on to 1. 2 ults for 1 kill. Is that exactly what you need? It looks like they're just going to be able to space out here. And Sayonara off the same page. Optical dashes out as the monkey goes in, and they're punished for that. Gap just gets shredded now. Drunken Clucks have the chance to push back in. The Genji's on the cart. They're going to be trying to look for this backline on the high ground, just separating them. Optical just trying to live here. Rally comes out now from you, and everybody onto the low ground. So much damage coming through, but no final blows. This Drunken Clucks are going to be nice and healthy, but Gap coming back has the Primal Rage, so Card is going to have a lot of time to get pushed in here, and not a lot of time to do it. As Frothy Philly, Nano onto the Brig, great nade, Optical goes down, Frothy Philly no sleep onto that monkey, but getting pushed back, line of sight, massive change now. This low ground is going to be the name of the game. Everybody so low on Sayonara. Gap 1 HP, just trying to live on point. A great Pulse Bomb is going to finish him off. Bomb now on point just to try to seal the deal, but it's going to be the Peacekeeper that does that. And yeah, Drunken Clucks played that very well. Great peel and great plays.
Yeah, it really was. Just being able to try to let your Ana sit on the high ground, get basically 0 contest, because Gap was so focused on trying to stay with the low ground. Optical falling right away also isn't really good for the side of Sayonara, as they do basically see a full comp switch going back over to the sort of Ramatra style, but a little bit of a different support line with the Ana Brig, so you aren't able to run the down Drunken Clucks as fast as I think you'd really want to.
Yeah, high ground now looks like it's going to be all Sayonara's for the taking, as yeah, Frozen just gets blown up, and now the D-Mech nail in the coffin here for this fight. Going to be trying to stagger the D.Va out, but there's a lot of teammates left here. Yeah, it's not going to happen for too long. Yeah, it looks like just a control going over now. Are they going to be able to find this Tracer? No, it looks like Baz is going to get out. Great play from him. As now Drunken Clucks, they have this high ground kind of in a rough spot where they have to push into Sayonara, just holding here. And Sayonara's comp, they're very bulky.
Yeah, it really is, but they do have that Nano Blade on for the side of Sayonara, so wherever Drunken Clucks needed to go, they got to be worrisome of it, as Cam does to the rally, and they pop that immediately to try to take this fight.
Yeah, really early Nano onto Gap here, just able to live because of it, but the opposite Nano onto the Raid Boss Brig. Oh, it's a close quarters fight in here. Is it going to be any visual? No, it's just going to be Drunken Clucks swinging away. Their comp much better for those elongated fights where cooldowns aren't like a massive issue. As yeah, now we see them holding up here, and ultimate's gonna be pretty even.
Yeah, as we see Ewan just trying to get everybody back to point faster as they can. Yeah, they do still have the Blade on. They have the Annihilation online. Noon out too early to try to find somebody and try to gain some more space for Drunken Clucks to try to take this fight.
Yeah, High Noon doesn't quite catch, keeps everybody off. Gap has this ultimate to stay nice and healthy. It's going to be the Blade from Optical pushing into the backline, catches Cam. Bomb out now from Redx on point, doesn't quite catch, and Optical's going to be able to take down the entire backline by himself. Sayonara, they found their way back into this fight now with 8 seconds left. Frozen and Baz, the only two remaining, and Frozen just running away, saving that KD. A little bit of a touch from Baz, but probably not going to be enough, and it's not. Gap finds that kill, but a great push altogether from Drunken Clucks. Sayonara could easily match it, though.
Yeah, they really can, especially too with how sort of interesting the D.Va comp was from Drunken Clucks. It does seem like there is a few weaknesses here and there because of just the time space that we've had between putting these teams together. They've been together only really for I think a week or so now. So you see those sort of miscues and not good communication come out from the side of Drunken Clucks, where Sayonara, they have good ideas, and especially too with this Ramatra comp, if they're able to play this and play it well, especially through third point, say they do get to third point where there's only like maybe a minute left where they make it to overtime and they switch to this Ramatra comp, I think they could just sort of roll through the entire third point because of how strong it does look in their hands.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Great insight there. We will have to see if any changes come out. You can't trust anything here, but it looks like Drunken Clucks, yeah, they are going to run the same comp, so we'll have to see if it's just as good on defense as it is on offense. Sayonara, we'll have to see if they make any changes. What are your thoughts on the Ana Brig versus the Kiriko Lucio here? Do you think there would be any benefit from either of these teams swapping up the backline to be less diveable and kind of more mobile?
I I feel like looking at the way that these two teams have played, I like the Honor Break more because it just provides more value. Yes, the anti-need is very strong. Just be able to basically say, hey, you're not going to be getting any more healing. It's very strong. And also, too, with the Kiriko nerfs, where it's just not as good, especially with Suzu. TP, I think, is a little bit longer as well. I feel like just the Kiriko nerfs, a lot of people are afraid to touch the Kiriko just because they don't understand how to fully play her. Yes, it is just a second more of a buff, and the Suzu is just a little bit worse. It still terrifies a lot of people, as we do see a bit of an interesting comp coming up from Sayonara.
Yeah, the Fair is more common nowadays, but the Mercy with it is not. Fair, a lot more survivability with the changes to that dash and the self-heal, but they are sticking the Mercy here, which is interesting. I like the Kiriko pick with that because it means the flex support's going to be super survivable by themselves. And Phone, it looks like just struggling to find anything. This cast of Frozen is going to be keeping them at bay, and the Pharah into the D.Va is really interesting as well, but it looks like this first high ground is going to go over to them, and Red X so low on point. Are they going to be able to get out? Just 1 HP, and they don't get demeched. Great support there from Philly and Cam, and Philly gonna have this nano up very soon.
Yeah, they really are already 70%, as Baz is the first one to fall for the side of Drunken Clucks.
Yeah, Optical, nice pick there, nice rotation from that right side, and now Drunken Clucks not in the greatest of positions. Their team kind of split, kind of in a space where this Pharah can free fire at them, and Gap has the bomb ready, doesn't even need it. Frothy Philly goes down to the micro missiles. Cam, no shield, no life. That's going to be all of that, and this is most likely just going to be first point capped for Sayonara. I don't think there's going to be like a great retouch, and no, Frozen's just backing up to the high ground entirely.
Yeah, I think it is just to say, hey, let's just give it to them. Let's just take this high ground. At least try to take it, because Gap is already set up there trying to get them, as well as the majority of Sayonara is already fighting for this high ground versus Drunken Clucks.
Yeah, so much damage can be done into this choke point. They can't even really peek it out. Philly, so low, has to use that nade on themselves. Oh, even star, TP in there, and a really early rush. I don't know if I like this, unless they're going to be able to demech the D.Va. They don't, as the nano comes out just to live, and Phone's going to be coming from the opposite side. This could be massive. Yes, it is. 1, 2, 3. Massive, massive, massive. Sayonara, they used a lot of ults, but it looked cool, so it was worth it.
Yeah, I think you do take it, though. Yes, you did end up using 3 ultimates, but you forced Drunken Clucks to use 2 of their own. They used the bomb, they used the nano, as well as Frozen, switching off of the Cassidy onto an Ashe. So that's the Noon completely gone as well. So they're only really there with the rally. So now you still have that ultimate advantage with the bomb, with the pulse bomb as well, and you were able to get the point moving completely and just basically make it so Drunken Clucks aren't able to set up, and they're forced to take another super sort of staggered fight where they're not really set up completely on this high ground.
Yeah, I mean, this is really interesting how they're choosing to take this. Everybody on the left side, not a lot of angles as the Widow just sits main. They're trying to find anything. Somehow Cam goes down. Cam had rally. Oh, Drunken Clucks, they get bailed by these nice picks from their team, but hopefully it's going to be enough. Yeah, it looks like it is. Cam going down with that rally could have been terrible, but looks like all the picks are going to be coming their way off the back of some heroic performances. And some heroic shots hit as Drunken Clucks skin of their teeth there.
Yeah, and especially too, Gap's bomb right there, that was massive. Just went right over the staircase, basically landed in the lap of Cam, so they weren't able to use that rally. But now again, Sayonara sticking with it. They do switch over to the Lucio now instead of the Mercy, so trying to get a little bit more faster, because I feel like this could be a whole comp swap after they do capture point 2. But I mean, it's just about getting to that point and capturing this point to make sure that you're able to get that whole comp swap.
Yeah, Optical's Pulse Bomb goes a little wide there. That's one that you would like to crack this open, but now the positioning from Drunken Clucks, the angles they have, Frozen on a difficult spot here. Yeah, Frozen just gets jumped on by that Pharah, comes over the roof, and now Cam with this rally going to be trying to keep the team alive. Phone, nice chase down there from Red X, very smartly played it. Philly drops to low ground. Oh, that was more interesting, but somehow they live, and the lamp just keeping them alive. Drunken Clucks, they should be able to hold on here as Sayonara, they lost some of their most important members, and yeah, 2.5 minutes left. This could get whittled down very quick and turn very bad.
Yeah, they started this getting to this point with about 4 minutes left, so that's already basically a minute and a half clicking off from the side of Drunken Clucks with this comp switch, and I think I really like it as well. Obviously, you don't really think of a Baptiste with a dive sort of style team, but just the damage output that Frothy can do with the Baptiste, sort of jumping from low ground to high ground, as you see Gap switching off of the D.Va onto the Winston now. So again, a little bit of a different comp swap. Phone does have the the barrage. So it's just about are they able to use it with Frozen on this Widow.
Yeah, that's 2 ults coming out now. That's so much phone. Has to be so careful. Great lamp there from Frothy Philly, and that window is going to counter it completely. However, it is going to be a DPS trade, and now with no lamp, the backline is going to have to be super careful for Drunken Clucks. They do have this Diva Bomb to survive on the point, so they can take a chill pill for a second now, but it's going to be Even Star using the rush just to sit. Optical finds Frozen. Not a lot of damage left now, but it's Red X's bomb that clutches up, finds 2 of the most important players on Sayonara. And yeah, guess what he said to them? He said Sayonara, as that is Drunken Clucks holding on yet again, and it's going to be final fight territory. Phone swaps over to the Sombra. Oh, it's looking like they don't know what to do.
Yeah, it's going to be really rough for them, especially too getting the 2K with the bomb. I don't know what it's been recently, but I feel like every single time I see a Diva, they're getting at least 2. I've had a match recently where people got 4 with it, which is insane. But I mean, again, you said it perfectly. Phone on the Sombra just trying to deal with them as they do find out Frozen trying to take him out. But I mean, that's the perfect go button for Sayonara.
Yeah, Philly, just destroyed. Great beat now from you, and they should be able to kill this Brig pretty easily, and they do. The backline gets flattened. Absolute decimation now from Sayonara. This is just going to be insurance, as every push in from Drunken Clucks is going to be met with the monkey fists of Gap, and yeah, that's going to be this point. That is absolutely terrible. Drunken Clucks just fall apart like wet bread, and that's not how you wanted that to go.
Yeah, no, it really isn't, but it is perfect for the side of Sayonara. The Phone just goes in with the Sombra, sort of takes their eyes off of the main point, sort of forces Redux and Cam to sort of back off, deal with them, and deal with Frozen falling low, and then Sayonara just says, okay, go button now, go in perfectly, and just delete the backline, as you do see this comp swap coming up again, with Gap going off of the Winston onto the Ramattra for this final 3rd point.
Yeah, it's just so good for this high ground. Forces that rally from Cam early, and now they're just going to back away. Drunken Clucks are going to have so much health to just be able to play with here. That Sayonara, if they get pinched here, it could be terrible, but Red X, 1 HP, Lamp forced out now. Big cooldown, Drunken Clucks don't have, but Optical doesn't have any health. Frozen, great shots from that high ground, and Phone gets taken down too. Frozen showing why they are just so powerful on this Cassidy character. So much damage. Now with a minute left, Sayonara have to hopefully not get staggered. It doesn't look like they will be able to. Great body block from Red X, and that's a tank Gap. What can you say? Gap got gapped.
Yeah, that's very difficult there, especially just getting body blocked in the doorway. The only good thing, though, for Sayonara is that they do have both their DPS ultimates online, but you look at the Dry Drunken Clucks, they have 4 of their own online. So it's going to be very rough for Sayonara to take this fight, especially with how far they have to go with 43 seconds.
Yeah, you're just going to have to use these one after the other, because if Frozen and Philly stack their ults, Phone could play very smart and cancel them both. But, you know, Drunken Clucks, very smart team. They know the risks, and push back here. They are going to just EMP to get rid of that, but they're in such a fortified position that you're not going to be able to follow up with any kills. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade that Drunken Clucks are going to happily take, and now Frozen coming back out with this high noon. Nice and quick. No Lucio to speed him, but that's unnecessary. Yeah, this high ground, so smart. Phone caught him. I'm not quite sure why she did that. That was just very interesting and unfortunate, as now Ewan's beat is going to come out. Pulse Bomb doesn't catch on to anything. Red X with the bomb as well. Ult's coming up now. Gap and the Kiriko both have theirs. They could combo that and just be raid bosses themselves. Red X uses that bomb. It's going to be on top of point. Is it going to catch? No. That's unfortunate for them. Gets blocked by the bridge, and now Gap. That ultimate has been used up. Just health and a few fists now as Frozen finds the nail in the coffin for the map. Optical. There's going to be 3 more nails you need, but that's just terrible. Drunken Clucks, everything they do is coming up big, and Frozen, absolute MVP now. Just so much damage and so little time. Drunken Clucks are going to even it up 1-1, and Frozen freezing Sayonara in their tracks.
Yeah, and especially too, Drunken Clucks playing this Diva comp very, very strong. So far, they've been playing this Diva comp that they've sort of shown has been one of their best comps. Obviously, you saw the Sigma on last point as well, but this Diva comp just proving why it's so good. Just be able to sort of bully people into a small corner, as I believe this is the first map 3 for the broadcast today. So I think between these two teams, I think we're sort of expecting to go to a map 3, especially with how much firepower there is on both of these teams.
Yeah, and a lot of it is oddly ultimate usage. You know, that last fight with the EMP, I would have liked to see it as the other team's kind of trying to play that high ground more openly, but, you know, I'm not a DPS player. What am I gonna say? I don't know. But yeah, very interesting ultimate usage from these teams and just how they're playing together. It really kind of shows the differences in what they're thinking with the bunker style of Drunken Clucks coming up and just proving that Frozen is able to get these kills, and Redix is so easily able to swoop around doing this and this and this, that Sayonara, they're going to have to go back to their kind of more explosive antics to see if they're going to be able to lock in here. And it's going to be a reset on the roster. So we're going back to map 1 for Sayonara.
Yeah, so that does mean that Stargaze is back in as well as Laser. So it is going to be a bit interesting to see what they sort of come up with, because obviously Optical, they came in, didn't really play a lot of Cassidy. They played a lot of Genji, played a lot of Tracer. So it's going to be interesting to see Laser back in and see what they end up doing, especially heading into this push map where it's sort of on the table with what they want to pick.
Yeah, lots of options, lots of different think tanks would go over what they want to do here. It's a lot of time to really think about it. As Drunken Clucks, you know, they have the composition, this Diva comp. You don't see it everywhere. Sayonara has probably never scrimmed against this Diva comp anywhere else, so it's going to be Coliseo. There's no glass on this map anymore, praise the Lord. But do you think we'll see the Diva comp come out here?
I don't think so. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what sort of works with push, because a lot of times you would run the sort of brawl style because of the glass, because of how indoors this map really seemed. I feel like now with the glass being open, second point being a little bit more wide open, I feel like you really could. I feel like you could see sort of a plethora of takes. I feel like Winston is also very, very viable on this map, whereas before he really wasn't. So it's going to be interesting to see what these two teams come up with, what these teams have been cooking in the a day that we've had no glass Coliseo. So it's just about, hey, who's been cooking the most? What team feels most confident on their sort of play style? I feel like this is what I feel like we're gonna see. I feel like we're gonna see Sayonara on the Ramatra comp with the traditional Ramatra comp with the May Cassidy that we saw on Samoa, and I feel like Drunken Clucks, I feel like we're gonna see that Diva comp come out and just want to see which one takes advantage from it so far.
Yeah, this map is given, or this series, excuse me, is given real Oilers Panthers vibes, as you know, Frozen, the McJesus bringing it back for them, forcing that Game 7 or that Map 3. On the other side, T'Chuk, Phone, and the gang is holding on here, and they gotta put it away now, because if it gets too out of hand, you're just letting those points rack up, and before you know it, Drunken Clucks have beaten you in the mental game, and yeah, we will have to see as Coliseo. I wonder if they've scrimmed on the new map. I know that Sayonara, they have scrimmed with this team at least once or twice. They seem to be one of those teams that plays a lot more than the others, but I can't imagine that Drunken Clucks, with the size of their roster and how they want to just win, I can't imagine that they haven't played the new maps as well. So we will have to see once we go in.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see who's been really cooking on this map. Obviously, it's still Coliseo, but there's those little changes that makes it a bit interesting, and just the amount of differences that have sort of come out since this patch. It's really interesting to see who's been really sort of trying to rise to the occasion. Obviously, I feel like Malgometa is still fairly strong, but with the changes to these different tanks, it makes it so that way, hey, you aren't forced to run the Malga every single time. There's still different compositions that you can run, especially with the May change, with the Reaper change as well. I saw some Zarya being played, Zarya Mirror being played the other day, and I think that comp is still very strong as well, because you just have Reaper TP in, it's a little bit faster, the spread is a little bit shorter, so you're just able to shoot, go in, and they basically get right out as soon as the bubble dissipates. So it's going to be interesting to see what these two teams decide to pick, especially on Coliseo, where again, it's sort of up in the air with the changes that they made to it.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree, but there's a lot to be desired now. I think we're going in, but you know, I like listening to the Coliseum music as much as the next guy, and I hate to tell you, BPL, but there looks like glass on that loading screen. As yes, we see 1-1. This is going to be a big game, as I know you talked about the bracket before, but personally, I think that whichever team wins this match is going to go all the way. Both of these teams just absolute powerhouses, and not a lot can live up to that.
Yeah, I feel like, both these teams have the sort of favorites to win the kickoff tournament. But I mean, we talked about it a little beforehand. Sayonara going back to this Ramatra comp, Drunken Clucks going back to their map 1 comp as well, going to this Sigma comp. as we see no glass Coliseo. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do end up taking it. A lot of the times, people like to sort of flank around where the glass was to try to be able to shoot the back line, as that's sort of what it looks like Baz is going to try to do versus a Sayonara squad and sort of all of Drunken Clucks.
Yeah, Sayonara, they're playing a very death ball-y comp. It's going to be a lot on Red X on this Sigma to not get caught out. And it looks like space is being taken early by Sayonara. Drunken Clucks, they want to play up on this high ground. They want to have Baz get in behind, do damage, and then Frozen follow up on that. It's looking a little stalemate even without the glass in here now, but Baz is going to be our main point of focus here as we walk straight in. Like, this left side is so much more important now with no glass to play around. You can't just sit main, and Baz just swinging away. Red X so low, lamp forced early. Red X is so low. Is he going to be able to get healed up? No, Laser finds that kill. The Sojourn still so much burst potential there, and now Sayonara are going to be able to push up this wall, going to stop line of sight from that high ground. Laser no slide now. Baz is just being a little bit of a pester, and we actually see Red X swap over to the Orisa.
Yeah, I mean, the Orisa changed as well, just getting the spin a little bit faster, as Laser does get a thing as pause Baz DC'd, unfortunately. But I mean, again, going back to that sort of style, obviously you saw the first pick come out onto Red X, and that's because the lamp got forced super early. If you are Drunken Clucks, you can't be having Sayonara force your ability super fast. That's what they want to do. They want to force out the lamp, force out these important cooldowns, and then as soon as that's gone, that's the go button. That's them pressing the speed, going into their annihilation form, or going into their nemesis form, excuse me, and just trying to run over whoever they can on the side of Drunken Clucks.
Yeah, that's kind of funny that it's actually Laser to call out a Baz DC. Baz is on the other team, and Laser just killed him. So that's pretty good, eh? But hopefully we'll be getting back in soon. Baz on that Tracer, such a pivotal part of their composition. It's gonna be really interesting. I haven't seen Orisa in so long. When's the last time you've seen Orisa in this play?
I mean, it's been a while. I always have a soft spot. I feel like I'm gonna get hate for this all the time. I have a soft spot in my heart for Orisa. She was one of my favorite characters to play in Overwatch 1. I just love the simple playstyle of just shoot down your shield, stand in a corner, and just press M1. It's always fun to me. I always like playing it, especially in GOATS. I remember playing it back on console. We had this comp where it was just I was playing the Orisa and we just roll over teams. It was very fun. But I mean, again, going back to it, Orisa not that strong. I think it could work. I think it's going to be very interesting to see if it does work. But again, the only change that it really had was the javelin spin got 1 second cooldown, 1 second lowered on the cooldown. So it's just gonna be rough, especially into the sort of death bally comp that Sayonara is playing.
Yeah, and now the slow on the shift, right? They're super slow when they use that fortify.
Yeah,
that's gonna be really interesting, because I think that Orisa, if they play it kind of like they're playing against a Mauga meta, it could be because like the Orisa might just get blown up like the Mauga does. And yeah, it looks like Orisa is back now, just gonna try to stall out this high ground. So it's gonna just be up to small boops to get them off of it. Great design here. Yep, great combination there, the wall and the boop. Very smart, but they're still gonna be able to contest, so you're gonna have to do it one more time. And it's a great design here from the Overwatch team, small indie company. As they're just gonna wait them out. They're not even gonna push, as you and 1 HP gonna get healed up, and the wall there, great from Phone, and it's actually gonna force the Orisa to drop. Gap has to use that form, and finally they'll be able to push it under bridge, but it's gonna be Baz just juggling that point. Frozen with this high noon now doesn't really have an opportunity to use it because they can just speed out, but the support ultimates are online, but Phone is offline as she is taken down. The Lucio in an odd position now is gonna be able to get out, but the rest of the team is gonna be slowed down by the joint DPS ultimates. That's going to be enough to get the cart moving the opposite direction, but is that more than they should have used?
I feel like yes, because Baz, obviously they used the barrage, got a pick. I feel like Frozen, that was just sort of a heat check right there. They had to reload, so they're like, hey, might as well pop the high noon because it does get you a full 6-shooter. But I mean, again, going back to it as well, Sayonara, they have the ultimate advantage. Phone, the only one that doesn't have their ultimate because they switched off of the Mei, whereas Drunken Clucks, all they really have right now is the Amplification Matrix. They're close to the Terror Surge and the Beat, but I mean, again, it's just about building those as fast as you can before Sayonara is able to keep on going into you, as that's exactly what they're doing right now.
Yeah, window is a little bit forward from Drunken Clucks. I don't really like that position at all, but now so much damage coming through. That's really why you want to play this cast Sojourn. They can just do so much. You don't need a wall. You're not trying to get any tank out of position, so we will have to see if Red X swaps. They do have this ultimate, so they are going to stay for now, but Point is going to be pushed under this bridge enough now. Probably not going to be able to get that checkpoint, but the ultimates that Sayonara have, they could be astronomical value-wise.
Yeah, you do. As you see, Drunken Clucks just sort of contesting point. It's also taking quite a bit. Stargaze is able to get the first pick onto their counterpart, Frothy Filthy.
Frothy Filthy, yeah, that was a filthy kill by Stargaze. Means so much, and Ewan getting their counterpart as well. Red X on the low ground, not long for this world, taken out. Laser gets that health back. Sayonara, that speed that they play with is killer, and losing the BAP early was probably not what you wanted from Drunken Clucks. This checkpoint is going to be capped up here in Sayonara. They were able to charge up a few ults there.
Yeah, it really was. And also going back to the last fight where Drunken Clucks used the Amplification Matrix, the one good thing about that is they used the Amplification Matrix, but Sayonara just walked right past it. His phone is trying to get this new link.
That was interesting. Hainu doesn't get any, and now Stargaze from Sayonara goes down. The blue team, Sayonara, they are going to be pushing forward here and doing just enough damage to win out this fight. It looked like Phone forgot that the Cassidy stun grenade was changed. This new flank angle, not everybody might know about. Coliseo added a flank angle on the right where you can get around, and that's what Phone just did.
Yeah, and especially too, I think that sort of shows that Sayonara might probably scrim this map a little bit, just getting used to that flank angle, as we do see a swatch as well from Drunken Clucks Red X off of the Orisa, now onto the Ramatra for themselves. But I mean, Baz and Frozen having their ultimates beat first, and it's going to be all the ultimates coming up for Drunken Clucks.
Yeah, it's going to be a beat blade combo, beat from the other side. It's just going to stall things out. Laser has this ultimate, probably going to use it once the other side goes, but they are just going to be able to wait out this Frothy Philly ultimate. That was quite early from them, but now they have everybody in such a confined space that it could spell disaster, and it looks like it does. Stargaze goes down after using their own window, but Laser swaps it back onto Baz. So much damage coming out from both sides, but everything's going to favor Drunken Clucks the longer the fight goes, as they have closer respawns, but it's going to be Gap popping that ultimate, only 300 HP to use. Now the High Noon keeping everybody at bay, doesn't have that shield. Frozen finds Phone. Yeah, it looked good for them for long enough, but the respawns come through. Frozen's able to just get that ultimate and get enough health to keep things rocking and rolling. And Drunken Clucks, they will win that fight, albeit at a cost.
Yeah, it really was, and especially too using Stargaze, using all three ultimates that they had online with Laser, Gap, and Stargaze. It's a little bit interesting. Obviously, Gap used it to try to take that advantage, especially because Phone was right there popping heads. But I mean, the Amplification Matrix, the Overclock, you didn't really need to use, and that sort of makes it so that way you don't have this ultimate advantage coming into this next fight.
Yeah, Red X now on the Ramatra, or was on the Ramatra a few fights ago, has the ultimate now. Are they going to just choose to push up here? Not a comfort pick, it doesn't seem like. They seem a little bit weary of the opposite Ramatra, and it's going to be Phone on this. Cassidy just looking at Red X so far above their team, in front of their team, excuse me. Yeah, that's going to be a punish there, and the ultimate use from Red X, I didn't like that at all.
Yeah, it's very, very rough, especially too. Red X using the Annihilation basically dies immediately, and that's also they weren't able to push the point further, so that way they Sayonara lost the early spawns. They still had it that entire time, and now they're coming back to it very close to the Annihilation, very close to their amplification, which and have their beat. Something that could be something that could be very, very bad for Drunken Clucks here.
Yeah, great window there from Frothy Philly. Caught them with their pants down. Now Sayonara, low health pools. They are just going to be cleaned up here. Stargaze not even going to be able to get out. Drunken Clucks only had to use one ultimate there. Great timing from Philly, and great follow-up there from the rest of the team. Red X already 60% to another ultimate.
Yeah, the only thing though for Drunken Clucks is you're hoping that you can probably push the bot further enough where they do lose their forward spawns. With Sayonara, they're all respawned, all ready to fight this before they're even able to the middle point of the checkpoint. And I feel like if you're Sayonara, you want to try to take this fight before you lose those forward spawns.
Yeah, Phone trying to get a flank, but it's going to be Baz using that blade to try to get anything. B comes out. Red X already found Stargaze. That window not going to get any value as the rest of Drunken Clucks pushing forward. Everybody's nice and healthy, but Baz gets caught in the back line. His Phone, nice headshot from her. Now Cam trying to push in, trying to find the Sojourn. Great slide there from Laser. Now Gap with the ultimate pushing back, finds the back line of Drunken Clucks, and that is that for the fight. Great peel from Sayonara to just be able to back up and get out of there. And Drunken Clucks, they just didn't have the sustain.
Yeah, they really didn't. Are they gonna move bot? Oh, okay, now they're going back to try to go to the back.
They don't really have to.
They don't really have to, but I mean, again, they're still less than about 230 remaining, so you still want to try to push it. But I mean, again, going back to it, Drunken Clucks used so many ultimates in that fight. Sayonara have two of their own, two very good ones with the Noon and the Overclock.
Yeah, Ewan takes down Frozen. That's very early now. That's a lot of the frontline damage gone for Drunken Clucks. It's going to be down to Redix. See if he uses this ult to try to hold on here. Frothy Philly. Oh, there's a lot of people on him there. And yeah, that is that. Ewan and Laser combining for 2 there. As Redix ults. Redix just not getting enough. I mean, Phone somehow goes down there. That's a great kill. But, you know, using your ultimate for that is quite questionable.
It really is, and also too, they're just trying to get it to the point, so that way, if Drunken Clucks do try to take this, as we see Redix basically playing Mystery Heroes right now, and now going to the Rhine. I like the Rhine too. It's going to be very interesting. Frozen off of the Cassidy onto the Bastion. I like it because you could just basically do damage, and that's basically your whole thing. But again, Sayonara, they have a lot of the ultimates in their sort of wheelhouse, so it's going to be very difficult for Drunken Clucks to be able to do it, as they already find 2 picks.
I mean, yeah, Redix finds 2 in that fight, and that was great from them. They just upped the aggression, and Drunken Clucks, something Sayonara wasn't ready for.
Yeah, just the super aggression. Obviously, Ewan was trying to go back to try to re-engage Sayonara, but I mean, again, they pushed it super far. They're able to take this fight, I think, right after Drunken Clucks is able to get this forward spawns back, so that way they have to farther spawns. But it's just, are you able to stay alive as Redix is in there immediately?
And no lamp now. Window comes out from Frothy Philly. Drunken Clucks have a lot of advantages. They're using a good amount into this fight. Phone on the other side gets booped up by the nade, but isn't able to lock any of those skulls in order. Phone, yay, they get their one. She gets her one. But Drunken Clucks, they are going to win their first offensive fight with 30 seconds remaining. You gotta think, should they have swapped to this earlier?
I feel like, yeah. I feel like Redix wants to go super aggressive. I feel like the Ramatra and the Orisa weren't really working it for him. And I really like this Rhine pick because, again, it's just Reinhardt. I think it's just one of those characters you love to pick, his phone switching off of onto the Torb as the amplification mix goes out first.
Oh man, Redix gets taken down by Ewan, just again very far ahead of their team. That's something that can fly on D.Va, but not as much on these more brawly tanks that can get blown up a lot quicker. Gap looking for anything, has the overhealth from the beat, does slow down that Lucio. It misses the punch, but it looks like, again, KD's save possibly, unless Cam is going to try to come back in. Yeah, looks like it. Didn't save too much KD there. As Overtime going to run away. 2 on the Shatter, none on the follow-up. And that is going to be Sayonara taking the series 2-1. And that is that. Great play from both teams, but Sayonara, they knew this map, and they knew their comp.
Yeah, it really wasn't Sayonara. Like you said, they knew how they wanted to run this comp, and they run it. They ran it fairly well. I don't want to say to perfection because there was some aspects where I feel like they could improve on, but I mean, honestly, it's as closest to perfection as you can for really only scrimming for, what, a week and a half, maybe. So I think they run it really, really well, and it's going to be interesting to see how they end up continuing to go throughout this kickoff tournament and into the actual season for BPL.
Yeah, I would agree. Saying sayonara to the Drunken Clucks for this introduction tournament, and yeah, everything else just kind of falling into place for Sayonara. They are going to go up against the winner of a game. A lot of time before they have their next, as it's going to be the winner of Pack and Punches versus Sox going against the winner of Conjured versus the winner of that game. I mean, there's a lot of winning that needs to be done, but Sayonara, they got theirs out of the way already. Top 4 confirmed. And yeah, I think they have what it takes. They looked absolutely amazing against one of the better teams we have.
Yeah, they really did. And also, too, just with how strong they looked, obviously the first 3 mapper for this bracket. So, I mean, again, they just shows how strong they are. And it's sort of disheartening if you're Drunken Clucks with the amount of talent that was on this roster that you had to go up against probably one of the sort of kickoff tournament favorites this early on. Obviously, this is just a little bit for fun and for seeding. But I mean, again, I think if you're Drunken Clucks, you want to try to wait to the very end to face offs against Sayonara. It's just unfortunate that it happened this early in round 2.
I would agree. Very powerful bracket here. One could even argue that the Fire Guardians are one of the better teams with it. They have a lot of great players, but in the end, only one can come out there, and it is going to be Sayonara. They muscle it out. And that is going to be that. There's a lot left on the board on the other leagues. So, yeah, what are you expecting to happen in the future of the other leagues?
Oh, God. I think it's going to be interesting looking at it as well. Obviously, B stream, I believe it's still going on right now. I don't know if it still is, but Shimada Society versus Glass Blossoms, that's another matchup that I think could be really good. Looking down at it as well, Tournament C, Koala Kings, somebody that I think has been around forever. I think they could be really good. So it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top in all these different sort of brackets and everything like that. But I mean, again, I think if you look at the sort of top of the top tiers, I think Sayonara is going to be one of them. So it's going to be interesting to see what they go on versus Conjured or whoever they end up facing in the semifinals. But I think all these matchups are going to be bangers, no matter which one you watch in the BPL.
Yes, definitely agree. I definitely agree. And I believe we are just going to be wrapping things up and maybe sending you over to BPL 2. There's a lot still going on. There's more to go. So we are going to be seeing tomorrow's main stream.
Yeah, you see first Pack and Punches versus Sox, and right after that, they'll be facing off against Conjured. So Sayonara will basically know who they're facing fairly early on tomorrow night, as Tomato Watch is also facing off against the faces of Reborn Racers Revenge versus Bots. Another sort of banger, Reborn Racers has also been around forever. And then 9 p.m. Brozone versus Fly Out West. We saw Fly Out West today. Looked fairly good. And then Gracidia versus Sleepy Kittens. Again, very, very interesting, as we are getting confirmation that B stream is done. So again, it's basically the last match of the night. But I mean, bangers tomorrow, bangers Sunday, and then it's basically straight into regular seasons after week, as we see tomorrow on BPL 2. Why don't you take over this one for BPL 2?
Oh, BPL 2, it's going to be, you read that top right name, that's going to be all the games. It's going to be certified bangers after certified bangers. Kaleidoscope going to be coming in with that, and then Reborn Racers versus the Bots, two of the top teams in their respective divisions. And then, Oro versus Grass Blossoms, who we just saw win on BPL 2. Go watch that VOD if you want to see how they did. And that's going to be that for BPL 2. Lots of action down here. Everything going to be coming up close. There were 2-2-1 games for them, and there's a lot that is yet to be seen with this league, and a lot to look out for. What do you think about this league?
I like it. I think it's going to be very fun. Obviously, Corvidae, you saw in the first game today, taking on Second City Suns. I don't want to say rolled, but they looked very, very strong against Second City Suns. I believe I believe they first held them. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they end up taking on against Whip Shot Warriors. So it's a very tough name. It's a very, very tough name.
Yeah, but fair. You got to get through everything as now. It is going to be the C League. This is my cat, Paracelsus' team. I think that is a cat, probably. We did see Jace's team, the 9IX, which is just the 9-9. Did win against the Cashbots today, a 2-1 victory. They are going to be playing Reinhardt Rally, who is definitely one of my favorite brandings here. But on the bottom side, actually, if you see the Water Coup was able to take the 2-0 versus Apollo and now faces Cineram, part of that Mythos org. And there's a lot to be going on here, but you said it earlier. I think Koala Kings are going to be the team you want to watch, so make sure tomorrow, 10 p.m., be on that C stream if you are a Koala Kings fan and you want to see some great C League action.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing watching all these matchups. Like you said, Koala Kings, I feel like, in my opinion, are the favorites. I don't really know a lot of these players and a lot of these teams in the BPL, so it's going to be interesting to watch and learn this entire season to see who comes out on top and who ends up taking, I don't want to say taking the L, but ends up falling a little bit too short in this kickoff tournament.
Yeah, it is going to set the stage for the league to come, and it'll set the groups, the stage, everything that you need to see. It'll be all there, and that's basically all that there is. Got anything else to say here?
No, nothing else. Just want to thank everybody else in the background. Everybody left, so it's just Solomon that I feel like is getting the thanks today. I can't remember who all was helping out, but I know Orange, Cry, Lunacar, and Kothar were all in the B stream. Did amazing over there for myself and Stratocaster. Is there anything else you want to say before we wrap it up?
No, just come back tomorrow, same time, same channel, and 2 other channels as well. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.